Hi everyone. Part 8 is already here. If you'd like to support me and watch new episodes of your favorite stories ahead of everyone else, consider subscribing to my Patreon. Also, there's a new story on my second channel. The main character wakes up in the body of a killer and suddenly realizes he murdered his wife for cheating. Check the links in the description to find out more. Enjoy watching.
What's this? Are you looking down on your brother, Sai? The young man said somewhat unhappily. These days, working a regular job gets you nowhere. Sis, you're a woman, so you don't understand. Do you know how much it costs to get married now? A house, a car. The wedding, it all adds up to millions. This is the burden I carry on my shoulders every day and night. When I was in college, I started dating a girl. Now her family is demanding 300,000 yuan as a dowry. On top of that, I need to have a house and a car. Fortunately, my future mother-in-law is reasonable. She said the house and car don't need to be paid in full right away. Even if I take out a loan, it's fine, and they'll cover the renovation costs for the house. The young man sighed and continued, but as you know, housing prices in this city are insane. Even if I just pay the down payment, I'd need to work for more than 10 years without spending a single cent to save up. That's why I thought about starting my own business right after graduation. That's a good idea. After all, you've got the pressure of supporting a family. Can I ask what kind of business you've started? Today, when Yuan Ci heard her brother speak, she realized that the mischievous little boy who always got into trouble had grown up. She was willing to help him out within her means, especially since their mother had been seriously ill, and their uncle had lent them a considerable amount for medical bills. Even though she had repaid it, the gratitude remained. It's just some e-commerce, like information streams and stuff. You didn't study this in college, so you wouldn't get it even if I explained it to you. The young man's tone became a bit impatient. The project was making money, but then one of the guys suddenly decided to return to his hometown and pulled out all his investment, which cut off my cash flow. How much did you invest altogether? Yuan Ci, hearing these business terms, grew curious. While she wasn't an expert, she'd learned a thing or two from being around Song Yun, her partner, and had some insights into business. There are 5 of us, and we invested nearly 3 million. The young man spoke dramatically. It's a significant investment, and if things go well, we could break even in 3 months, make a profit in 6 months, and in a year, I'd have enough saved up to get married. I see. Yuan Ci nodded thoughtfully. 3 million was indeed a large sum, especially for a group of recent graduates. But she wasn't sure how much her brother needed to keep the business going. So, do you need to borrow money? Yes. But I'm not asking for a free loan. I have 2 options for you. First, you lend me the money, and I'll pay you back with the highest bank interest rate. Second, you treat it as an investment, and I'll give you shares in the company. How about that? Either way, you won't lose. How much do you need? Not much. Just around 1.3 or 1.4 million. The young man said it as if it were no big deal. How much? Yuan Ci's eyes widened. Didn't you understand? Fine, to put it plainly, I need 1.34 million. If you choose the second option, I'll give you 30% of the company's shares. That would make you the biggest shareholder. Isn't that a bit much? If you think it's such a profitable business, others must be eyeing it too. What if, before she could finish, he interrupted her? Sis, can't you have a little faith in your brother? I was at the top of my class in college. Besides, the fact that so many people are interested only proves that it's a hot opportunity. As they say, when the wind blows, even a pig can fly. And the pie is big enough for everyone to get a slice. His tone had a hint of persuasion. But that's a huge amount of money. How, as your sister, I have to advise you, making money isn't that easy. Most people just out of college earn only 4 or 5,000 a month. Those who start their own businesses either have family money or have built a foundation while in college. You know what our family situation is like. Our uncle and aunt live on fixed wages. If something goes wrong, they might have to dig into their savings to bail you out. Yuan Ci spoke seriously. Why don't you think it over? I think your idea of starting a business is great, but you need to assess the market first. You could work for 2 years, get some experience, and save some initial capital. What do you think? Sis. By the time I save enough money, the opportunity will have passed. The young man's voice rose with emotion. You have no idea how much pressure I'm under. I have to manage the employees every day and keep an eye on the financial reports constantly. I've already sacrificed everything for my dream. Now that I've hit a small bump in the road, can't you help me out? Sigh, to be honest, I don't have much money on hand. After my daily expenses, I can only lend you about 100,000 yuan. But for you, that's just a drop in the bucket. Yuan Ci could have asked Song Yun for help, but she didn't want to. After all, Song Yun had worked hard for his money, and no one's wealth was just handed to them. If she asked, and her brother's investment failed, then what? Even though Song Yun probably wouldn't care about the money, she cared. And she didn't want her brother to chase unrealistic dreams. Isn't there still my brother-in-law? The young man glanced at her timidly. I heard from Aunt that my brother-in-law is loaded. This amount is nothing to him. Can't you ask him for help just this once? I swear, I'll pay him back in 6 months. No way. Yuan Ci firmly rejected the idea. I won't ask him for such a huge amount. Do you even know what 1.3 million means? It's enough for a family of 3 to live on for 20 years. That kind of money may be a fortune to ordinary people, but to my brother-in-law, it's pocket change. You just don't want to help me. Have you forgotten how much our family helped you when Aunt was sick? Now that you're well off, have you abandoned us, your poor relatives? His words were growing more hurtful, and he didn't notice the change in Yuan Ci's expression. Fine. If you're so determined to do this, take the 100,000 I have. Yuan Ci said with a heavy heart, feeling deeply hurt by his words. Really? That's all I have. If you want it, I'll transfer it to you right now. If not, pretend I was never here. Is there really no room for negotiation? The young man with bloodshot eyes stared intently at Yuan Ci. I'm not saying I won't pay you back. Why can't you trust me just this once? Why? It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't have that kind of money. Other people's money is theirs, it has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Yuan Ci sighed in disappointment. It seemed like he was still the same. Ever since they were kids, if something didn't go his way, he would find every means possible to make a fuss until he got what he wanted. But now, he was already in his 20s. He should have grown up by now, right? Just this once. Sis, please help me just this once. My entire future depends on you. I beg you, help me. As he spoke, the young man stood up and approached her, his knees buckling as if he was about to kneel. Yuan Ci had never experienced anything like this before and quickly grabbed him, saying, It's not that I don't want to help. It's that I really don't have the money. There are 120,000 yuan on this card. Consider it a loan to help you get through this tough time. She took out a bank card from her bag and placed it on the table, her expression complicated. Brother, I hope you'll think things through before acting. Not everything is as simple as it seems. The young man remained silent, and Yuan Ci could tell that he hadn't taken her words to heart. She could only shake her head in frustration and leave. On the way home, Yuan Ci received a message on her phone, a notification that the entire balance from the bank card had been withdrawn. Why does he need so much money right after graduating? Something feels off. With a furrowed brow, she called her uncle. Hello uncle, do you know anything about how starting a company? Starting a company? What company? Her uncle sounded confused. He told me he was planning to come to you soon, asking if you could help him get some work experience in a company for a couple of years. Sitting in the taxi, Yuan Ci's eyes widened. What about his girlfriend? I heard they're about to get married. Oh, don't even mention it. The girl's family demanded 300,000 yuan as a dowry and wanted us to buy a house and car outright. But you know how expensive housing is in this city. We live on fixed wages, there's no way we could afford that. They broke up over a month ago. Did you hear something bad? Her uncle asked curiously. No, nothing. I just have something to deal with here. I'll visit you another day. Okay, your grandma was just talking about you the other day. She's been missing you. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Ci's mood sank. She couldn't believe that the person who had just tried to deceive her was her own cousin. Although 120,000 yuan wasn't a huge sum, the feeling of betrayal was hard to swallow. At the same time, she felt a bit relieved. If she had softened earlier and asked Song Yun for that money, it would have been like throwing it away with no chance of getting it back. While Song Yun surely wouldn't have cared about such a small amount, she would have felt deeply guilty. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. When she tried calling her cousin again, the phone was already turned off. Well, the 120,000 yuan was gone for good. Feeling heartbroken, Yuan Ci returned to the Huashu villa. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw Song Yun sitting on the couch with Ying watching TV. Ci, you're back, Ying called out excitedly. Yeah, when did Song Yun get back? Suppressing her unhappiness, Yuan Ci forced a smile and asked. He just got home a little while ago. Song Yun was incredibly perceptive. Having dealt with so many people over the years, he could instantly tell when something was off. and clearly something was wrong with Yuan Ci. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup soon. Why don't you stay here and keep Song Yun company? King, sensing the tension, made an excuse and left with Captain Yang, giving them some space. Ca. Song Yun began cautiously, how's your mom's health? She's doing well. The doctors said she might be able to leave the hospital soon. Oh. Song Yun scratched his head. Emotional conversations were not his forte. Are you upset? If something's bothering you, feel free to talk to me. Hearing this, Yuan Ci fell silent for a moment. Finally, she spoke slowly. Song Yun, when do you think someone would lie to their family? That depends on the situation. For example, borrowing money. That's a tough one. If someone lies to family about money, it's usually because they have debts they can't repay. Oh. This conversation left Song Yun feeling a bit confused. Clicking his tongue, he asked, did a relative borrow money from you? Aha. Startled, Yuan Ci snapped out of her thoughts and looked into Song Yun's calm eyes. Her earlier panic seemed to subside instantly, and she nodded. How much? Song Yun asked curiously. At about 120,000. Yuan Ci said, feeling dejected. That's not too much. If spending 120,000 helps you see someone's true colors, then it's money well spent. Song Yun said calmly. It can't have been just any relative for you to be this upset. Who was it? My cousin from my uncle's side. When my mother was sick and needed money for medical bills, my uncle lent us the money. Since then, we've been very close. With her head lowered, her eyes misting over, she added, but I just can't believe it. He tricked me. Really? Song Yun hadn't known much about Yuan Ci's family before this. After hearing her story, he paused for a moment and then said, what do you plan to do about it? If you let it slide, your cousin might end up deceiving his own parents next. I don't know what to do. My uncle and aunt dote on him since he's their only child. If they found out their son was a liar, it might break their hearts. 120,000 isn't a small amount. How about I look into it for you? Song Yun suggested gently. If he's using the money for something legitimate, we can just move on and not lend him any more in the future. But if he's up to no good, I'll help you figure out how to straighten him out. But you're always so busy with work. I don't want to burden you because of my problems. Nonsense. We're family. If I don't help you, who will? Brother Song Yun, you're truly amazing. Meeting you in this life must be the result of all the good deeds I did in my past life. Yuan Ci playfully threw herself into Song Yun's arms. You silly girl. Don't you know that your sister King already noticed something was off with you? She just didn't bring it up out of consideration for your feelings. The moment I got home today, she told me to have a good talk with you. Song Yun patted her back gently. We're your family. If something's troubling you, just talk to us. Don't bottle it up inside. It hurts you, and it hurts us to see you like this. Let this be the last time, okay? I know. It's still early. Let's rest a bit. All the running around today really wore me out. Hearing this, Yuan Ci immediately got up and started massaging Song Yun's shoulders. No, I'm exhausted. I need a nap. Want to join me? Sure. Yuan Ci innocently followed Song Yun upstairs. When they came down later, Song Yun was refreshed, and Yuan Ci had fallen into a deep sleep. Back already. Song Bo was sitting with a stack of documents, reading carefully. Seeing Song Yun descend the stairs, he casually remarked, Old Master Ouyang told me about what you've been up to recently. Not bad. Hey, it wasn't much, just some missing intel. Nothing too serious. Song Yun chuckled as he sat beside his father. What are you reading? Ah, you left me quite the mess. Song Bo closed the file, pinched the bridge of his nose, and closed his eyes briefly. These are the latest updates from the Grey Deer Research Institute. Some of their data is incorrect, and I've been running around fixing it. I haven't had a moment to breathe. Well, that's because the capable ones are always the busiest. Out of all the people in the world, they came to you, didn't they? Because you're the best in this field. Song Yun massaged his father's shoulders, flattering him. Dad, how far along are they in the project? How far along? Song Bo scoffed. The lead researcher has some skills, but the rest are utterly lacking in creativity. At this pace, it'll take them 3 years just to get a foothold. 3 years? That long? Song Yun couldn't believe it. I've given them everything they asked for, even brought in people from other institutes. How could it take so long? They've strayed off course. At this rate, even 300 years wouldn't be enough to fix it. Song Bo sighed. The thing we're working on is groundbreaking. But when I proposed the final outcome of the drug, Their first reaction was that it was impossible. Some biologists even asked if this could cause genetic mutations or dissolve the human body. They said what we're doing is like releasing a demon. And when the project succeeds, countless people will die because of it. Such nonsense. It makes me sick just repeating it. Songbo took deep breaths to calm himself down. We pour so much money into this every month, and they're acting like it's all for nothing. Instead of solving problems, they just bark all day. Any constructive proposal gets blocked in the name of safety. I'm not poisoning anyone, I'm developing a support drug. Calm down, calm down. Song Yun smiled apologetically. He hadn't realized things were this bad at the research institute. He thought that with enough funding and incentives, they'd be working at full speed. But clearly, things weren't going as planned. You've spoiled them too much, giving them the illusion that without you, the project would come to a halt. Song Bo criticized. I'm going to bring in some new HR people and have serious talks with them. Since they've already stepped into the world of money, they can forget about maintaining their lofty airs. You're right, as always. I feel the same way. After all, I provide the funding, they do the work, and we all benefit. But if anyone tries to slack off just because of their status, I won't stand for it. Song Yun said seriously. Let's drop this frustrating topic. I heard you put on quite the show in the capital yesterday. You're turning into a real hero. Song Bo teased. Well, I get that from you. Song Yun laughed. Tell me what happened this time. I picked up on a few details from the reports. I was going to tell you anyway. Song Yun gave a full account of the mission. After listening, Song Bo fell into thought. Sigh. These hidden families are like flies that won't go away. Ignore them, and they buzz around for attention. But the moment you confront them, they scatter. Tricky business. Song Bo clicked his tongue. After this, I'm sure some higher-ups will step in. They won't let these families keep causing trouble. Yeah, these hidden families are like parasites, draining society's resources without giving anything back. Song Yun stroked his chin. Let's hope they crack down hard this time, so we can have some peace. As the father and son continued their conversation, the rest of the family started coming home. That evening, Song Yun personally prepared a lavish dinner. After the meal, Song Yun went to his study to handle some work. As he was reviewing documents, Huang Baiding knocked and entered. Mr. Song, here's the information you requested. Without looking up, Song Yun acknowledged him with a grunt and continued working. After about half an hour, Song Yun finally finished dealing with the internal matters of the company. He glanced at the documents Huang had brought and lit a cigarette as he picked them up. Wow! This kid really isn't up to any good. Reading about Yuan Ci's cousin's recent actions, Song Yun was shocked. It wasn't just the 100,000 yuan he had taken from her, it wouldn't have been enough to cover his debts anyway. Turns out, the kid was addicted to gambling. This habit was a fast track to ruin. Song Yun sighed in disappointment. He owes so much already. From what Ci said, her uncle's family is just an average household. If this time bomb goes off, the whole family could fall apart. Song Yun muttered to himself in frustration. This cousin really was hopeless. How could he help straighten him out? As they say, desperate times call for desperate measures. Song Yun thought for a while, then slammed his hand on the table, having made up his mind. It was late at night. Inside an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, a crowd had gathered, the room buzzing with suppressed voices. Although they tried to keep the noise down, the excitement and anger on everyone's faces were unmistakable. Damn it! What's up with these cards? Every time I bet small, you deal big. This is ridiculous. I've already lost more than 30,000 today. Can't I just win once? Just one win. That's all I need. I'll go home and sleep after that. Gods, please, just one more big win. I swear I'll stop after this last one. A variety of people crowded around a table, anxiously waiting for the dealer to reveal the dice results. Among them was Zhu Hao, Yuan Ci's cousin, looking nothing like he did earlier in the day. His eyes were bloodshot, locked onto the dice cup with fierce intensity. Earlier that day he had taken 120,000 yuan from Yuan Ci. In just 2 hours here, he had already lost 40,000. It felt like the dice were conspiring against him. Whenever he bet big, he lost, and whenever he held back, he won. This back and forth had trapped Zhou Hao completely. This place was a makeshift underground gambling den. The gamblers here were all connected, and the den itself operated in a rotating, clandestine manner, setting up in different places to avoid the authorities. It wasn't just about avoiding trouble, they waited until their prey had enough money to bleed them dry. Shit, is today just not my day? Frustrated, Zhou Hao lit a cigarette, his face unshaven and haggard from sleepless nights. 1, 2, 3 small. As the dealer lifted the dice cup, there were mixed reactions, some rejoicing, others groaning in despair. This underground den was rife with illegal activities. The dealer, in fact, was a con man, expertly manipulating the dice based on how many bets were placed on big or small. He could make the dice land on whatever number suited the house best. Damn it! Why do I keep losing? Zhou Hao slammed his fist on the table but didn't dare make too much noise. Although there were only 3 guards in the warehouse, he knew there were over 10 men outside, keeping watch. Anyone who caused trouble here would be lucky to leave with just a beating. Zhou Hao had seen people thrown out with broken bones for causing a scene. I'm done. I'm done. With a pained look at the remaining money on the table, Zhou Hao packed it all into his backpack. Leaving already. One of the guards, a thug who knew Zhou Hao as a regular, greeted him. Man, today's cursed. I've already lost more than 50,000. If I don't stop now, I won't even have cab fare tomorrow. Zhou Hao grumbled. You're a regular here, and you're still making rookie mistakes? Don't you know that luck changes? If you leave now, all your previous losses will be for nothing. The thug tried to coax him. I know Uncle Gang pretty well. During the break I'll have a word with him, see if we can help you win back some of that money. He spoke in a low, conspiratorial tone, sounding as if he had some inside advantage. Zhou Hao's heart started to race. What the thug was saying made sense. He had already lost 50,000, so why not try to win it back? Even if he didn't gamble big, just a few thousand more couldn't hurt, right? Besides, if this guy really talked to Uncle Gang, then Zhou Hao could see for himself whether the game was rigged in his favor. Alright, but you promised. If I win, drinks are on me. Of course. Hey, we've got some relaxation services in the next room. Want to check it out? The thug winked, suggestively. Huh? What are you talking about? Come on, follow me. After a little relaxation, you'll be ready to win big. The thug led Zhou Hao to a nearby room. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Hao returned, looking refreshed and eager. After waiting another hour for the break to end, he saw the thug speaking to Uncle Gang in the corner, even pointing at him a few times. Zhou Hao grinned and nodded politely at Uncle Gang, who gave him a slight nod in return. In the next round, Zhou Hao played cautiously and won 2 hands in a row. His confidence surged, and he began to play more aggressively, placing larger bets with each round. But by the time the game ended and Zhou Hao counted the money in his bag, he realized he had lost another 100,000 yuan. Something didn't add up. He had won several rounds. How was it possible that he still lost money? Frowning, he found the thug and asked, "Didn't you talk to Uncle Gang for me?" "Don't give me that crap." The thug, cigarette in hand, pointed a finger at Zhou Hao's face. "You know how much effort I put in for you? You're the one who got greedy and lost everything you'd won." Zhou Hao thought about it and realized the thug was right. He had been up by 20,000 at one point, but kept pushing his luck. "Big brother, can't you talk to Uncle Gang again? Next time, help me win a bit more, and I won't forget your kindness." Zhou Hao pleaded. "You think Uncle Gang listens to me like that? This stuff doesn't come for free." You know. The thug rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Zhou Hao understood immediately and reluctantly pulled 1,000 yuan from his bag, handing it over. The thug looked at the money with disdain and threw it back in Zhou Hao's face. "Is this a joke?" Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, realizing that if he didn't pay up now, there'd be no chance of winning later. He dug out another 4,000 yuan, along with the 1,000 that had fallen on the ground, and handed it all to the thug. "That's more like it. Next time you'll be winning for sure." The thug pocketed the cash and swaggered off. "Now get out of here before anyone sees us." "Got it. Got it." Zhou Hao quickly left the warehouse. "Did you get the money?" After Zhou Hao left, Uncle Gang approached the thug. "Got it. Here's your share." The thug respectfully handed over 4,500 yuan. "Good job. You didn't take too much." Uncle Gang took the money and walked off, satisfied. The thug, with 500 yuan still in his pocket, was feeling pretty pleased himself. In this whole setup, the only one who lost was Zhou Hao. He lost money, and he didn't win anything back. "Was Shovilla? Me?" Song Yun held a file in his hand, detailing Zhou Hao's actions from the previous day and everything he had been up to. This guy isn't too bright. Even with such obvious bait, he fell for it like a fool. Song Yun shook his head in disappointment. To him, it was clear that the thug and the so-called Uncle Gang were in on the scam together. There was no way they had the guts to siphon money from their boss's operation. If their boss found out, there'd be no trace left of either of them. "Son, Are you coming with me to the Research Institute today? Song Bo opened the study door and asked. I have some things to take care of today. I'll come with you tomorrow. We can deal with any slackers right away and save ourselves the trouble. All right. In Song Bo's eyes, most of the people at the Grey Deer Research Institute were just there to take advantage of the high benefits without contributing much. He suspected there might even be spies from other institutes. But he didn't care, he was only there to help out as a consultant, and he wasn't about to take on management responsibilities as a retiree. That was definitely not happening. Brother Huang, come to my study. Song Yun sent a message to Huang Baoding. 3 minutes later, Huang knocked on the door, and after hearing Song Yun's response, entered the room. Brother Huang, there's something I need you to handle. You'll have full control over every detail. Whatever resources you need, just ask for them. If anyone gives you trouble, mention my name. Song Yun handed him a piece of paper. After glancing at it, Huang looked up at Song Yun, surprised. Mr. Song, isn't Zhu Hao Miss Ci's cousin? Are we really going through with this? To deal with a gambler, you have to break him in his own game, make him taste failure so bitter that he even feels death is close. Only then will he completely abandon this path. Song Yun's tone was firm and unquestionable. Take care of it today. I want this mess cleaned up by tonight. Understood. Huang didn't question further. After all, this was a family matter for Song Yun. Although he was a trusted aide, there were limits to how much he could interfere. Finally, the work's done. Now I can just wait for the outcome. Song Yun leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, feeling bored. He had spent the entire day lounging around at home, playing games and watching movies with a few friends. It wasn't until the evening, when he received a message from Huang, that he quietly slipped out of the room where Yi King had already fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao had just been woken up by the constant buzzing of messages in his group chat. Hesitating, he called the thug he'd met the previous night. Who is this? The thug's irritated voice came through the line. Hey, it's me, Zhou Hao. The guy who gave you a gift yesterday. Zhou Hao replied obsequiously. Oh, what's up? I saw in the group chat that there's another game tonight. Is that true? It's true. Things are getting hot lately, so the boss wants to run one more game before laying low for a while. If you miss tonight, you'll have to wait 2 or 3 months for the next one. What? That long? Zhou Hao stammered. Did you talk to Uncle Gang about me? Is everything set? Do I really need to spell this out for you? Come if you want, don't if you don't. I'm busy. The thug hung up, then looked at his boss and Huang, who were sitting nearby, and said respectfully, Boss, he's on the hook. Good. Make sure nothing goes wrong. The boss, a burly man in his 40s with a scar running across his eyebrow, looked intimidating. His very presence made it clear that he wasn't someone to mess with. Got it. I'll take care of it. The thug bowed and left the room. Brother Huang, are you satisfied with the setup? The thug asked nervously, bending over slightly after returning. He knew that Huang was one of Song Yun's most trusted people. And to a thug like him, living on the edge of legality, any connection to someone with Huang's influence could ensure a comfortable life. Let's wait and see. Huang didn't show much interest in the thug but remained calm, knowing this was a matter concerning Song Yun. An hour later, Song Yun arrived at the secluded location. From the outside, the place looked like an unfinished building, but inside, it was fully equipped with everything: food, drinks and all forms of entertainment. Song Yun called Huang, then waited at the entrance for him to come and fetch him. A few minutes later, Huang and the thug, who looked nervous, came out. Everything is set. We're just waiting for the fish to bite, Huang whispered. Good. Song Yun gave the thug a quick glance, causing his legs to tremble slightly. Are you the boss here? Song Yun asked. Yes. I'm Chang Chun, but you can just call me Xiao Chang. It's an honor to serve you. Chang Chun didn't dare show the slightest hint of disrespect, knowing that even though Song Yun looked young, his presence was overwhelming. He had the feeling that if Song Yun wanted to act, he would do so with unstoppable force. Show me to a spot where I can wait. Chang Chun quickly led Song Yun and Huang to a second-floor area where they had a clear view of everything happening below. Looking around, Song Yun couldn't help but admire the thug's skills. Despite being a crook, Chang Chun knew how to smooth talk and handle people much better than most. Mr. Song, the conditions here are quite basic. I hope you won't mind the tea. Chang Chun, holding a cup of tea with both hands, nervously offered it to Song Yun, fearing even the slightest mistake. Thank you. Song Yun accepted the cup, though he didn't intend to drink it. Still, he had given the thug enough respect by accepting it. Chang Chun stood nearby, eagerly waiting for what was to come. Down below, Zhou Hao started winning quickly, and before long he was back at the 100,000 mark. He figured if things continued this way, not only would he make back what he lost, but he could walk away with a huge profit. Keep it going. I'm taking everything tonight. Zhou Hao laughed confidently, completely different from the timid man he'd been the previous night. Haha. I won again. Another win. He excitedly hugged the pile of cash in front of him, already imagining the good life he could live after tonight's game. You've had quite the winning streak today. Uncle Gang chuckled as he sat down beside Zhou Hao during the break. But listen, young man, don't get too greedy. If you win too much, it'll be hard for me to explain. Uncle Gang, I'm only planning to play for another hour. Please help me out a bit, and I'll make sure to thank you properly afterward. Zhou Hao flattered him, offering a cigarette. I haven't won that much, just barely broke even. Really, just one more hour, and I won't cause you any trouble. Alright, I'll give you a few good rounds, Uncle Gang whispered. But our boss is here tonight, so I can't be too obvious about it. Here's what I'll do: make you lose a few rounds, then win a few. By the end, you'll definitely walk away with some winnings. How does that sound? That sounds great. If I win tonight, I'll give you half of it as thanks. Zhou Hao wasn't naive. He knew Uncle Gang approached him for a reason, so he thought he might as well go big, cutting out the middleman and dealing directly with Uncle Gang. With him on his side, Zhou Hao figured he'd never have to worry about making money again. You've got potential. Uncle Gang gave him an approving nod and walked away. This kid was greedy, but that was good. At least it meant he wouldn't suddenly try to leave. What Zhou Hao didn't know was that he had somehow offended the boss. Chang Chun had orders to make sure Zhou Hao lost everything tonight. Uncle Gang glanced back at Zhou Hao with pity. If he didn't leave something behind tonight, it would be difficult for him to get out of this place safely. The second half of the game began, and Zhou Hao kept on winning, much to the frustration of the other gamblers. Some clever ones even started following his bets and made a decent amount of money themselves. On any other night, with the house losing this much, they would have shut things down already. But tonight was different. The guards were just standing around, chatting, not paying attention to what was happening at the tables. This boosted the gamblers' confidence. They thought their luck had finally turned. An hour passed, and Zhou Hao stared at the 250,000 yuan in cash in front of him, trembling with excitement. Just one night, and he'd won so much. This was so much better than working a regular job. Those guys who worked day and night, earning maybe 7,000 or 8,000 a month, they couldn't even come close to what he'd made in just a few minutes. This kid is really greedy, huh? Wants to keep going. Uncle Gang muttered, watching Zhou Hao like a predator eyeing his prey. Fine, let him keep playing. The boss wanted him to lose everything tonight anyway. Another hour passed, and Zhou Hao's 250,000 had shrunk to 120,000. He could still walk away with a profit, maybe even save around 10,000. But by now Zhou Hao was blinded by his losses and kept betting recklessly, driven by emotion. Zhou Hao, you're out of money. Uncle Gang coughed and said, your luck's starting to come back. Want to keep going for a few more rounds? Zhou Hao, confused, rummaged through his bag and found it completely empty. He was in disbelief. The adrenaline from the game had him hooked, and he couldn't stop. All he could think was, if he kept going, he'd win it all back. But the problem was, he had no more money to play with. Uncle Gang, could you lend me a bit? Just 1,000 or 2,000 will do. Zhou Hao, desperate, rubbed his hands together and begged. Uncle Gang immediately waved his hand. Lending money here? You've got to be kidding. If the boss finds out, I'll be in trouble, even if there's a plan. No one knows if this is your first time or a regular thing. Here's what I can do. I know some people who can lend you money, but the interest, whatever you say. I just need a bit, and I'll pay it back as soon as I win. Zhou Hao yelled, completely unhinged. All right, follow me. Uncle Gang called for a break and led Zhou Hao to a woman. Sister Shea, this kid wants to borrow some money. What do you think? Zhou Hao, right? You've been here often enough. How much do you want to borrow? The woman, in her 30s, was smoking with one hand and watching a TV show on her phone with the other, barely glancing at him. Maybe 10,000. Zhou Hao asked hesitantly. Sister Shea couldn't help but laugh. She looked up at him, pointing with her cigarette. You're asking for 10,000 and interrupting my show for that? I usually lend out 100,000, 200,000. But since it's your first time, I'll do it. Just know, how long are you borrowing it for? And who's your guarantor? I'll just need it for 1 hour, no more. As for a guarantor. Zhou Hao glanced nervously at Uncle Gang, who quickly chimed in. This one's on me, Sister Xia. Alright. Sign the loan agreement. Sister Xie pulled a loan contract out of her bag and tossed it to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao scanned it carefully, feeling a sting in his chest. Sister, isn't the interest a bit high? I'm borrowing 10,000 for an hour, but I have to pay back 13,000. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, get lost and stop interrupting my show. Zhou Hao felt a cold sweat break out. He had no choice, he needed this money to win it all back. With a few quick strokes, Zhou Hao signed his name. Good luck. Hope you hit it big tonight, Sister Xie said, tucking away the loan agreement and waving them off. Upstairs, Song Yun sat in his chair, watching the scene unfold. The moment Zhou Hao signed that contract, the hook was set. The agreement stated that Zhou Hao had to return 13,000 yuan in an hour, but that only applied if he won. What if he kept losing? Every minute past the deadline, the interest would double. It was a textbook case of predatory lending, designed to trap people in a vicious cycle of debt. Old move, Song Yun muttered. Mr. Song, the show's about to get interesting. I'll go prepare for the next act, Chang Chun said excitedly. Go ahead. Just don't overdo it. Got it. Downstairs, it took less than 10 minutes for Zhou Hao to lose everything again. With his head in his hands, he gripped his hair, trying to clear his thoughts. 13,000 yuan. How was he going to repay that? Uncle Gang. Sigh. Go talk to Sister Xia yourself, Uncle Gang said, shaking his head with a sigh. Zhou Hao, completely defeated, went back to Sister Xia and borrowed another 10,000. And then another 10,000. And another. When Sister Xie approached Zhou Hao with a thick stack of loan agreements, he was jolted awake from his daze. Each one was for 10,000 yuan. That stack had to amount to over 1 million. I didn't borrow that much, did I? Zhou Hao asked, swallowing hard. If this was true, he couldn't pay it back even if he sold everything he owned. They'd probably break his arms and legs. Oh, now you want to back out? Sister Xie jabbed her finger into his chest, her tone mocking. I've been in this business for years, and no one has ever dared to stiff me. You sure you want to try? No, it's just that. I don't remember borrowing that much, maybe 10, 15 times at most. Ha, no problem. These days, everything's recorded. I've got security footage. Want to take a look? If after watching you still want to argue, don't blame my boys if they get rough. She tossed her phone at Zhou Hao. He watched the footage in disbelief. It showed him coming and going 94 times. How could he have no memory of this? Of course, by that point, he'd already fallen deep into the gambling pit. His sense of money had dulled, and each time he borrowed, he'd immediately bet it all, then go right back for more. Over time, this cycle piled up. Plus, the ease with which he was able to borrow money made him feel like it wasn't a big deal, just a number on paper. Let me break it down for you. You borrowed 940,000 yuan. With interest, that comes to 1,368,451 yuan. But since you're a good customer, I'll round it down to 1.36 million. So, what'll it be, cash or card? Sister Xie held up a calculator in front of him. Zhou Hao stared at the long string of numbers, his throat dry. I don't have that kind of money. Sister Xie's eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes narrowed with anger. Are you really planning to skip out on this debt? No. Let's be honest here, you knew I didn't have the means to repay this kind of money, so why did you lend me so much in the first place? Zhou Hao felt like he'd been completely set up, forgetting how desperate he had been when he begged her for the loans. Ha! Now you want to blame me for lending you the money? How about you admit you were just too greedy to stop? Sister Xie sneered, her voice icy. Enough with the excuses. Pay up, or I can't guarantee what's going to happen next. Please, sister. I don't have that kind of money. How about you give me a few days to figure something out? Even buying a house takes time, right? Zhou Hao was on the verge of tears. He had just graduated from college, and this debt felt like a mountain crushing his shoulders. You think I'm stupid? If you run, I'll be left with nothing. I won't run, I swear. You've seen me come here so many times. You can trust me. Zhou Hao pleaded desperately, though in his mind he was already planning to escape. As soon as they let him go, he'd buy a train ticket the next day and disappear for good. Don't try to fool me. Let me tell you something, every minute you delay, the interest doubles. Soon enough, I'll be checking how much your family home is worth. What? You didn't mention that before. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in shock. Sister Xie pulled out one of the loan agreements, pointing to a tiny clause in the fine print. Right here, see. Zhou Hao grabbed the paper, squinting to read the tiny letters, then threw it to the ground in frustration. This is illegal. You can't. Slap. Sister Jie slapped him hard across the face, her voice cold. I hate when people try to bring up the law. Since you've made it clear you're not going to pay, let's see if you've got anything valuable on you. I've got nothing but the clothes on my back, Zhou Hao cried. I'm not talking about that. Sister Xia eyed Zhou Hao with a wicked grin. Whether it's your looks or what's inside, you'll fetch a good price either way. No, no. Please. Zhou Hao instantly understood her meaning and dropped to his knees, begging. Sister, I know I was wrong. Give me a little more time, I'll find the money. What's all this noise about? Chang Chun stepped out of the shadows, looking annoyed. Sister Xie immediately rushed over to him, her tone turning sweet. Boss, this fool is refusing to pay. If this debt goes bad, it'll be a huge loss for you. There are still people out there thinking they can cheat me, Chang Chun. He strutted over to Zhou Hao, squatting down and grabbing a fistful of his hair, sneering as he looked into Zhou Hao's terrified face. So, you're Zhou Hao, huh? You know my name. Ha. Did you and Uncle Gang think you could win by cheating? Let me tell you something, Uncle Gang has already been dumped in the river. Want to end up like him? Uncle Gang is gone. Zhou Hao frantically looked around the room. Sure enough, Uncle Gang was nowhere to be found. It finally hit him, these people were monsters, and there was no escape. He was trapped. I'm sorry. Please, spare my life. I'll work for you for the rest of my life to pay off this debt. Zhou Hao banged his head on the floor, tears starting to form in his eyes. What good is a broke fool like you to me? You'll just be a waste of food, Chang Chun sneered, motioning to his men. Take him away. Get in touch with some buyers. See what he's worth. No, wait. Please. I have a sister who's rich. She can pay 400,000 or 500,000. No problem. As the thugs dragged him away, Zhou Hao struggled and shouted desperately. Oh? Bring him back, Chang Chun ordered. Looking at Zhou Hao, now filthy from the floor, Chang Chun asked, Your sister really has that much money? Yes, she's with a rich guy. If I ask her, she'll definitely lend me the money. Zhou Hao clung to Chang Chun's legs, ignoring the dirt on his face. And I'm the only son in my family. My parents won't abandon me. Sounds plausible. Chang Chun waved his hand, and one of his men handed Zhou Hao a phone. Call her now. If you lie to me, you know the consequences. I wouldn't dare. Zhou Hao felt like he had just escaped death. Trembling, he dialed his sister's number, each ring of the phone gnawing at his nerves like 1,000 ants. Pick up. Please. Pick up. You're not trying to fool us, are you? Chang Chun glared at Zhou Hao menacingly and said, Looks like you want to join that old rascal, huh? Get him tied up and thrown in the car. Tonight this spoiled rich kid is going to experience our hospitality. Big brother. I'm not lying, I swear. My sister's probably asleep with my brother-in-law right now. How could she pick up the phone at such a critical moment? Zhou Hao cried out in desperation, babbling incoherently. Hearing this, Chang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, could this kid stop spouting nonsense? Doesn't he know that the brother-in-law he's talking about is watching everything from the second floor? If this brat keeps blabbing about his sister and brother-in-law's bedroom matters, we might end up in deep trouble with the guy listening in. Shut up. I know you're lying? Chang Chun quickly interrupted, shouting, I'll give you 1 more minute. If the call doesn't go through, you're done. Okay, I'll call now. Zhou Hao, lying on the ground, frantically dialed the phone. Hello? Who's this? A sleepy woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Sis. It's me. You've got to save me. If you don't help, the Zhou family is done for. Zhou Hao's dramatic wailing made everyone present frown. In their line of work, they'd seen too many families torn apart. What Zhou Hao was going through was mild in comparison. Some people even ended up turning to crime. Zhou Hao. Yuan Ci was now half awake, surprised to see the phone number. She asked in disbelief, You're not lying to me again, are you? I called Uncle, and he told me you haven't started any company, nor are you getting married to anyone. That's not it. Why did you call Dad? Zhou Hao panicked upon hearing this. While many in the family spoiled him, there was one exception: his own father. Whenever he messed up, he got to experience the wrath of his father, often accompanied by a thorough beating. He was terrified that his dad would find out about his messes outside. If he had to go home, there was no telling if he'd get his legs broken this time. You think I should have called Grandma and Grandpa instead? Zhou Hao, you're not a kid anymore. How could you lie to the family just for money? Zhou Hao was at a loss for words, unable to come up with a defense. I didn't mention the money you borrowed to Dad, but you should really turn your life around. As for the 120,000 yuan, as long as you start working properly and don't cause trouble, I'll act like it never existed. Yuan Ci's tone was both stern and caring. It wasn't because she was particularly close to her brother, she just didn't want their uncle and aunt to be left without anyone to care for them in their old age. Sis, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think I can go back now. Zhou Hao said bitterly, I owe a huge debt. If I don't pay it back soon, you'll have to look after mom and dad for me. Tell them I'm a failure as a son and won't be able to take care of them in their old age. He practically cried out the last sentence. Hearing this, Yuan Ci froze and quickly asked, Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in? Where are you now? Who's with you? Sis, I got tricked into gambling. They're saying if I don't pay up, they won't let me go. You. Zhou Hao. Yuan Ci was on the verge of exploding with anger. The kind of scenes she'd only seen in TV dramas were happening in real life. Everyone knows gambling and drugs are the most dangerous things to get involved with. At best, you lose everything. At worst, you lose your life. How could her brother have been so reckless? Are you trying to drive me crazy? How much do you owe? 1 million. It's now 2.05 million. Sister Xia on the side corrected. Who are you? Yuan Ci demanded upon hearing the woman's voice. Hello, I'm the one who lent Zhou Hao the money. He owes us a large sum now. If he doesn't pay, well, we'll have to see what parts of him are worth something. What you're doing is illegal. You're not protected by the law. Sister Xie burst out laughing at that, her voice seductive. You're absolutely right, but your brother's a gambler, and our rules are simple: no money, no freedom. He looks quite delicate, I'm sure he'll fetch a good price. You? Yuan Ci wasn't a match for this kind of hardened criminal, and her mind was already spinning with images of her brother being tortured. Your demands are too high. Even if Zhou Hao's family sold their house, I doubt they could cover the interest. I'm sure you're just after money. How about you let him pay the principal or calculate the interest at a normal bank rate? Yuan Ci asked calmly. That won't do. Your brother said you married into a wealthy family. If that's true, we wouldn't have lent him so much money otherwise. Sister Xie giggled. So, what's it going to be? Pay up, or we take him away. Zhou Hao. We'll settle this when you get back. Yuan Ci shouted angrily before hanging up and rushing out to find Song Yun. However, the security staff on duty told her that Mr. Song had gone out earlier in the evening, and they didn't know where he went. Left with no other choice, she called Song Yun. Hello? What's wrong? Song Yun, pretending not to know, asked in a calm voice. Brother Yun, my brother. He's in trouble. He owes people money, and they're asking for repayment, or else. Despite her usual toughness, Yuan Ci couldn't hold back her tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's a small matter in Shanghai. I'll handle it. Song Yun comforted her. Yuan Ci recounted the details of the phone call. Song Yun listened and replied. You go back to sleep. Send me the contact info, and I'll have him back before dawn. Thank you so much. No need for thanks between us. Now, get some rest. Little did she know, Song Yun had orchestrated the whole situation and had been watching Zhu Hao's performance all night. Is there any news from your sister? We're running out of time here, Chang Chun demanded, lounging in a chair with his legs crossed. She'll help, just give me a bit more time. She will. A few minutes later, Chang Chun's phone rang. He answered, acting surprised, and after repeatedly confirming the caller's identity, he quickly stood up, bent at the waist, and covered the phone with his hands, nodding continuously. Once the call ended, Chang Chun exhaled deeply and looked at Zhu Hao, who was still lying on the ground. He called out, Oh my young master Zhu. Why are you lying there? Look at you, all dirty. If your brother-in-law finds out, he'll think I've been mistreating you. Someone, take young master Zhou for a bath and get him a change of clothes. Zhou Hao watched in disbelief as Chang Chun's expression shifted 3 times in a single second. Was this really settled with just one phone call? And from the sound of it, his brother-in-law was not only powerful but was also coming here personally. Whoa! To turn a once ruthless person into a compliant little lamb, his brother-in-law must be someone truly important. Dazed, Zhu Hao was escorted away. One of the underlings even lit a cigarette for him, telling him the hot water would be ready soon. They didn't want him catching a cold by bathing in cold water. Zhou Hao hadn't been pampered like this since infancy. As an adult, no one had ever served him so attentively. Still bewildered, he washed up and then sat down to a hearty meal. It was just fast food, but for someone who had been mentally tortured and starved, it tasted like the most exquisite delicacy. He devoured the food in big bites, casting glances at Chang Chun, who kept nervously pacing back and forth. Zhou Hao suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. You thought you were so tough earlier, threatening me at every turn. Just wait until my brother-in-law gets here. I'll make sure you pay for it. With that thought, Zhou Hao found the food even tastier. About half an hour later, the door swung open, and a young man walked in, accompanied by bodyguards. It was none other than Song Yun and Huang Baoding. Song Yun had gone to great lengths for this act, even sneaking out of the back door and climbing over a wall to make his return seem authentic. Who's in charge here? Huang Baoding shouted. It's me. It's me. My name's Chang Chun, but you can just call me Little Chang. Chang Chun's performance was flawless. His tone and mannerisms were better than any actor's. Zhou Hao's here, right? You didn't mistreat him, did you? Song Yun asked casually, as if it was no big deal. Mistreat him? No way. Young Master Zhou has been enjoying VIP treatment here, and he's your brother-in-law. We wouldn't dare lay a finger on him, not even if you gave us 100 guts. Chang Chun bent at the waist, flattering him. Good. Bring him out. Quick, go get him. Chang Chun slapped one of his men, who hurried off. Chang Chun then turned back to Song Yun, flashing a nervous smile. The underlings, seeing their boss acting so humble, instantly knew that this young man must be someone extraordinary. Soon Zhou Hao was dragged in front of Song Yun by 3 or 4 men. Boss? Zhou Hao is here. Good, you can all leave, Song Yun ordered. Chang Chun waved his men away and personally brought over a chair for Zhou Hao. See, if you'd told us earlier that your brother-in-law was Mr. Song, none of this misunderstanding would have happened. Now you've gone and made Mr. Song, such a busy man, come all the way here for you. You know, every minute of Mr. Song's time is worth more than the money you lost tonight. Zhou Hao looked timidly at Song Yun, struggling to believe that this young man was his brother-in-law. He'd always imagined his brother-in-law as a middle-aged, bald man with a big belly. But this guy was so handsome. He was like a character straight out of a novel, the perfect image of a destined hero. Brother-in-law. Zhou Hao muttered hesitantly. Nichem. You really disappointed your sister today. If I hadn't come, she might have had to fish you out of the river tomorrow. You're not even that close to me, so I have no interest in teaching you a lesson. My job is done once I get you back safely. Song Yun spoke coldly, then turned to Chang Chun. I'm taking him now. You don't have any objections, do you? Of course not. Please take him. Chang Chun was eager for the scene to end. After all, once the performance was over, they could all collect their payment. Song Yun's family was wealthy, so they wouldn't be shortchanged. And if Chang Chun could cozy up to Zhou Hao or Huang Baoding, maybe in a few years, he could become a successful boss himself. Song Yun nodded and walked out, followed by Huang Baoding. Zhou Hao glanced around, unsure if he should follow. After taking a hesitant step and realizing no one was stopping him, he quickly ran after them. Outside, a long Rolls-Royce was waiting. Zhou Hao had only ever seen such a car online, and the moment he sat inside, he sighed in comfort. Now he understood why luxury came at a price. His brother-in-law, still young, had bodyguards, a fancy car, and a personal driver. Just how rich was this guy? Brother-in-law. Zhou Hao called nervously when he saw Song Yun close his eyes to rest. Speak. Tace. My sister. You still dare mention your sister? First, you swindled 120,000 yuan from her, and now you've racked up a gambling debt of over 2 million. Do you think your sister is a money printing machine that works around the clock just for you? Song Yun's voice was cold. If your sister hadn't personally begged me, I'd have been happy to see you drown. One less gambler is one less burden on society. Song Yun's imposing aura was overwhelming, making Zhou Hao feel like a tiny boat on a vast ocean, ready to be crushed by the storm at any moment. I was just wondering, what's going to happen to Chang Chun? Zhou Hao mustered the courage to ask. Him? He's just a petty crook. I've already called the police. You really think no one can handle him? Song Yun wasn't lying, he had indeed called the police. It wasn't a case of burning bridges, the payment had already been transferred to Chang Chun the moment Song Yun left earlier. But the money might be useless to them soon. Song Yun despised gamblers and those who organized gambling rings. These people destroy families and are the lowest of the low. As for Chang Chun's ambitions of climbing higher, too bad. One look at him, and Song Yun knew he probably had blood on his hands. Song Yun would never employ someone like that. Zhou Hao licked his lips, not daring to ask anything else. At least knowing that Chang Chun was doomed gave him some small comfort. When Song Yun returned to the Hua Shu villa, he saw Yuan Ci sitting anxiously on the sofa, waiting. "I told you to go to sleep and rest, didn't I? You never listen," Song Yun said with a smile as he approached her. "I've brought him back. As for the rest, it's not really my place to get involved." "Thank you, Brother Yun, but it's already late. You should go to bed," Yuan Ci replied, her eyes burning with restrained anger. Song Yun could tell that Zhou Hao was in deep trouble. Sure enough, as soon as Song Yun reached the stairs, he heard a loud smack from behind. Zhou Hao had just received a hard slap. Yuan Ci even had Huang Beiding cover his mouth so the noise wouldn't wake up the others. The next morning, when Song Yun came downstairs, he found Zhou Hao kneeling in the garden. Yuan Ci and Huang Beiding were seated in front of him in chairs. Whenever Zhou Hao showed even a hint of defiance or drowsiness, Yuan Ci would slap him again. Seeing this, Song Yun shook his head. If Zhou Hao had been this reckless all night, it meant his addiction was serious. A bit of violence wouldn't be enough to make him quit. And with the others in the villa about to wake up, it wouldn't be pleasant for them to see this scene first thing in the morning. "Brother-in-law, save me." Zhou Hao, half conscious, noticed Song Yun approaching and, abandoning all pride, shouted for help. "You two haven't slept all night." Song Yun ignored Zhou Hao and spoke to Yuan Ci. "It's already morning. Let me handle this now. You go get some rest." "But." "No buts. Go." Song Yun pretended to be angry. Reluctantly, Yuan Ci glared at Zhou Hao one last time before turning to leave. In her eyes, Zhou Hao was a spoiled child, one who needed constant correction to develop proper values. "Huang, take him to the security room and let him sleep for a while, then send him home," Song Yun instructed. Huang Beiding, with his strong build, could go for days without sleep. Nodding, he grabbed Zhou Hao by the collar as easily as if he were picking up a small chicken and dragged him away. But Song Yun didn't plan to let Zhou Hao off that easily. He intended to let him rest for a few days, then bring him to his own security company for proper training under Huang Beiding to correct his mindset. Thinking of this, Song Yun smiled to himself and began preparing breakfast. About half an hour later, the others in the villa began waking up. Everyone gathered around the table for a peaceful meal. "Where's Ci?" Yi Kun King asked, looking around curiously. "Maybe she's feeling unwell and still sleeping." Song Yun replied vaguely, then turned to his father Song Bo. "Dad, I'll go to the research institute with you later. We'll take care of everything." Song Bo sipped his porridge indifferently, thinking to himself that it was high time for his son to take over such responsibilities. Why should he, an old man, continue to bear the brunt of things? After breakfast, Song Yun personally drove Song Bo to the Grey Deer Research Institute. When they arrived, Song Yun swiped his access card at the door, instantly unlocking all the security systems for him. "Mr. Song, you should have let us know you were coming." Professor Lu, the institute's head, rushed out to greet them, his eyes bloodshot and his face weary from lack of sleep. Seeing his condition, Song Yun knew the professor had likely been working non-stop to meet deadlines. It was precisely Professor Lu's dedication that had earned him the respect of both Song Yun and Song Bo. "Professor Lu, don't push yourself too hard. You need to rest, or the project won't get finished because you'll have worn yourself out first," Song Yun said, patting the professor on the shoulder while discreetly transferring some internal energy to him. Professor Lu shuddered as he felt a sudden surge of energy. "Mr. Song, with your investment in the Grey Deer Institute, I can't afford to waste a single penny. And during my collaboration with Professor Song, I've learned so much that I need time just to process it all." Smiling, he asked, "So, what brings you here today?" "There's some business to take care of, but we're not in a rush. Let's go to your office first," Song Yun replied, following him inside. As the project leader, Professor Lu's office should have been the best in both size and decor. But when Song Yun stepped in, he was stunned. The room was packed with stacks of books. The 2-meter desk had been moved out to save space, replaced by a tiny half-meter square table. On it sat a cold, uneaten meal. Looking around, Song Yun noticed a folded army cot on the balcony, clearly where Professor Lu slept when staying overnight. Here was a university professor, a research director earning millions a year, living in such conditions every day? "Professor Lu, I don't even know what to say to you," Song Yun sighed, realizing there wasn't even a place to sit. Song Bo, however, casually pushed 2 piles of books together and sat on them as if it were nothing. "I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't have time to tidy up. Please excuse the mess," Professor Lu said, embarrassed. "Once again, I have to remind you, while dedicating yourself to research, you need to take care of your health. You're the heart of this project. If something happens to you, who will take over?" My whole investment would go down the drain. Song Yun pretended to be annoyed. So I'm ordering you to take a week off. From now on, no more than 10 hours of work a day, and make sure to clock out and go home. Understand? But we're at a crucial stage. Professor Lu started to protest. You think the project can't afford to stop for a week? Song Yun gave him a sideways glance. Let me tell you something. I already have a complete formula for the medication, one with no side effects. So even without you, I won't have to settle for anything less. What? A complete formula with no side effects? Professor Lu jumped up in shock and rushed to Song Yun. Let me see it. Quickly. If it weren't for the last bit of self-control reminding Professor Lu that the man in front of him was the boss, the one holding the purse strings, he would have already started searching through his pockets. Song Yun could only sigh at how single-minded Professor Lu was when it came to research. These types of people were difficult to influence, but they commanded a great deal of respect from others. I'll show you the formula soon, Song Yun said, but first, we have important matters to attend to. Professor Lu, please gather all the senior researchers and department heads in the conference room. We need to hold a meeting. Song Yun had just received a message from the HR department, informing him that they had arrived. It was time for some serious restructuring. He didn't care if people complained, let them talk. After all, they had the right to speak, just as he had the right to make decisions. Oh, all right, I'll go right away, Professor Lu said. Although he was a research fanatic, he wasn't clueless. He could tell from Song Yun's furrowed brow and determined expression that something significant was about to be announced. Without wasting time, Professor Lu personally went to gather everyone from the research institute. 10 minutes later, Song Yun entered the conference room with two women from HR. As for Song Bo, he remained comfortably in Professor Lu's office, reading a book. He had no interest in getting involved in what was about to happen, nor did he want to witness people's reactions when their livelihoods were threatened. Everyone, please quiet down. Professor Lu tapped the microphone lightly. Today Mr. Song has come to personally inspect our Grey Deer Research Institute. Let's give him a warm welcome. Song Yun smiled and nodded at the crowd as he took the microphone from Professor Lu. His tone shifted as he said, "No need to be so enthusiastic. I'm here today to deliver both good and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" The audience exchanged uneasy glances. Most of them had a pretty good idea of what was coming. Good news would probably mean better benefits. The bad news? They were likely to be pressured into speeding up the project's progress. They had seen this kind of thing countless times before. Investors like Song Yun usually dangled a carrot and a stick, offering rewards for progress while threatening consequences for delays. Even if the project wasn't progressing as expected, they could always deflect responsibility. After all, how could a businessman understand the intricacies of research? As the saying goes, every great breakthrough comes in a moment of inspiration. If they couldn't deliver results, well, they'd just say it was bad timing, that inspiration hadn't struck yet. Mr. Song, let's hear the good news first, someone in the audience called out. Yes, tell us the good news, others chimed in. They knew how to play the game. Giving Song Yun face and making him feel like he was bestowing a favor upon them was part of the process. The real goal was to secure the funds, not the praise. All right then, Song Yun said with a smile, raising his hand to quiet the room. In recognition of your dedication to research, I've decided to increase our investment. All staff at the Research Institute will receive a 30% increase in benefits. Did I hear that right? 30%? No way. Our current benefits already make other institutes jealous. If we get another 30%, I'll be able to buy a new house this year. Mr. Song, you're too generous. Don't worry, we'll work around the clock to speed up the project. The room erupted in cheers. A 30% increase might not seem like much at first glance, but when combined with all the existing benefits, it was an enormous sum. For example, the senior staff and professors at the institute had a base salary of 100,000 yuan per month. On top of that, they received allowances for tea, phone bills, meals and other perks, which added up to around 80,000 yuan more each month. In reality, their monthly income was about 180,000 yuan. And that didn't even include the bonuses for project milestones, which were enough to make their colleagues at other institutes green with envy. Now that the good news is out of the way, let's move on to the bad news, Song Yun said, his expression suddenly turning serious. I've heard that there has been no progress whatsoever on the project lately. Is this how you treat your work? I'm not the type to play games. If you work hard, I'll reward you generously. But you've all let me down. I was originally planning to replace a large portion of the staff. However, after visiting Professor Lu's office, I realized that there are still a few bright spots here that I admire. So, the people I call out next will be free to take an indefinite vacation, starting today. With that, Song Yun handed the microphone to the two HR representatives. The faces of the audience shifted from shock to fear. Did they hear wrong? Was Song Yun really going to fire people? And not just a few, potentially a lot. They couldn't believe it. After all the effort they'd put into getting a job at this high-paying institute, were they about to be kicked out? As the names were called, the reactions varied. Those who hadn't been called yet clasped their hands together, silently praying. Those whose names were read sat there in stunned silence, while a few stood up and glared at Song Yun with rage in their eyes. Once the list was read, Song Yun stood calmly at the front of the room. To those of you whose names were not called, congratulations. You've passed the first test. But don't think you're safe. There may be a second round. Those of you who were called, HR will be in touch with you shortly to finalize the details. As for your severance packages, these two HR professionals will handle everything. I object. An elderly man suddenly stood up, his voice shaking with anger. We've been working day and night to push this project forward. How can you fire us just like that? Oh. And what's your name? Song Yun asked. Yu Shikshu. Hold on a moment. Song Yun opened Yu Shikshu's work records and said calmly, Professor Yu Shikshu, an expert in bioengineering. You've contradicted Professor Lu's proposals a total of 12 times, and regularly had your students attend project meetings in your place. Last week, while the project was ongoing, you took your wife and daughter to the beach. In the only project meeting you did attend, you clearly stated that this entire project was nonsense. If it weren't for Principal Tsai's strong recommendation, you wouldn't even be here. Am I wrong about any of this? Yu Shikshu's face turned pale. This entire project is flawed. With current technology, it's impossible to create a genetic solution with no side effects, he shouted in defense. Oh, so that's your excuse for taking a salary without doing any work? Song Yun's gaze was cold. This is a professional research institute, not a classroom where you can bring your students. You've been using the institute's equipment for your personal projects, haven't you? I will investigate thoroughly. Whatever you've taken, you'll give back. As soon as Song Yun finished speaking, the entire room fell silent in shock. Most of them had been operating under the assumption that, as a big boss, Song Yun was reliant on them, the researchers. Over time, many had begun using the institute's equipment and materials for their own projects. If Song Yun truly decided to investigate, a lot of them would be in serious trouble. That's all I have to say. Those whose names were called, please meet with HR, then leave. Lawyers will be in touch regarding the next steps. Song Yun declared, turning to exit the room. Professor Lu, you've got to help us. Someone cried out. Yes, using the institute's equipment for personal projects is an unspoken rule in our field. Besides, we've been working hard on the main project every day. If they hold us accountable, who would ever dare come to work at Great Deer again? Professor Lu, we're from the same academic background. You convinced me how great this institute was, about the high benefits and generous pay, so I gave up many other projects to come work here. Now I'm being fired. You need to compensate me. Yes, we demand compensation. Otherwise, I'll file a formal complaint against the institute and rally other professors to boycott you. The murmuring and complaints grew louder, and Professor Lu's head was buzzing from all the noise. Silence, he shouted, his frustration spilling over. This was the boss's decision. What power do I have to change anything? You all brought this on yourselves. If you were truly dedicated to your work, why would Song Yun fire you? Just to pay you a severance package. Who knows? Maybe Song Yun planned this all along, trying to take us all down while suspending our previous projects. Someone muttered. Exactly. It makes sense if he wants to stop our work and throw us under the bus. His intentions are clear. We came here with multiple projects going on. To focus on the Institute's project, we had to cut down on our own. That's a loss for us. These people, once eager to join the Institute for the lucrative bonuses and benefits, now showed their true colors as they seethed in anger at being exposed. What can I even say to you all? Professor Lu said bitterly. Is money really all that matters? Don't your personal projects have their own dedicated funding? Why did you have to exploit the Institute's resources? And now, not only are you being fired, but you're facing consequences. If I were in your shoes, I'd be so ashamed, I'd want to hang myself. You. Well, looks like Professor Lu is the biggest lapdog of the capitalists here. No wonder Song Yun didn't touch your precious benefits. You've been licking his boots all along. Today I've finally seen the noble side of Professor Lu. The insults came quickly, and Professor Lu, overcome with anger, gasped for air before suddenly collapsing to the floor. I didn't touch him. Damn, now he's playing the victim. "I'm out of here," someone exclaimed as they quickly left. "I always knew you weren't much of a scholar, but to see your character is this poor. What a shame." Afraid of being caught up in the mess, the others began hurling final insults before hurriedly leaving. "Professor Liu? Professor Liu," someone called out in panic. "Quick, call an ambulance. Notify Mr. Song immediately. Tell him Professor Liu has collapsed." When Song Yun arrived at the conference room, he found Professor Liu lying on the ground, his body stiff. Frowning, Song Yun knelt down and pressed his fingers to the professor's wrist. The pulse indicated that Professor Liu's chest was blocked with pent-up air. If left unchecked, this could damage his vital organs. "Find me some acupuncture needles," Song Yun ordered one of the researchers. "What?" "Oh, okay." The researcher hesitated briefly, but soon returned with a box of silver needles from the institute supplies. Song Yun continued to hold Professor Liu's wrist, using his own internal energy to protect the professor's heart while skillfully inserting a needle into his chest. To the onlookers, Song Yun's method appeared shockingly simple, just a quick insert and twist, very different from the traditional image of Chinese medicine they had in mind. As people debated whether to tell Song Yun to wait for the ambulance, Professor Liu suddenly started retching. Larg. With that, Professor Liu vomited up a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his eyes. "What happened to me?" he asked, sitting up, clearly confused. "Professor Liu, you're awake. Wow. Mr. Song can do acupuncture too? That's amazing." As people explained what had happened, Professor Liu, still somewhat dazed, grasped the most important detail: Song Yun had just saved his life. "Mr. Song, I'm so sorry to trouble you." "Don't mention it." Song Yun interrupted. "When the ambulance arrives, go with them for a full checkup. And remember, you're on a week's rest at home. If I catch you in this institute before then, you're fired." Though Song Yun had appeared calm while treating the professor, he knew full well how risky the situation had been. "Oh. All right." Professor Liu was taken away in the ambulance. Song Yun looked at the remaining researchers, now without a clear leader, and sighed. He'd have to ask his father for help. Just then, Song Yun's phone rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he answered immediately. "Hello, Mom. What's going on?" "Song Yun, you need to come back right away. Wenshu just received a strange phone call." Bai Qiu's voice was urgent, and given Wenshu's special status, Song Yun felt a storm brewing. He quickly agreed, letting his father know, and left the car for him while hailing a cab to head back home. "Hey, move it." Song Yun was waiting for a cab near the school gate when an electric scooter suddenly came barreling toward him, going the wrong way. If he hadn't reacted quickly, it would have crashed straight into him. As it was, his phone flew out of his hand during the dodge, smashing to pieces under the tires of a passing car. "Just my luck," Song Yun cursed. Frustrated, he shouted at the woman on the scooter, "Do you even know the traffic rules? You're going the wrong way. It's not about hitting me, but you could get yourself killed. You watch your mouth, young man. I didn't hit you, did I? And judging by your appearance, you're a university student, yet you have no manners." "My phone's broken," Song Yun retorted. "Don't try to scam me. I didn't touch you or your phone. If you think I'm paying for it, forget it," she snapped, giving him a wary look before twisting the throttle and zooming off. Under normal circumstances, Song Yun would have been more than happy to chase her down. But right now he had more urgent matters to attend to. Misfortune never comes alone. As Song Yun patted his pockets, he found only 5 yuan in change and a pile of receipts. He must have forgotten his wallet in the rush earlier that morning. Thinking about the 10-minute walk back to the research institute, he looked around and decided to take the subway home instead. It wasn't the most comfortable option, but it was fast. With only 5 yuan left, Song Yun found himself reliving his university days. Sitting on the subway, surrounded by the bustling crowd, his mind wandered back to a time when life was much simpler. Back then, his monthly allowance was only 1,500 yuan, and taking a taxi was out of the question. Like most students, he relied on the subway for transportation, often squeezing in during rush hours. If he was lucky, he'd find a seat, but more often than not, he'd be jostled by the crowd, sometimes even getting pushed off the train by the throng of people. Looking around now, he realized that nothing had changed. The subway in Shanghai was still just as chaotic. As Song Yun sat comfortably, lost in thought, a subway patrol officer entered the car and scanned the passengers. His gaze eventually landed on Song Yun. "You, stand up," the officer barked, his tone full of arrogance. Song Yun, surprised, pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, you, stand up," the officer repeated, growing impatient. Song Yun, still seated, saw the officer reach out, seemingly intending to force him up. What's wrong with you? If you're sick, take a day off and go to the hospital, Song Yun snapped. He had already had a rough day, and now this patrol officer, who seemed to have a chip on his shoulder, was trying to order him around for no reason. It was the last straw. You dare insult me, the officer sputtered, shocked. I'm telling you to stand up because there's an international guest standing. Can't you show some courtesy? Song Yun stared at the officer as if he were an idiot. Everyone here had paid for their ticket, why should he give up his seat, just because the other person was a foreigner? The so-called international guest was casually holding onto the subway rail with one hand while reading a book with the other, looking completely unbothered. So why was this officer making such a fuss? Did you hear me? Stand up. The officer continued to push, yet lost. I'm in a terrible mood today. If you say one more word, I'll kick you off this train. Song Yun responded coldly, closing his eyes in an attempt to rest. But that one sentence seemed to infuriate the patrol officer. His face turned red as he shouted, "You scum! Don't you have any manners? This international guest traveled all the way to our country, and you won't even show a little respect? People like you are the reason our country has such a bad reputation abroad." You're still going on about this? Song Yun snapped, his patience running thin. What's wrong with you? Is your brain as outdated as Bound Feet? This is the modern era. Where's your national pride? If you're that eager to serve them, why don't you kneel down and let them sit on your shoulders? The other passengers erupted in applause at Song Yun's retort, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. The patrol officer, now covering his face to avoid being filmed, yelled, "Stop filming. I'll sue you for violating my image rights." "Get lost, lackey. I'm this close to punching you," one passenger shouted. "What a disgrace. It's 2024. And you're still groveling like this. Your ancestors must be ashamed of you," another chimed in. "You're giving Shanghai a bad name with your behavior. I'll be filing a complaint about you as soon as I get off this train," someone else threatened. Seeing the situation turn against him, the patrol officer quickly retreated, slinking away in embarrassment. When the train finally arrived at Song Yun's stop, he got off and walked home. Entering the living room, he found Wen Shu curled up on the sofa, her arms tightly hugging her legs as her body trembled in fear. "Mom, what happened?" Song Yun asked quietly as he approached Bai Qiyu. After Wen Shu answered a phone call, she became like this. "No matter how much we ask, she insists on waiting for you to come back before she'll say anything." Bai Qiyu explained, her voice filled with concern. She had grown fond of Wen Shu, even considering adopting her as a goddaughter. Seeing the girl so terrified after just one phone call made her both angry and helpless. "Wen Shu, who called you?" Song Yun knelt in front of her, speaking gently. At the sound of his voice, Wen Shu jolted awake from her daze, clutching Song Yun's shoulders in panic. "Song Yun, they're coming. We're all going to die." Song Yun's sense of foreboding deepened. "Who's coming?" "They're a mysterious group. I saw them once in the village. They're terrifying. They just called and said that you've been interfering with their business. They told me to poison you. When I refused, they said they'd come and do it themselves." Wen Shu's voice shook as she spoke, her terror evident. "Song Yun, they're really powerful. We can't fight them. We need to run. Yes, we need to escape while we still can. I'll pack our things now," Wen Shu shouted, hysteria taking over as she bolted toward the stairs. But before she could take more than a few steps, Song Yun swiftly knocked her out with a precise chop to the neck. What was she talking about? Why is she so terrified of them? Bai Qiyu asked, worried. Could it be those secret families causing trouble again? But it doesn't make sense. Wen Shu's identity is special. If they were trying to turn her against us, they wouldn't act so quickly. Everyone seems to want to pick a fight with me these days. Song Yun muttered, lighting a cigarette. Let's wait until Wen Shu calms down, then we'll get more details. In the meantime, make sure everyone in the family has bodyguards with them when they go out. I'm worried these people might be crazy enough to launch a daytime attack. Agreed. Bai Qiyu nodded. The house was no longer just home to the three of them. There were many others now, including Ying, who was pregnant with the next generation of the Song family. They couldn't afford to take any risks. Mom, I'm going to call old Master Yang and see if there's been any news from Beijing, Song Yun said, heading to the study. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed the number. What is it, Song Yun? Came the warm voice of old Master Yang. Old Master, how are things in Beijing lately? Song Yun asked cautiously. Didn't you just get back? Old Master Yang responded, puzzled. Beijing has been the same as ever. What exactly are you asking about? Do you mean the hidden family? Song Yun asked cautiously. On the other end of the line, old Master Yang fell silent. After a moment, his voice returned, more urgent. What's happened? I had a run-in with them. But now it seems one of my friends has caught their attention. Song Yun replied, choosing not to fully disclose the situation. It wasn't that he didn't trust old Master Ouyang, but he didn't want to drag him into the mess. That's a long story. Old Master Ouyang said gravely. These people hide better than rats. Their families are filled with mystics who use formations to cloud people's senses, making it almost impossible to track them. I know this much: they are fiercely united. If one is harmed, they all retaliate. 30 years ago, all the great families of Beijing pooled their resources and people to hunt them down. Those who went either returned insane or vanished without a trace. It became a nightmare for the families involved. Hearing this, Song Yun fell into a heavy silence. The fact that even the combined power of Beijing's elite families couldn't locate these hidden groups made him realize how lucky he was to have survived his encounters with them. Clearly, he had been spared by nothing short of divine intervention. Song Yun, if they've marked you, don't trust anyone outside your circle, old Master Ouyang warned. Some of these hidden families are led by extremists who see themselves as gods. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Even the more moderate ones choose to infiltrate external organizations, blending into society while they bide their time. I understand. Song Yun responded. Why don't you come to Beijing for a while? Old Master Ouyang suggested. They wouldn't dare act so brazenly here. I can't leave. Song Yun sighed. If it were just his company, Song Yun wouldn't be too worried. He could manage things remotely. But the Grey Deer Research Institute couldn't be moved. The equipment alone would take months to relocate, and by that time, the enemy could have already struck. I see. If that's the case, I'll talk to some people and see if we can arrange for protection. Old Master Ouyang offered. Thank you. Actually, I might be heading to Beijing soon. I've developed a new drug that temporarily boosts human potential with no side effects. I'd like to offer it to the military if possible. Old Master Ouyang paused, shocked. Human genetic engineering had long been a seemingly impossible hurdle, and to his knowledge, there were more than 30 top-tier institutions in Beijing alone working on similar projects, all of which had failed. And now Song Yun had succeeded. Without any side effects? Hello? Old Master Song Yun called out after the phone fell silent. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. Old Master Ouyang cleared his throat. Is what you said true? Do you have the data? How far along is the research? Hey, what if I told you it's ready for immediate use? Song Yun joked, though he knew full well that he couldn't explain the true origins of the formula. It had come from the mysterious system within him. If he told the military leaders that, he'd probably end up strung up on a pole for lying. Is this for real? Song Yun. Old Master Ouyang's breathing grew heavy. Slamming his hand on the table, he exclaimed, I'll get in touch with the higher-ups right now. We need to get protection for you. What? Is it that urgent? You have no idea how valuable something like this is. Old Master Ouyang replied, his tone grave. If this drug can be mass-produced, it could significantly increase the survival rate of our soldiers in battle. We need to protect you immediately. No, it's not just you. Your research team must be protected too. They're national treasures. All right. Song Yun agreed, seeing that old Master Ouyang had made up his mind. After ending the call, Song Yun summoned Huang Baoding and instructed him to buy all the neighboring villas. If Beijing was sending protection, they'd need somewhere to stay. And if trouble came knocking, Song Yun couldn't wait to see the hidden family's reactions. A small smirk crossed his face at the thought it was his own private form of mischief. Song Yun, when she's awake. Bai Qiu said, knocking on his door. But she still seems a little out of it. Be gentle when you talk to her. Got it, Mom. Song Yun replied, taking a moment to compose himself. He relaxed his tense muscles and put on a soft smile before entering Wenshu's room. Wenshu, how are you feeling? He asked gently. Wenshu didn't respond. Are you still feeling unwell? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so rough earlier. Should I call a doctor to come check on you? Again, no response. Wenshu. Song Yun waved a hand in front of her eyes, but her pupils were unfocused. She was in a daze, her mind shutting down to protect itself from the trauma. If he tried to snap her out of it forcefully, it could send her into a deeper coma. This is going to be tricky. Song Yun thought. Whatever those people had done to her had left deep scars. Just mentioning them had pushed her to the brink of madness. Let me try. Bai Qiu said, stepping forward. She gently cradled Wenshu in her arms and began humming a lullaby, her voice soft and filled with maternal warmth. Gradually the soothing song seemed to calm Wenshu. After half an hour she trembled and looked around in a panic. It's okay. You're home. As long as we're here, No one can hurt you, Bai Qiu said, patting her back. Wen Shu stared blankly at Bai Qiu for a moment before bursting into tears. There. I know you're carrying a heavy burden. Whatever it is, we're family now. You don't have to bear it alone. Bai Qiu comforted her. They're coming, Wen Shu sobbed. They're from the hidden families. They call themselves gods. Anyone who stands in their way will be wiped out. It seemed that the enforcers Wen Shu spoke of were exactly those extremists from the hidden families. This was going to be tough. Song Yun wasn't afraid of an open confrontation, but these hidden enemies were like rats lurking in the sewers. One misstep, and disaster could strike. Worse, these people were ruthless, and those close to him could easily become their targets. Damn it. If only the system store had some kind of device that could track them down, pinpoint their hideouts, and take them all out in one go. These hidden families thrived in remote mountains and forests, using protective formations to act with such audacity. Ding! The system has detected a special request from the host. Would you like to access the custom service? The system's mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Song Yun's eyes widened. Custom service? Did he hear that right? Holy crap! The system can custom make things? How had he not known about this all along? So, unless I ask, you're not going to tell me, huh? You'll just wait until I'm desperate and casually mention, oh, I have that. You didn't ask. Damn it. How was I supposed to know you had this feature? Song Yun was both thrilled and angry. If the system wasn't bound to his consciousness, he would have dragged it out and given it a good beating. You're killing me here. His brief excitement quickly faded when he saw the exchange cost an impossibly long string of zeros. Song Yun couldn't help but curse out loud. His current system points weren't even enough to cover a fraction of it. This was pure torture, dangling the solution in front of him but keeping it just out of reach. So this is how it's going to be. Teasing me just to make me work for you, huh? At that moment, all Song Yun wanted to shout was, oh great system, give me some easy tasks with lots of points. But the system stayed silent. It seemed like all the tasks would be assigned, not requested by him. Dream on if you think you can just choose tasks on your own. Meanwhile, Wen Shu, sitting on the bed, watched as Song Yun's expression shifted rapidly. She grew more frightened and burrowed deeper into Bai Qiu's arms. What are you doing? Bai Qiu, annoyed, gave her son a light kick. Oh, nothing. Just remembered some jerk owes me money. I'll drag him out one day and teach him a lesson. Song Yun grumbled. Speak properly. Bai Qiu kicked him again, assuming he was just joking. Anyway, Wen Shu, when do you think they'll come? Song Yun asked, calming himself down. If they're planning a full-scale attack, they'll make sure they're thoroughly prepared. It should take them about a week. Wen Shu replied softly. Honestly, I think we should just run. Once they're ready, they'll strike with overwhelming force. Are they really that strong? Yes. Once they make a decision, they'll mobilize all available resources. Anyone who opposes them is secretly executed. Wen Shu's voice trembled. It's not so much a fight as it is surviving the full might of the hidden families. I see. Song Yun nodded gravely. But even though they're strong, surely there's more to this than what you've told me. What else is troubling you? Wen Shu's face darkened, and after a few minutes of hesitation she began to speak slowly. In my village there was a young couple who tried to escape. The enforcers caught them and gathered the entire village to watch. They executed the man in front of everyone, and then, they. She began dry heaving, unable to finish. Song Yun didn't need to hear the rest to imagine the horrific cruelty that followed. This only fueled his determination. So, they consider themselves gods? Well, let's see how they fare against a god slayer. Enough. We don't need to dwell on those memories anymore. Bai Qiu said, noticing Wen Shu starting to spiral again. She quickly shooed Song Yun out of the room to prevent Wen Shu from falling further into her trauma. Is Wen Shu awake? Ying and Yuan Ci asked anxiously from the hallway. They hadn't entered earlier, afraid that too many people might overwhelm Wen Shu, but they had been waiting patiently to find out how she was doing. Don't worry, she's fine now. Song Yun reassured them, forcing a smile. But things might get a little dicey soon. Make sure you always have bodyguards with you when you go out. Got it. Ying nodded. I'll just stay home for now. Yuan Ci added. Seeing the two women so obedient and sensible, Song Yun finally felt a bit more at ease. As for his father Song Bo? Even with the system's power boosting his abilities tenfold, Song Yun wasn't sure he could defeat his old man. And how had Song Bo avoided the hidden family's assassins all these years? By killing every single one of them. Ring, ring. Song Yun saw that it was old Master Ouyang calling, so he quickly picked up. Song Yun, I've reported your situation to the higher-ups. They're taking it very seriously and have already dispatched 3 special forces units. They'll be on their way tonight. Make sure you're ready to receive them. Old Master Ouyang's words were a great relief to Song Yun. And they also wanted to ask you about that drug you mentioned. Is it real? If you're just starting the research and used it as a way to request protection, they'll drop the topic. But if it's genuine, they want to see a finished product soon. It's absolutely real, Song Yun said firmly. How about this? I'll bring the finished product to Beijing in 10 days. Does that work? That's perfect. I'll report this good news immediately, old Master Ouyang said, clearly excited. If there's anything else you need, let me know, and I'll make sure they consider it. There's one more thing, Song Yun added. Once the special forces arrive, I'd like to send my family to Beijing. I hope they can be protected there. Why don't you just have them stay at the Ouyang residence? Old Master Ouyang offered. My place isn't as fortified as Red Wall, but it's still one of the most secure homes in all of Beijing. I don't want to drag the Ouyang family into this mess. Song Yun said calmly. I don't want you to suffer because of me. I heard there's a guest house near Red Wall. Could they stay there? Old Master Ouyang gasped. Just how serious was this situation if Song Yun wanted his family to be housed in Red Wall? But when Song Yun mentioned that the threat came from the extremist faction of the hidden families, Old Master Ouyang understood. Old Master, Song Yun said quietly, let's just say the drug I'm working on is only the first of many. There might be a second, or even a third one. Understood. I'll handle it. As evening approached, Song Yun finally received a reply from Old Master Ouyang. The higher-ups had approved his request, and all the necessary paperwork had been completed. Song Yun's family members could now move into the secured location at any time. Hearing this news, Song Yun was overjoyed. If a battle were to break out, his loved ones would be in the safest place possible. Now, he could focus on what lay ahead without worrying about their safety. King, pack your things. You're all going on a trip tonight, Song Yun said excitedly to Yi King He, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. How? Yi King blinked in surprise. Where are we going? Beijing. Song Yun replied, stroking her hair. You'll be taking a private plane tonight, and Old Master Ouyang will personally meet you when you arrive. Stay there for a few days, and once things settle here, I'll come get you. But Yi King hesitated, realizing that something was wrong. Song Yun wouldn't be sending them away unless something dangerous was happening. She recalled that earlier, Song Yun had instructed Huang Baoting to buy several villas around theirs. Could there really be trouble coming? Yi King wasn't a fool, nor was she someone who would cling to her husband and cause problems in a critical moment. Since Song Yun had already made arrangements, her role was to follow his plan. If something were to happen to him, she would be strong enough to raise their child alone, ensuring their family's future. Dying out of grief? That had no place in Yi King's life philosophy. Okay, I understand. Yi King pulled Yuan Ci along and went to inform Bai Qiyu and Wenshu, who were still in their rooms. Let's see who wins this game. Will I outsmart you, or will you take me down? Song Yun muttered with a cold smile as he sat alone in the now empty living room. At 9:30 p.m., Song Yun and his family arrived at the airport. By 9:50 p.m., a plane from Beijing had landed, and 30 individuals in various outfits disembarked. It was clear that many of them had been called in from their vacations for this special mission. They quickly grouped into 3 teams, led by their captains, and stood at attention. Their presence was so imposing that the airport staff and passengers instinctively kept their distance, forming an empty zone around them. They're here, Song Yun said as he led his family toward the group. Welcome to Shanghai. I'm Song Yun. The captains of the 3 teams exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward and saluted. Falcon Squad, 10 members, all present and accounted for. Awaiting your orders? Snow Leopard Squad, 10 members, all present and accounted for. Awaiting your orders. Dragon Pearl Squad, 10 members. No. 11 members, all present and accounted for. Awaiting your orders. Song Yun was taken aback. Then, a booming voice interrupted. Special Combat Personnel Ouyang Ji, reporting for duty. Awaiting your orders. Ouyang Ji stepped out from the Dragon Pearl Squad, forming his own squad of 1. He gave Song Yun a cheeky grin, as if to say, see, I've got your back. No need to thank me, just let me grab a couple of bottles from your wine cellar later. Song Yun felt a mix of emotions. Ouyang Ji was clearly sent by Old Master Ouyang. Song Yun hadn't wanted to involve the Ouyang family in such a dangerous situation, but it was clear that Old Master Ouyang saw him as one of his own and was doing everything possible to protect him. The Old Master had even arranged for Song Yun's family to stay in the secure guest houses near Red Wall, a privilege not easily granted. While the drug he was working on was important, Song Yun knew that Old Master Ouyang's support went beyond that. It was a genuine act of care. "You should get on the plane. Take care of yourselves in Beijing," Song Yun said softly as he embraced Yi Qingqing. "You too. I don't want to hear any bad news," Yi Qingqing whispered before gently pushing him away. Yuan Ci stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Song Yun walked over and hugged her tightly, calming her trembling body. "Stay safe in Beijing and don't worry about what's happening here," Song Yun reassured her. "Your brother has already been sent home, and after this is over, I'll have Huang Beiting take him for some military training to straighten him out. Please, stay safe," Yuan Ci whispered, still anxious. As the time came, Yi Qingqing, Yuan Ci, Wenshu and Bai Qiyu boarded the plane bound for Beijing. Meanwhile, the special forces remained at the villa, and the team captains began preparing their defense strategy. "Hello everyone. I'm Song Yun, the person you'll be protecting. Thank you for your hard work in the days ahead," Song Yun said, bowing politely to the teams. "Mr. Song, there's no need for formalities," the Falcon Squad captain replied in a deep voice. "We're aware of your recent efforts to secure the photolithography machine for the nation, and it's an honor to work with you." The other two team captains nodded in agreement. They had protected many important figures before, but those individuals often carried a sense of entitlement. Song Yun's respectful demeanor was a refreshing change. "Let's head home," Song Yun said, and the group boarded a fleet of luxury cars waiting to take them to the villa. Once they arrived at the Hua Shu villa, the team captains requested the layout plans for the entire estate and the villa itself. They huddled together, discussing how to fortify the area and divide responsibilities. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ji casually chatted with Song Yun on the sofa, while Huang Beiting arranged for the other 27 team members to rest in the nearby villas. Money played a crucial role in this operation. The residents of Hua Shu Villa were wealthy, but when Song Yun offered 10 times the market price to vacate the surrounding villas immediately, the transfer of ownership happened in no time. "Mr. Song, we've decided on a plan," the Dragon Pearl captain said after their discussion. "Each team will assign 5 members to patrol the villa at all times, but we'll do our best not to disrupt your personal life. We'll also have 2 members guarding the front and back gates of the estate, as well as the surrounding streets, to prevent unauthorized entry. The only issue is that we don't know when the enemy will strike. For your safety, every time you leave the villa, 5 members from each team will accompany you. I hope that won't be an inconvenience." Song Yun couldn't have cared less about the added protection. If it weren't for the need to stay and safeguard the research institute and its valuable equipment, he would have long since hopped on a plane to Beijing with Yi Qingqing and the others. He wasn't one to throw his life on the line in a direct confrontation, but this time he had no choice. If those machines and research tools were destroyed, it wasn't just the money to replace them that concerned him, it was the weight. Some of the specialized equipment would take months, if not longer, to manufacture again. "Sounds good. We'll stick to your plan." Song Yun smiled and said, "How about a drink to help you all unwind after your long journey?" "No thanks." The captain of the Snow Leopard Squad replied with a respectful nod. "I want to get familiar with the area first. After this is all over, I'll gladly join you for a drink." The captains of the Dragon Pearl and Falcon Squads agreed, each giving their polite farewells and heading out to assess the villa's surroundings. This left Song Yun and Ouyang Ji alone, each with a glass in hand, chatting idly. Just then, Song Bo returned, parking his car and walking into the house. He spotted Ouyang Ji and chuckled. "You again? You know Xiao Qing isn't here, right? She went back to Beijing the day after you all went out last time." "You didn't tell him," Ouyang Ji whispered to Song Yun with a sly smile. "Guess I forgot," Song Yun said sheepishly, realizing he hadn't filled his father in. "Yeah, Dad, Mom and the others went to Beijing. Wenshu received a strange call today. The caller claimed to be from a hidden family's enforcement group, and they're after me for getting in their way. It didn't seem like something we could handle lightly, so I asked Old Master Ouyang for help, and he arranged for them to stay at the Red Wall for a few days." Song Bo raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. "So, your mom went with them too?" "Yeah, why?" "Oh, nothing." Song Bo shrugged, sipping the glass of wine Song Yun handed him. "So, who are these hidden family enforcers you're talking about?" "They're supposed to be ruthless and will stop at nothing to get what they want," Song Yun explained. "Old Master Ouyang contacted the higher-ups, and they've sent 3 elite squads to protect us. They're staying in the villas around ours." Song Bo nodded. That explains all the watchers I saw on my way home. I thought someone was up to no good. That's the situation, Song Yun said seriously. You need to be extra careful when you're out. I've ruined so many of their plans they'll stop at nothing to attack us. Attack you, not me, Song Bo said with a grin, patting Song Yun on the shoulder. These so-called enforcers sound impressive, but I've killed their elders in the past. A bunch of young punks like them, nothing to worry about. You're amazing. Uncle Song Ouyang Ji chimed in with a laugh. But do you really think these hidden families are as powerful as they say? I've heard they were once the stuff of nightmares for the elite families in Beijing. They're just a bunch of clowns, Song Bo said dismissively, downing his drink. If only we knew where their hideouts were, I would have dealt with them a long time ago. The most frustrating part is that they can harass you anytime, but when you want to fight back you can't find where they're hiding. Don't worry, he added as he stood up, heading toward the stairs. As long as I'm here there's no need to stress. Now, I'm going to bed. Song Bo had spent years facing off against the hidden families on his own. His skills and experience were unmatched, making him one of the few people in the world capable of taking on such a formidable enemy. The next morning, Song Yun woke up early as usual and prepared breakfast. After they ate, he sat on the couch, reading the newspaper and thinking about the day ahead. Morning, Yun Ouyang Ji said with a yawn as he walked downstairs, stretching. What's the plan for today? We're heading to the Research Institute. Song Yun replied, setting down the newspaper. I'm going to prepare the agility serum. Wait, hold on, what did you just say? You're going to make the serum today? Ouyang Ji blinked, now fully awake, and rushed over to Song Yun. I thought you already had it. Why do you need to make it now? Of course I have to make it, Song Yun replied, giving him a confused look. Did you think it would just appear out of thin air? No, I mean, isn't it already a complete product? Hasn't it gone through all the testing? Ouyang Ji stammered. It's complete, yes, but as for the testing, Song Yun paused for a moment. I've already done it, just not in the way you'd expect. It's complicated science stuff. You wouldn't get it. Song Yun brushed off the question with a wave, and after his father had eaten breakfast, the group headed to the Research Institute. Once they arrived, Song Yun wrote down the formula for the agility serum and handed it to his father. How long will this take to prepare? Song Bo glanced at the formula with interest. Give me half an hour. With that, he headed to the cold storage to gather the necessary ingredients. Half an hour later, a vial of silver liquid shimmered before them. Is this really safe? Ouyang Ji asked nervously. It should be, Song Yun replied casually. You two little brats, Song Bo scolded playfully. Don't you trust my skills? I followed the formula exactly. By the way, what is this serum for? Agility, Song Yun said as he picked up the vial, his face serious. Theory is only proven by practice. Let's find something to test it on. Ouyang Ji was close to passing out from anxiety. He knew his grandfather had made promises to the higher-ups, but now he realized the serum was still essentially untested. Even this hardened soldier couldn't help but feel nervous looking at the silver liquid. For the first test, Song Yun didn't use a human subject. Instead, he found 2 lab rabbits and measured their current speed. After that, he injected one of the rabbits with the serum. The injected rabbit didn't collapse as Ouyang Ji had feared. Instead, it acted completely normal, munching happily on a cabbage. Strange. Could the serum actually work? Next, they tested the 2 rabbits' speeds, releasing them onto a track to see how fast they could run. As the 2 rabbits sprinted down the track, it quickly became clear that something was off. The rabbit injected with the agility serum began to move faster and faster. The final test data showed that its overall speed had increased by 50%. Ouyang Ji stood there, stunned. This agility serum was a game changer. For seasoned fighters, the stronger they got, the harder it was to improve. Every inch of progress required immense time and effort. But now, with just one injection, a person's speed could increase by 50%. To put it into perspective, someone who could run 10 meters in 1 second could now cover 15 meters in the same time after using the serum. It was terrifyingly powerful. Song Yun slapped me. I need to make sure I'm not dreaming. Ouyang Ji's eyes blazed with excitement. Song Yun chuckled. He too was amazed by the results, even though he had anticipated them. Seeing the numbers firsthand was still astonishing. This isn't a dream, it's real, Song Yun reassured him. He handed the rabbit to the research staff, instructing them to perform a full-body checkup. This data would be crucial for presenting the serum's results to the important figures in Beijing. 3 hours later, the results came in. Aside from the rabbit's speed returning to normal, its overall health was excellent, with no side effects. Holy crap, Ouyang Ji exclaimed. Song Yun, Just this serum alone could make countless people desperate to get their hands on it. No wonder the hidden families are willing to risk everything to attack you. Licking his dry lips, Yang Ji asked, "Can I tell my grandpa about these results?" "If you'd rather I didn't, I'll keep quiet." "Go ahead and tell him," Song Yun replied thoughtfully. "In fact, it would be best if your grandfather submitted the report to the higher-ups. This will prove the immense value of the serum. Once the serum's existence became known to those in power, it would attract attention from countless strong and influential people who had spent a decade training without making progress. Now, they had a shortcut. How could they resist? If someone managed to kill Song Yun, all their hopes would vanish. But if they chose to protect him, they might gain access to the serum themselves. In no time, Song Yun was certain that many experts would be eager to protect him. Let them come, he'd happily put them to work. Yang Ji didn't seem to fully grasp Song Yun's plan. Frowning, he said, "But Yun, if you do that, the research institute will surely get involved. It won't be long before the whole world knows about this. What about your safety?" "Don't worry about that," Song Yun replied calmly. The rest of the day was spent at the research institute. They conducted 3 more rounds of tests on rabbits, mice and pigs. The first 2 tests were to gauge the serum's effects, while the pig test was to ensure its stability. Since pig genes are similar to human genes, if the serum had no side effects on the pig, the project would be 80% complete. The next step would be human trials. As evening approached, Song Yun, Yang Ji, and Song Bo headed home. Not long after they returned, Song Yun received a call from Old Master Yang. Song Yun, Old Master Yang's excited voice boomed through the phone. "The Research Institute reviewed your data and confirmed that it's authentic. They want to conduct further tests on their end. That means they're taking you seriously. And there's more," he continued. "The higher-ups have increased your protection level. 10 elite operatives will be assigned to watch over you, and even I don't know who they are. You won't need to worry about them, they'll stay hidden, unless things get really bad. Their mission is to extract you safely and bring you back to Beijing if all else fails. Even you don't know who they are." Song Yun sucked in a breath. That meant these operatives were incredibly secretive, but it also meant extra security for him. This information wouldn't stay secret for long. Many would soon learn about the serum, and while they might not have access to the full data, the government's actions alone would confirm that this serum was revolutionary far beyond anything seen before. In a remote area deep in the Taihang Mountains, a small group was making their way through the forest in the dead of night. The eerie howls of wolves echoed through the trees, sending shivers down one woman's spine. "Are we sure we're on the right path? Who in their right mind would live in a place like this?" "Shut up. If you're scared, go back by yourself," the leader snapped. He was clearly irritated. This woman was nothing but a pretty face brought along to gain some credentials, likely to be placed in a high-ranking position later. But even he hadn't expected the journey to be this grueling. Of the original 23 members, only 8 remained. Some had been bitten by poisonous snakes and had to be rushed out, while others had fallen victim to wild animal attacks. The group wasn't sure why they had been summoned so suddenly, and in the dead of night, no less. If they had known earlier, they could have prepared better. After another hour of trekking, they spotted a house in the distance, its entrance lit by large red lanterns. The building looked ancient and decrepit, made from stones gathered haphazardly from the mountainside. In some places, gaps in the stones suggested the house might not even keep out the wind. A house like this, in the middle of the forest at midnight, gave off an unsettling vibe. The woman was now trembling uncontrollably, her legs shaking. "Captain, are we dealing with ghosts here?" she stammered. "No, we're about to meet the person we came for," the captain said, adjusting his clothes. He walked up to the door and knocked lightly. "Who is it?" came a raspy voice from inside. "Yin family from Xingzhou. We have urgent matters to discuss with the master," the captain responded respectfully. Oh, after a brief shuffling sound from inside, the wooden door creaked open. A towering man over 2 meters tall stepped out. His clothes were ragged, and his face was covered in an unkempt beard. The giant extended his hand, and the captain, startled by his size, quickly fished a token from his pocket. The man inspected the token carefully for a moment before asking, "What does Yin Daoji want from me?" The family head said, "There's something that can boost your speed by 50%. It's said to have no side effects, although it only lasts a few hours. But it could be another path to great strength," the captain explained with reverence. The giant man stroked the calluses on his hands, lost in thought. "And where is this thing?" "In Shanghai, but the one who possesses this technology is about to go to war with the hidden families. If you don't hurry, you might miss your chance." "Those rats dare to confront someone openly?" Interesting. This technology might be worth checking out. Go back and tell Yin Daoji that I'll visit the Yin family at noon tomorrow. Make sure everything is prepared for me. We await your arrival with great anticipation, sir. In different parts of the region, similar events were taking place. Many hidden masters, previously unknown, were now starting to move in unison. Song Yun had no idea that a single piece of data could stir up so many people. He expected some interest, but he didn't realize it would be like throwing a bone to a pack of dogs, causing everyone to swarm in his direction. At that moment, Song Yun was on a video call with Ying. After arriving in Beijing the previous night, they had spent the night at the Bai family residence and moved into the official guest house earlier today. Ying was excitedly telling Song Yun that she had seen many influential people, calling it a fascinating adventure. Song Yun smiled in response. This was a good sign. The security measures were undoubtedly robust. Even if the hidden families had some connections with the major families in Beijing, they wouldn't dare reach too far. After chatting for a while, Song Yun ended the call and lay down on his bed. He marveled at how much power he had unintentionally amassed. If not for the system, would he still be that young, single man, drinking late into the night, reminiscing about the past, and living a life of mediocrity? Deep down, Song Yun was immensely grateful for the system's timely help. Recalling the events outside the Civil Affairs office, he still felt a sense of satisfaction. What had he been thinking back then? Was he out of his mind to have given away so much money so recklessly? He couldn't help but wonder what had become of the Su family. If they knew about his current success, they'd probably be overwhelmed with regret. While Song Yun was reflecting on his life, far away in a rundown house in a village, 3 men dressed in black sat on a worn-out sofa. In front of them was a silver briefcase. Su Looting, Song Yun's ex-girlfriend, said one of the men in black, pushing up his glasses with a smirk. After breaking up at the Civil Affairs office, her family fell apart. She lost her job, and her family racked up massive debts they couldn't repay. Now she makes ends meet by tutoring. This information is accurate, right? Sitting across from them were the 4 members of the Su family. Su's father looked significantly older, coughing occasionally, while Su's mother, once stylish and well-dressed, now wore shabby clothes, unsure of what to do. Su Looting still looked somewhat presentable, wearing a shirt and jeans, though the fatigue in her eyes was unmistakable. Who are you? Su Looting asked, confused. You don't need to know who we are. The man in black replied. I just want to ask you one question. Everything you've lost, your home, your father's health, your mother's peace of mind, your future is all because of Song Yun. If it weren't for him, you'd still be living comfortably in that apartment. Your father wouldn't have to ration his medication, your mother could relax and play mahjong, and you'd have a bright future, maybe even marrying a rich husband. And your brother, after graduating, would likely have found a girlfriend and started his own family. But all of that was shattered by Song Yun. Don't you hate him? No. We don't dare to hate him, Su's mother said, her spirit broken by the daily grind of life. She knew Song Yun's influence was so great that a mere word from him could destroy their lives in Shanghai. She was genuinely terrified. Oh? You don't dare, but that means you still harbor some resentment deep down, right? The man in black sneered. He ruined your family, and you mean to tell me you don't feel any hatred? If that's the case, then this money may just slip through your fingers. He opened the briefcase, revealing stacks of US dollars. Su Looting quickly estimated that there had to be at least $50,000 inside, around 3 million yuan at current exchange rates. That was enough to completely change their lives. Who are you, really? Su Looting asked again. You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you if you want to earn this money, the man in black said impatiently. This is your only chance to turn your life around. And I can guarantee that once this is over, Song Yun won't come after you. In fact, every hardship you've endured, he will experience as well. You know, Song Yun was almost my brother-in-law. He and my sister were practically engaged before things fell apart. Su Looting's brother, Su Jun, said earnestly. Even though they didn't end well, we still remember him as a good person. And the man in black asked. You'll have to pay more, Su Jun said confidently. I see now you're Song Yun's enemy, and we've got our grudge too. You want to use us, but we're just ordinary folks. The only leverage we have is my sister's past with him. But if we go through with this, my sister's reputation will be ruined. So, you'll have to pay more. Ha ha ha, interesting. You're not wrong, and you're a clever one. The man in black said, clapping. He signaled to his men, and another briefcase was placed on the table, filled with even more cash. In total, $100,000. That's enough to lift your entire family out of poverty. What do you say? Su Jun's eyes gleamed with greed as he gulped. But before he could speak, the man in black raised his hand and said, "Everyone has their price, but don't be too greedy." Deal. "We'll do it." Su Jun immediately lunged for the two briefcases, hugging them tightly. Su looting exclaimed, distressed. Su Jun waved her off, saying, "Sis, don't tell me you still have feelings for that guy. Look at what he's done to our family. He may seem like an honest man, but he built his success on the backs of women. He probably found someone richer, even while he was still dating you." "That's right, Tingting." Their mother chimed in. "You know our family situation. Your father's almost out of his medication. With this money, even if we leave Shanghai, we can live a good life elsewhere." "Exactly," Su Jun agreed. "Mom's got it right. Now, mister, what do we need to do?" The man in black smiled at the family, though in his mind he was already cursing their stupidity. Did they really think this money would come so easily? They were about to become his pawns. The first dagger aimed at Song Yun's back. Even if it didn't hurt Song Yun too much, it would certainly make him furious. "Tomorrow I'll bring in some reporters," the man in black explained. "All you need to do is tell them how Song Yun destroyed your family. And as your brother pointed out, maybe hint that while he was still dating you, he had already. With this money in hand, do you still worry about not having a good life in the future?" The man in black continued his tempting words. "In my opinion, the four of you could easily move to a third or fourth tier city, buy a big house, and live the life of the wealthy, at least in other people's eyes. After all, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, right? But this money is dangerous." Su Looting, looking distressed, said, "I don't think we can slander Song Yun just based on his past relationships." The man in black chuckled. "Seems like you've grown smarter after everything that happened. But what good does it do? I just want to ruin him, let people see what kind of person the hypocrite Song Yun really is. Haven't you ever wondered, how could a poor guy, who couldn't even come up with 200,000 yuan, suddenly rise to become the richest man in Shanghai in such a short time? There are too many suspicious points. Do you think he could have bought up so many companies just with the help of the Yi family? But this has nothing to do with us." Su Looting pushed the briefcase back, her gaze firm. "I can't guarantee that after this, Song Yun won't come after my entire family." "Oh, so you're refusing to cooperate?" The man in black shrugged regretfully. "But now that you know everything, what should I do? How can I trust that you won't secretly inform Song Yun? We'll take the money that's ours, but we won't touch what isn't. I'll pretend you were never here today. Leave now." Since that incident, the entire family's livelihood depended on Su Looting, so her influence in the household had increased significantly. Even though Su's mother and Su Jun were practically drooling over the briefcase, they could only stand by helplessly staring. "Hey, in this world, only dead men keep secrets." The man in black sneered, and two men beside him moved towards Su's father. One pinned his hands, while the other pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket and covered Su's father's mouth. Within seconds, Su's father collapsed into unconsciousness, his fate unknown. "You! How dare you murder someone?" Su Looting tried to stand up, but the man in black pressed down on her shoulders, and she instantly felt weak all over. Such things must be done quietly. What if someone hears you shouting? The man in black leaned closer, smelling the fragrance on her. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Your father is only unconscious. But if you don't cooperate, who knows what might happen next?" Su's mother and Su Jun stood frozen in terror, unable to process the scene before them. It took a long moment before Su's mother snapped out of it, crying as she rushed towards Su's father, only to be blocked and thrown aside by the two henchmen. "Mom!" Su Jun screamed in desperation. "Sister, I'm begging you, no matter what we've done wrong, we're still your family. Can't you just say a few words in front of the camera? Is that really more important than our lives? Your brother seems to understand things well. If it wasn't that the words coming from you are more convincing, I would have had him take care of this already." The man in black leaned in closer, his breath hot against Su Looting's neck. A shiver ran through her body. She wanted to resist but had no strength. "You smell so nice. Are you still untouched? Hey, that Song Yun must be an unlucky guy, to have been with you for so long and still not have taken you." He then stuck out his tongue and licked Su Looting's face, laughing maniacally. "How about you let me have a taste? It's been a long time since I've had fresh meat. I promise, if you give yourself to me, I'll protect your family and give you anything you want." His devilish whispers made every pore on Su Looting's body recoil in disgust. "But first things first. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Will you cooperate? 3, 2, 1. Fine. I admire your courage, choosing to sacrifice your entire family for your ex-boyfriend. Alright, do it. Wait. Su Luting panted heavily, her hands clenched into fists on her knees, as if she had made a monumental decision. I'll do it. Now that's a good girl. The man in black waved to his men, who pulled out a small bottle from their pocket, letting a few drops of liquid fall into Sue's father's nose. After a few moments, Sue's father slowly regained consciousness. This money is yours now. I'm so happy to have made the right decision for you. The man in black looked at Su Luting with a mischievous smile. Now for the second matter. Will you be my woman? As he spoke, his hand moved, unbuttoning her shirt. No? Never. Su Luting screamed, pushing him away and running to the corner. The man in black froze for a moment, then his face twisted in anger. You've made the wrong decision. Now I'm mad. You'll come to me willingly. You think Song Yun is some saint? He ranted wildly. You're wrong. You're nothing but a passerby to him. After tomorrow, when you've done what I asked, he'll tear you apart. I can't wait to see you kneeling at my feet, begging for my help. I'll do what you asked. Now, get out. Su Luting shouted coldly. The man in black stood still for a moment, then gradually returned to his senses. All right, once everything is settled, you will be mine. Whether you want to or not, you will be. With that, he left with his two men. This whole ordeal was like a nightmare for the Shu family. If it weren't for the two briefcases on the table, they would have already started packing to flee. Ting. That man doesn't seem so bad. Mom. He just tried to kill Dad. Do you really think a ruthless person like that has any integrity? Su Luting, exhausted, said, pack up. After tomorrow's interview we're leaving Shanghai. This city is too dangerous no matter how nice it is. All right, whatever you say. Go rest. After Su Luting went to her room, Su's mother stared at the two briefcases in deep thought. Mom, you're still up. Su Jun came out, lowering his voice. I can't sleep. That's $1 million. After sitting her son down, Su's mother thought for a long time. Your sister will definitely be targeted by Song Yun. Does she really think we'll be safe just by moving? She's too naive. So what should we do? Maybe we should take the money and run? Your father's health is a bottomless pit. Most of this money would go to him. I've taken care of him all these years, and if I were a hired caretaker, that would have cost tens of thousands. So. The next morning at 7:30 a.m., the door of the Su family was knocked on. Su Luting, who clearly hadn't slept well, had bloodshot eyes. Squeak. Gah! The door opened with a creak, and outside stood three women dressed as reporters. Hello, are you Miss Su? Yes. We believe Mr. Ying has already briefed you. If there's no special reason, shall we begin now? Su Luting nodded silently and led the three women inside. Sitting on the couch, the women adjusted their equipment. The leading reporter began, We've heard that you and Mr. Song Yun, the current richest man in Shanghai, were once a loving couple. Is that correct? Yes. The opening question plunged Su Luting into memories. Back in college, Song Yun had been kind to her, helping her even after they entered society. But it was her and her family's greed that led to this outcome. So, during your relationship, did he ever show signs of wealth? No. We were just ordinary students. Whenever we ate out, we didn't dare to order anything too expensive. Oh? So, you're saying Mr. Song hid his true status? The reporter fired off more than 10 questions in quick succession. Finally, satisfied, she closed her notebook with a smile. Looks like Song Yun isn't as great as the public believes. He's a heartless scumbag. Don't worry, Miss Su, we'll make sure justice is served. Su Luting had been answering mechanically. Now that it was over, she no longer bothered to be polite. She shut the door moodily and returned to the living room. Mom, get up and pack. We need to leave Shanghai by noon. She called toward her mother's room. No response. Mom. Ting. Your mom isn't in the room. Su's father, waking up, noticed his wife's absence and grew anxious. What? Su Luting's eyes widened as she rushed into the room, only to find her father alone. A sense of dread filled her. She ran to her brother's room empty. Suddenly, everything became clear. The $1 million. They had been abandoned. Father. Miss. You don't need to say anything. I understand everything. Cough. Pack your things and run. Song Yun wouldn't hold a grudge against a dying old man like me. Su's father coughed and said, Your mother has always been like this. Sigh. But after taking care of us for so many years, she must want to start a new life now that she's rich. But she went too far. She didn't leave a single cent. Does she not care if we live or die? Su Luting could no longer hold back her tears. My career, my love life, she ruined everything. And now, just when I saw a glimmer of hope, it's gone. She really wants us dead. Child. It's all my fault for being ill, all my fault. Sue's father embraced her, trying to comfort her. You have a degree and a good resume. Leave this place. Go somewhere where no one knows you and start over. But what about you? We're almost out of medicine. If I leave, you'll really have no choice but to wait for death. Ha ha. I've made my peace with it. Every day I live is a blessing. Do you really think I still want to keep going? This illness can't be cured, and even with the medicine, the pain is unbearable. I've held on all these years because I couldn't leave you. But now, I can finally have some peace. Sue's father gave a bitter smile, as if reminiscing about the past. You've always been strong, always wanting to be the best. But life is never perfect. Maybe I should have stood up for you and insisted you marry Song Yun. Sigh. It's all my fault for not being a good father. Now, you must live well. Don't come back. No, I won't let you die. If they want us to fail, I'll make sure we live even better. Just wait for me, father. Sue Luting wiped away her tears, as if making a firm decision. She turned and left the house. As expected, at the street corner she saw one of the men who had visited her home the previous night. Take me to your boss. The morning papers in Shanghai were filled with exciting news. So many people were holding a copy that newsstands were almost sold out, constantly having to call for more stock. Song Yun had just woken up. As he came downstairs, he saw Huang Baoding standing in the living room with a newspaper in hand, looking worried. What's wrong, brother Huang? Why the gloomy face so early in the morning? Song Yun smiled, poured himself a glass of water, and asked, Mr. Song, I think you should take a look at this. Huang handed the newspaper to Song Yun. Song Yun glanced at it briefly, and his eyes widened at the headline. Almost 40% of the front page was dedicated to attacking him. Accusations flew, claims that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, seducing innocent girls and abandoning them afterward. Seeing the familiar names, Song Yun fell silent. Mr. Song, should I take care of this? No need. Song Yun casually placed the newspaper on the table. It seems my enemies have made their move. Ha! Do they really think a few thousand words can disgust me? But we can't let them continue stirring the pot, can we? You have a point. Song Yun took a sip of water and said calmly, Look into it. I want to know who's behind this. As for the newspaper spreading these lies, they don't need to stay in business any longer. That morning, opinions across Shanghai were divided. Ordinary people might have cursed Song Yun, calling him a heartless rich man, but deep down, they envied him, wishing they could live his life of luxury, where women flocked to him with a wave of his hand. But the upper echelons and big bosses sensed something else, a conspiracy. This was clearly an attack on Song Yun. The article was a declaration of war. But who could be so bold, daring to challenge him in his own stronghold? Ring ring. Song Yun checked the caller ID. It was UG. Hello, Song Yun. Have you seen today's paper? I was wondering why you, of all people, would have time to call me. Yes, I saw it. It's full of nonsense, not worth taking seriously. Song Yun chuckled. You didn't believe it, did you? Of course not. But the problem is, people are already starting to fan the flames. If this continues, the stock prices of all your companies won't look good by the end of today. This kind of thing fluctuates. What goes up must come down. I don't feel much about it. After all, it's just virtual, it can't be treated as real assets. Song Yun didn't seem to mind. As long as there weren't major problems with his companies, a rebound would be inevitable sooner or later. Well, as long as you understand the situation. If you need any support, just let me know. You're one of the pillars of Shanghai's business world, and we can't let you be unjustly slandered. Sure, if I ever need your help, I'll definitely let you know in advance. Song Yun replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Song Yun couldn't help but pick up the newspaper again. The Su family must have received quite a few benefits, right? Otherwise, why would they go out of their way to smear him like this? Ever since that incident at the hospital, he hadn't seen them. He wondered how they were doing now. Huang, find out where the Su family is living now. Song Yun sent a voice message to Huang Baoding and calmly sat back on the sofa. In moments like this, it's important to stay calm. Besides, with all the companies under his control, could the public relations teams be doing nothing? Sure enough, half an hour later, Shanshui Group, along with several others, released a joint statement. The statement condemned the irresponsible reporting by the tabloid and announced plans to take legal action. These companies vowed to pursue the matter to the end. 10 minutes after the statement was released, the Shanghai Cultural Department also issued an announcement. stating that the tabloid had deliberately distorted the facts to gain attention. Officials were dispatched to investigate the matter, and the newspaper's business activities were temporarily suspended. Mr. Song, we've located the Su family's current residence. I sent people over, but it seems they've already fled. Their neighbors said there was a fierce argument late at night, and by morning the family had disappeared. Do you want us to keep searching? Huang Beiding returned with a stack of documents. Song Yun looked at the condition of the Su family's current residence with some nostalgia. While they weren't exactly wealthy before, at least they had a house, a car, and lived comfortably in Shanghai. But now, the place they were living in looked terrible. Had the Su family undergone major changes after they parted ways with him? Shaking his head, Song Yun sighed and thought for a moment before saying, if we can't find them, there's no need to waste any more effort. Inform all the company executives to prepare for possible business attacks in the coming days. Oh, by the way, what's the situation with that tabloid? Hearing Song Yun's question, Huang shook his head. The office was already empty. We tracked down the editor-in-chief, and it turns out the company was transferred to another legal entity 2 days ago, and all the staff were replaced. Of course, the other side wouldn't start a battle without being prepared. Song Yun lit a cigarette, squinted, and said in a low voice, a storm is coming. With everything arranged, Song Yun decided to give himself a day off. He stayed home, watching TV and browsing videos, not going anywhere. Yun, aren't you worried at all? Ouyang Ji sat beside Song Yun, sipping wine. The small amount of alcohol didn't affect him in the slightest. What good would worrying do? Should I go around yelling that I didn't do those things? You can't stop people from talking. If you suppress one rumor, 10 more will pop up. Song Yun replied casually, besides, isn't the PR department busy online handling the trolls? I've got professionals for that. All I need to do is protect myself. True. Ouyang Ji snorted, people who play these kinds of tactical games are really devious. Guys like me, the most we do is break someone's neck. But these bastards want to destroy a person's reputation. It's dirty. Haha. Let's not talk about that. How are things going between you and Xiao Wan? Song Yun asked curiously, don't tell me you've given up. No way. Xiao Wan will definitely be the lady of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Ji grumbled, it's just that she's been busy with her career lately. And I've got a lot on my plate too, so we haven't had much time to talk. Alright, I get it. You're indirectly calling me a capitalist, huh? Song Yun laughed. When Xiao Wan finishes filming her movie, I'll give her a few days off so you two can go have some fun. Really? You said it. You can't take it back. Ouyang Ji jumped up excitedly. No backing out. I won't. Just as Song Yun finished speaking, his phone rang again. He had lost count of how many calls he'd received that day. Hello, who's this? Mr. Song, this is Zhao Qi from Damao Commerce. I'm not sure if you remember me. Damao Commerce? Song Yun thought for a moment. The company specialized in foreign trade and had a decent scale in Shanghai, but he didn't have much business with them. Their relationship was neutral at best. Why was he calling now? I remember. Didn't we meet at a business gala recently? What's the matter? Well, to be honest, there is something. Manager QI sounded excited. After seeing the newspaper today, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I've been investigating, and I've found the mastermind behind all of this. The mastermind? Yes. Aren't the rumors today tied to the Su family? I've located the mother and son. Huh? Song Yun was taken aback. He asked slowly, just the two of them? Yes, according to them, 3 people came to their house last night, gave them $1 million and forced them to slander you. This morning they discussed it, and decided to take the money and run. Manager QI continued obsequiously. I couldn't get any more details, but they said they know you, and that you must come in person for them to reveal everything. Hey. Song Yun let out a cold laugh. These 2 short-sighted fools, what big secret could they possibly know? There were only 2 possibilities now. First, they were trying to get close to him, using Manager QI to make their escape. Second, Manager QI himself was suspicious. In that case, I won't be going. Do what you think is best with them. But remember, we're law-abiding citizens, so don't do anything out of line. Song Yun replied righteously. Huh? You're not coming? Okay, I understand. Manager QI's voice instantly turned dejected. After hanging up, Song Yun stared at the number on his phone and sneered. What a joke. Did they really think such a cheap trick could lure him in? Did they think he still cared about those miserable affairs? You said you had a good relationship with Song Yun, didn't you? Do you even realize how much risk I took by making this call? Manager QI hung up the phone, his face dark and brooding, as he glared at the two people tied to chairs in front of him, Sue's mother and Soo-jun, who had tried to run away. Their plan had been simple: buy 2 business-class train tickets, visit Sue's mother's hometown, and then head to a third-tier northern city to buy a villa and live out the rest of their lives in peace. But they didn't get far before they were caught at the train station by QE's men. "We didn't know Song-yun would be so heartless," Sue's mother said in despair. "My daughter was with him for years. Even if they broke up, there should still be some feelings left. I'm practically his ex-mother-in-law. Do you think those words mean anything now? You two have no idea I've already exposed myself just by making that call," Manager QE roared, sweeping everything off the table in anger. "You fools! How could I have believed your nonsense? When the boss returns, I'll be the one who gets punished. We know we were wrong. We know," Soo-jun pleaded desperately. "There's $1 million in that suitcase. Please let us go. You guys are playing at a level way above us. We're just ordinary people. We can't handle this kind of pressure. And the people who gave us the money said they'd let us go. Why don't you have any integrity? Ying Gongzi's promises have nothing to do with us. We're not on the same side." QI sneered. "In fact, we're competitors. Whoever brings down Song-yun first gets more credit. You two helped him, so you're our enemies as well." No. That's not true," Sue's mother screamed. "We're actually family with Ying Gongzi." Manager QI frowned. "Lying isn't a good idea. If you're making this up, I'll throw you both into the river." "It's true. Yesterday Ying Gongzi said if my daughter agreed to be his woman, he'd meet all our conditions," Sue's mother cried out in panic. QE's expression changed. This story seemed plausible. After all, everyone knew that Ying Gongzi was a twisted individual who enjoyed tormenting his enemies by going after their women or ex-girlfriends first. If it was true, this could be a serious problem. While QI's group and Ying Gongzi's were rivals, this was just a struggle among the higher-ups. They were all just pawns. If he said or did something disrespectful, it wouldn't even be Ying Gongzi who'd punish him. His own boss would kill him first. The dignity of the powerful was sacred, a rule that everyone followed. "Are you really not lying to me?" QI asked, his face dark with uncertainty. "At this point, how could I dare lie?" Sue's mother sobbed. "I'm just an ordinary woman. I never wanted to get involved in your conflicts. Wait here. If I can confirm that your daughter has indeed become Ying Gongzi's woman, I'll let you go." QE left, leaving the vast office echoing with the whispered conversations of Sue's mother and Soo-jun. Later that evening, as Song-yun was thinking about what to have for dinner, Hwang Baoding hurried in, looking anxious. "Mr. Song, someone's here to see you." "Who?" "I'm not sure, but they said they're here specifically to help you." Song-yun frowned, confused. He hadn't called for any reinforcements, and the reclusive families wouldn't launch an attack so openly, would they? "How many people are there?" "Just one." "All right, I'll come take a look." At the entrance, Song-yun saw the door slowly open, revealing a man standing like a statue, nearly 2 meters tall, as straight as a spear. Just the sight of him gave Song-yun an immense sense of pressure. "You must be Song-yun?" the man asked, his voice rough. "Yes, that's me." "And who might you be?" Song-yun asked cautiously. The man chuckled. "I'm Iron Curtain, just a simple man from the countryside. I came only to greet you. Goodbye." With that, the man turned and disappeared in just a few steps. "Greetings, Mr. Song." "Huh." Song-yun turned to his right and saw a large monk standing there. "Mr. Song, I am Master Huikong, here to offer you my assistance," the monk said, pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect. "Though Buddha is compassionate, there are times when even the King of Heaven must show wrath. Do not be concerned with petty villains." With those words, the monk, too, left. Throughout the night, 12 more people came and went, each delivering a brief greeting before disappearing just as mysteriously, none even stepping foot inside the villa. Song-yun was baffled. These were no ordinary people. Some of them gave off such an intense aura that one glance was enough to make his hair stand on end. But the strange thing was, he had never heard any of their names. There was only one possible explanation: these people didn't care about worldly fame or wealth. So why were they here to help him? Could it be because of the genetic serum? Damn. Is the agility serum really that valuable? To be honest, Song-yun had always taken his system's serums for granted, using them freely without thinking much about their worth. But for everyone else, it was a different story. In their eyes, a genetic serum without side effects was like a miracle. Research institutes had been trying to create something like this for decades, but they hadn't even scratched the surface. The few serums that had been produced were abandoned due to their dangerous side effects. To these experts, A functional serum was an irresistible temptation. Damn, I almost feel sorry for those hidden families. It would probably take their entire clan to fend off all these masters. Song Yun chuckled as he stroked his chin. Trading a serum for a powerful bodyguard? No matter how you looked at it, it was a great deal. When Song Bo returned, Song Yun told him about the visits from the masters. Song Bo sat in silence for a moment, lighting a cigarette. These people. They're no ordinary folks. He sighed. You're young, so you might not have heard of them, but back in my day they were like shining stars in the martial arts world. I never imagined they were still alive. Some of them I thought had passed away long ago. How strong are they? Dad, Song Yun asked, intrigued. How strong? Song Bo chuckled. Do you know what hitting the ceiling means? If they joined forces, forget hidden families, they could even storm the gates of the underworld. Are they really that powerful? Are you serious? Song Yun asked skeptically. You really are out of the loop. That guy, Iron Curtain, fought alone at the border against 20 top fighters from various countries 20 years ago. After 3 days and nights, he was the only one left standing. Then, he vanished without a trace. And Master Huikong, he was once the abbot of Jinlong Temple, and is now over 140 years old. He's a true relic of the past. It was rumored a few years ago that he entered a forbidden area for a life or death retreat, but it looks like he made it through. The others have their own legendary stories. Any one of them could be the protagonist of a novel. Song Bo sighed. But why are they all coming out of the woodwork today? It's not like your reputation is that grand. Even I, your old man, had a hard time tracking them down back in the day. Maybe it's because of the serum. Song Yun speculated. That one suggestion made Song Bo freeze for a moment. His neck stiffened as he turned to look at Song Yun, then slapped his forehead. Damn. How could I forget about that? Dad, calm down. Our security situation is pretty solid now. Damn it. If only I'd spread the news about the serum earlier. Maybe I wouldn't have been hunted down by those hidden families for all those years. Song Bo cried out in frustration. If even one of them had come to help back then, I wouldn't have had to flee like a dog. Song Yun could only sympathize with his father. After that brief interruption, Song Yun realized it was time to reassess the situation. Previously, he'd planned to lay low and manage everything remotely. Even with 3 elite squads sent from Beijing, his safety couldn't be guaranteed. But now things were different. With those 13 extraordinary people on his side, Song Yun could walk into the heart of any hidden family's stronghold without fear. In a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel in downtown Shanghai, Ying stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding a glass of red wine and gazing at the city's nightscape. Behind him stood Su Looting. I told you, you'd come to me on your own. Yang Gongzi said confidently, a sly smile playing on his lips. I know everything about you, and I've even captured your mother and brother. What are you going to do with them? You've caught them. Su Looting asked in shock. Hey, there's nothing I can't do. They didn't even make it out of Shanghai. Even if they had, I would have dug them out no matter where they ran. Ying Gongzi took a sip of wine. Want me to take care of them for you? After all, they betrayed you without hesitation at your most difficult moment. Su Looting hesitated, unsure of what to say. Ying Gongzi beckoned her to stand beside him. And they both looked out at the distant horizon. After 10 minutes of silence, Ying Gongzi finally spoke. Mercy is a fatal flaw. They took $1 million and fled, but did they ever think about how you and your father would survive? To them, you were nothing more than a tool for venting their frustration at Song Yun. If it weren't for my kindness, you'd have no one protecting you. He continued coldly. And I can tell you this, more than one group of people visited your house today. I don't need to spell out whose men they were, do I? Ying Gongzi scoffed and added, blood ties? Family bonds? When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. You're smart. I hope you make a decision that pleases me. Can I think about it for one night? Su Looting was emotionally exhausted after everything that had happened that day. Fine. But with each passing hour, my patience will run thinner. Ying Gongzi pressed the wine glass against Su Looting's lips, forcibly pouring the wine into her mouth while gripping her face. Cough, cough. Su Looting choked, her face turning bright red as she gasped for breath. Su Looting. The only reason I'm interested in you at all is because of your body. If you weren't Song Yun's ex-girlfriend, I wouldn't even want to touch you. Ying Gongzi grabbed her by the hair, forcing her face against the window. In a manic voice he shouted, I will conquer everyone, both their bodies and their minds. When I crush Song Yun, I'll take you right here, with this glorious night view as the backdrop. Terrified, Su Looting trembled in his grasp. Ying Gongzi buried his face in her neck, inhaling deeply. Song Yun never had you. But now you're mine, he declared. Can I go rest now? Su Luting asked in a shaky voice. Being alone with such a madman was too much for her to handle. Get out of here. I expect a satisfying answer from you by morning. Ying Gongzi tossed her aside like garbage. Su Luting looked up, her eyes burning with anger that was barely contained, ready to consume her. She was trembling. But it wasn't just from fear, it might have been something else entirely. After a day of heated online battles, netizens were in a frenzy, spreading rumors and speculations everywhere. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Song Yun was on a video call with Yi Qingqing and Yuan Ci. After reassuring them for the third time that Shanghai wasn't about to collapse, Song Yun stretched lazily. By tomorrow, all the information should be out. Today, the stock prices of all Song Yun's companies had plummeted significantly. It was clear to any observer that someone was deliberately trying to suppress them. However, a few savvy individuals had taken advantage of the situation to buy in. Among those buyers were opportunistic investors, but many were actually enemies. They were trying to drive the stock down to a critical point and either profit from the difference or, worse, gather enough shares from small shareholders to force a takeover. Once they reached a certain percentage of ownership, they could call a shareholders' meeting and try to oust Song Yun as chairman. This was a classic power play, a direct, legal challenge in the business arena. But they had underestimated Song Yun. In every company he owned, he held a majority of the shares. Even if all the small shareholders banded together, they wouldn't come close to his stake. Still, the situation was nauseating. Why? Because his opponents had nothing to lose. They'd bought up so many shares, and his companies were all valuable. Sooner or later, the stock prices would recover. When they did, his enemies could sell off their shares and walk away with billions in profit. It was like he was being forced to make money for these bastards. Damn it. I've got to figure out a way to screw them over. Early the next morning, Song Yun decided to head straight to the research lab. That was now the top priority. Not only that, but he had also specifically requested the Snow Leopard Squad to station themselves at the lab for security. There were already too many people at the Huashu Villa, and the security team around him had reached its limit. Though the Snow Leopard Squad's captain had been somewhat puzzled at first, when he learned that the agility serum came from this research lab, his expression became much more serious. In his mind, this lab might even be more important than Song Yun himself. The fact that Song Yun entrusted security to his team was seen as a significant gesture of trust. Upon arriving at the Grey Deer Research Lab, Song Yun immediately pulled up the latest research data and started going through it. All the data here is sent directly to the Research Institute in the capital. If they weren't afraid of causing disruptions, they would have already come down here to witness everything firsthand. Song Bo, casually smoking, lounged around the lab, while the other researchers didn't seem to mind his attitude. After all, he was a big shot. And whatever the boss does, it's always right. Yeah, the more data we send them, the better. It shows we're not bluffing. Song Yun lit a cigarette as well, and the father and son sat together in the office, quietly puffing away. After a while, as Song Yun was reading through a report, Song Bo suddenly spoke up. By the way, I won't be coming home tonight. Song Yun looked up, confused. Why? A friend's coming over, and we're meeting for drinks tonight. Song Bo avoided his son's gaze. It's one of those social things I can't skip. Do you want me to come along? I could use the experience. You? A kid. What would you do there? Song Bo waved his hand dismissively. I might come home late, but if your mom asks. I'm not lying for you, Song Yun quickly protested. If mom finds out we're conspiring to fool her, she'll break more than one feather duster over our heads. What are you afraid of? You're scared of a feather duster at your age. Of course. I'm nearly 30. If people hear about this, I'll be a laughingstock. Song Yun stood firm. You little brat. You don't think I'll grab a whip right now? Song Bo slammed the table. I raised you all these years, and I'm not asking you to lie to your mother just to help smooth things over. You can't even do that. Nope. Damn it. Fine, I'll handle it myself. After their argument, both fell silent. Song Yun glanced at the report, but curiosity got the better of him. So, which auntie are you meeting? None of your damn business. I'm here watching over the lab for you every day, and you've got no loyalty at all. Get lost. Song Bo pointed to the door, signaling Song Yun to leave. Grinning, Song Yun left to find Yang Ji, who was still observing the research process. I was hoping to watch a bit more. So, where are we headed now? Yang Ji asked as he climbed into the car. We're going to the Yi Group. Of all the companies under Song Yun's control, the Yi Group was the only one that hadn't changed hands. His father-in-law was still the chairman, after all, they were family. Arriving at the Yi Group, Song Yun took the executive elevator straight to the top floor office. Knock. Knock. Come in. Song Yun pushed the door open and greeted his father-in-law with a smile. Dad, are you busy? Oh, it's you. Come in, sit down. I just got a new batch of tea, try it out and tell me what you think. Yi's father was delighted to see Song Yun. He was extremely pleased with his son-in-law. Whether it was in terms of skills, knowledge, or character, Song Yun was a shining star. What brings you here today? Where's King? King went to the capital. Yi's father frowned. The capital? Why's she running around while she's pregnant? She should be acting more like an expectant mother. Though his words were reproachful, his eyes were filled with affection for his daughter. Things aren't very stable on my end lately, so I sent the women in the family to stay in the Red Wall for a few days. It's safer that way. Wait, what? You said they're staying where? In the Red Wall. Yi's father was visibly shocked. His son-in-law's influence had grown so much? He made staying in one of the most secure places in the country sound as casual as booking a room at a motel. Yeah, I completed a task recently and established some connections over there, Song Yun said with a grin. Anyway, let's not talk about that. I came here today to ask if you know how to reduce the stock held by some of the minor shareholders. Funny you mention it. I was going to ask you about what happened yesterday. Why did the stock prices of all your companies take such a hit? Yi's father turned serious. Of course, I don't believe what your ex-girlfriend is saying. I've been around long enough to know better than that. Who's after you, trying to ruin your reputation like this? Just some rats hiding in the shadows, Song Yun said with a headache. Dad, they're powerful. Yesterday's stock drop was just a test. The real storm is yet to come. Yi's father took a deep breath, thinking it over. Why do you want to reduce the minor shareholder stock? Have they already started to buy in? Yes, and the thought of making money only to give them a share disgusts me. Song Yun lit a cigarette for his father, then one for himself. And if they keep sticking their noses into my business, I can't just let them mess things up. That's easy enough to handle, Yi's father said calmly. It's all about money. You can merge all your companies into one giant commercial empire. That way the people who hold stock in individual companies will have to consolidate their shares to get stock in the new entity. Then you can issue new shares, let's say 10 million new shares. If you want to keep your ownership percentage, you'll need to inject $1 billion into the company. All the other shareholders, big or small, will either have to invest more or see their shares get diluted. If they can't keep up, they'll be forced to sell or drop out. Perfect. Song Yun slapped his thigh. Having an experienced elder around is like owning a treasure. Dad, I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. Of course. You're my son-in-law after all, Yi's father said with a smile. I'll dust off these old bones and help you win this fight. That same day, Song Yun's conglomerate released a joint statement announcing that within a week, all resources would be consolidated to form a new corporation. The news sent shockwaves through the stock market, and by the close of trading, the stock prices of all Song Yun's listed companies had skyrocketed, hitting their daily limit. Looks like Xiao Shixizi really knows what he's doing in the business world, murmured Ying Gongzi, glancing at the financial reports. He's going to make quite a bit of money from this. If I don't act soon, I'll lose all my points. Master, I believe tonight is a good opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Grey Deer Research. If we destroy some critical equipment, they won't be able to produce anything for at least 6 months. As far as I know, Song Yun has made deals with top officials, and if he can't deliver the serum, the penalties will be severe. A middle-aged man wearing a mask spoke softly. That's a solid plan. Ying Gongzi tapped his finger on the table, pondering for a moment. Mr. Gu, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. I won't fail. Good. Go prepare. When Gu didn't leave right away, Ying Gongzi smiled and asked, What, looking for a reward before the job's done? I wouldn't dare. Gu trembled. I was just curious, why haven't you acted against Su looting yet? Wouldn't that provoke Song Yun even more? You're a little too interested in my personal affairs. Ying Gongzi stood up, leveling his gaze at Gu. Don't forget how you got that scar on your face. If you hadn't let your curiosity get the better of you back then, you wouldn't be in this situation. I understand. Hey, I'll tell you though, Su looting is like a fine wine. If you drink it all at once, there won't be any left to enjoy after the victory. Ying Gongzi smiled warmly, but Gu didn't dare relax. While Ying Gongzi might not be the strongest of the elite, he was certainly the most dangerous. Many had already learned this lesson at the cost of their lives. Enough gossip. Get to work. I don't want to fall too far behind Xiao Shixizi in points. After Gu left, Yang Gongzi summoned Su Luting. When he saw her dark circles, his expression darkened. What's with this look? Didn't sleep well. Now that you're just a pretty face, you better start acting like it. Who do you think you're impressing with that gloomy face? If you walk around like that, people will think I'm mistreating you. He grabbed her by the neck with one hand, his voice cold. Now smile. Su Luting felt her strength draining from her body, her mind going blank. Smile. Maybe it was a reflex, but she forced a smile one more miserable than crying. Ha ha ha, that's better. Women look so much better when they smile. Ying Gongzi tossed her aside like a rag doll and wiped his hands with a wet wipe. So, did you think about my question from yesterday? Can you spare my mother and brother? Do whatever you want with me. Su Luting clutched her throat, begging. I know they've done terrible things, but they're still family. That's your answer, Ying Gongzi sneered. You disappoint me. If all you have to say is this, don't think you can sway me. I'll do anything you want. You've wanted me all along, haven't you? I'm yours. I can't believe I once thought you were a fine wine. Turns out, you're nothing special after all. I've already given you everything, Su Luting cried. I'm just an ordinary person. I never wanted to be part of your battles. None of this is under my control. If it weren't for the fact that I want to humiliate Song Yun in the end, if he hadn't sent his family away, I wouldn't touch someone like you, even if you were handed to me for free. Ying Gongzi snorted in disdain. Here's how it'll go, I'll only take one hand each from your mother and brother. Now, get out. Just then, a voice came from outside the door, followed by laughter. A chubby man strolled in. Ying, you seem pretty worked up. No need to get so angry if your underlings make mistakes, just scold them. Getting upset won't do your health any good. Ying Gongzi turned to see Xiao Shixi approaching with a grin. You really went all out, Ying. Renting an entire floor of this hotel. If I were Song Yun, I'd never suspect you. I'm nothing compared to you, Xiao Shixi. Everyone knows you've made billions already. Ah, you're mistaken. Stocks are just toys, virtual money doesn't count for anything. Xiao Shixi, short of breath after just a few steps, collapsed onto the sofa. What I'm after is Song Yun's shares. That's what matters most. Careful you don't play with fire and get burned. Ying Gongzi sneered, then shouted at Su Luting, why are you still here? Get out! Ying, who's the girl? Xiao Shixi asked. Song Yun's ex-girlfriend. TSK, Ying, you always have such unique taste. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief, Xiao Shixi watched Su Luting leave, clearly lost in thought. Enough of that. What brings you here? Ying Gongzi asked, pouring tea. Shouldn't you be monitoring the stock market? Haha, I just missed you. Xiao Shixi laughed, taking a sip of tea. No matter how much I make, I'll never top you in points. You've got the main attack role. Even one of your victories is worth far more than mine. Ying Gongzi, enjoying the flattery, lit a cigar and said, the old men are almost gone, but they still won't relinquish power. I came here to secure a big win and force them to hand it over. If you want to help, I wouldn't mind. Sure. I've had enough of those old men too. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do it. You can help by bringing more money. The more we gather, the easier it'll be to crush them when the time comes. Ying Gongzi's face was obscured by smoke. Haha, no problem. But are you sure you can trust me? I wouldn't use someone I don't trust. I've got plenty of room for that. Alright, I guess I was being petty. I'll go prepare. Let me know when you need the money. Xiao Shixi slowly got up and left. Ying Gongzi watched him go, thinking to himself how much the man resembled a fat pig ready for slaughter. It was late at night. Song Yun and Yuan Ci lay on the couch, drinking and chatting. Ouyang had realized by now that he was basically on vacation. The security around them was so tight that he didn't need to worry about a thing. Where's Uncle Song? It's so late. And he still hasn't come back, Ouyang asked, squinting at the time, his voice slurred with drunkenness. Don't worry about him. Finish your drink and head to bed. Song Yun replied, not showing the slightest sign of being drunk. With his physical condition now, getting drunk was nearly impossible. Alright, I'll go have some nice dreams. Ouyang said, downing his drink in one gulp before wobbling back to his room. Song Yun glanced at the clock. It was 11:30 p.m. TSK Kisod. Dad, you're playing with fire here. If Mom finds out, what are you going to do? What if she divorces you? He chuckled to himself. I'm a grown man who would get custody. His feelings were complicated, torn between wanting to send someone like Huang Beiding to check on his dad and deciding to let it slide. But he knew his father was sharp. If he got caught snooping, it would be awkward for everyone involved. What a headache. Meanwhile, at Konoha Bar, Song-bo sat at the bar, sipping drinks with a still charming woman. Over the past 2 hours, at least 10 men had tried to flirt with her, including several young, handsome men. You never seem to age. If I take you out, people will think I'm with my daughter. Song-bo teased, smirking after a sip of his drink. Do you want me to call you daddy, then? Stop. Song-bo quickly waved his hand. We're too old for jokes like that. Oh? You didn't say that back in the day, she said, rolling her eyes at him. Her sultry look turned many heads. We haven't been in touch for years. Did you come all the way to Shanghai just to get me drunk and sleep with me? Song-bo asked righteously. I'll have you know, I'm not that easy, and it'll take more than this little bit of alcohol to get me drunk. Her laugh was like the tinkling of wind chimes, soft and melodic. She lightly patted Song-bo on the shoulder. You haven't changed a bit, but maybe I do want a taste of you, now that I'm getting older. After all, I lost to your wife back then, so I deserve at least one chance before I get too old. You're 46. But no one would ever guess, Song-bo said bluntly. At this rate, when you're 60, you'll probably still look like this. Yeah, she sighed, a hint of sadness creeping into her voice. It's because of a condition I have. My cells age slowly, so my body develops much slower than normal. When everyone around me grows old and gray, I'll still have this face. It's more of a curse than a blessing. If other women heard you say that, they'd probably beat you to death. Song-bo showed no mercy with his words. Anyway, we've had enough to drink. If you've got something to say, now's the time. You won't get another chance like this. Ugh. You shameless pig. I'll have you know, I used to be one of the 4 beauties of the capital. I'm no homewrecker. She downed a shot of whiskey, biting her lip as she asked, I've heard your son developed a new serum. Yeah, why? Interested. Someone asked me to inquire whether the technology could be shared. Of course they're willing to pay generously in money or power. So? That's what this is about. Song-bo shook his head. What if I say no? Could they at least buy a stake in it? No? Not even a little favor? Hey, anyone who dares reach for this will lose their hand. Song-bo smiled warmly, but his tone left no room for negotiation. Well, I expected as much. She sighed. I owed someone a favor, so I had to ask. Anyway, the drinks are done. I should go. She stood to leave, but Song-bo grabbed her wrist. She looked back at him, confused, as he raised an eyebrow. You sure you don't want to stay the night? You dirty old man, she blushed, punching him playfully. If you want me, divorce your wife first. With that she left, her head held high. Damn, she's still as fiery as ever. Song-bo muttered as he sipped his drink. But his thoughts were elsewhere. Who was backing her? It was nearly 1 a.m. when Song-bo finally returned home. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by Song-yeon's curious gaze. Get lost. I didn't do anything to betray your mother. Song-bo waved him off irritably. Why are you still up? Were you waiting to catch me in the act? No way. I'm heading to bed now, Song-yeon said with a grin, jogging upstairs. This brat. Song-bo sighed. By 3 a.m., most people were fast asleep. At the entrance of Grey Deer Research Lab, a security guard in a military coat was dozing off in the booth, his head nodding. All right, you 3 go in. Mr. Gyu whispered to the 30 men behind him. These were Ying Gongzi's elite, loyal and highly skilled. Yes, sir. The 3 men scaled the wall with ease, silently gesturing to one another as they split up. One of them blew a puff of smoke through the crack in the security booth's window. The guard, who had been intermittently waking, slumped forward onto the desk, snoring deeply. The other 2 moved quickly, cutting the power to the security cameras at the entrance. Gentlemen, now is the time to prove your loyalty to Ying Gongzi. After this victory he will reward you all handsomely, Mr. Gyu encouraged in a low voice. Without hesitation, the rest of the group scaled the wall. To them, the highly secured research lab might as well have been made of paper. You 3, cut the power at the entrance. The rest of you, follow me. Roger. You 4, secure the back entrance. Don't let any staff escape. We need to buy as much time as possible. You 5, take down the security personnel inside. Kill anyone who tries to run. The leader coordinated the operation, waiting for the main gate's power to be cut. Beep. Click. Click. The green light at the gate turned red, and the electronic lock disengaged. Move, move. The group rushed through the gate, only to be met by the full Snow Leopard squad, armed and ready. Hands on your heads now. Or we will use any means necessary. Song-yeon was abruptly awakened by a phone call. After answering, he learned that there had been an attack on the Grey Deer research lab that night. Fortunately, the Snow Leopard squad had been on high alert and barely managed to fend off the attackers. Damn it, can't I ever get a good night's sleep, Song Yun muttered, quickly dressing and pulling Yang Ji out of bed. The two of them drove straight to the lab. As soon as they parked, Song Yun caught the faint scent of blood in the air. His face darkened as he swiped his card to enter the facility. Inside, a dozen unconscious or bound attackers were piled in a corner, while 4 injured Snow Leopard squad members were being treated for their wounds. Mr. Song, mission accomplished, the squad leader said seriously. These attackers were highly skilled, each carrying lethal weapons. They must be elite forces sent by the enemy. Good. I've already called the Falcon squad. Once they arrive, you can rotate out for a few days. Send your wounded to the hospital, and those uninjured can rest at the villa. Seeing the squad leader about to protest, Song Yun raised a hand to cut him off. This is for your own good. They've attacked once, but it's unlikely they'll have the resources to launch a second assault. Your job now is to recover and be ready for the final battle. Understood. The squad leader replied, standing at attention. What should we do with these prisoners? We're skilled in combat, but interrogations aren't really our strength. Don't worry, Song Yun said with a smile. I'll handle them personally. 10 minutes later, 2 vans arrived at the lab's entrance, and the members of the Falcon squad took over the security detail from the Snow Leopard squad. With everything under control, Song Yun stayed behind to deal with the prisoners. Mr. Song, aren't you coming with us? The squad leader asked curiously. You go ahead. I've arranged for the hospital to pick up your injured men from the villa. Once I finish up here, I'll head home to sleep. Song Yun gave a reassuring smile. Half an hour later, the same vans that had driven the Snow Leopard squad to the villa returned. This time, they were loaded with the captured attackers, and Song Yun led them to a secluded warehouse. You two wait outside. I'll finish up here quickly, he told the drivers, sending them away. Then he turned to the still conscious attackers and smiled. Now, who's going to be the one to tell me what happened tonight? To hell with you, Song. I'd rather die than betray the young master, one of the attackers spat. With that, he bit down hard, and black blood oozed from his mouth as he collapsed dead. All right, 1 down. There are 12 left. Are you all planning to follow his example? Song Yun asked nonchalantly. If you're really that loyal, I won't bother interrogating you. I'll give you all 1 minute to decide those who want to die. Go ahead. I won't stop you. The remaining attackers exchanged uncertain glances. They had expected torture, interrogation, maybe even being stopped from killing themselves. But this? Song Yun seemed completely indifferent to their lives. What's going on? Do our lives really mean that little to him? 10 seconds left. 9. 8. 7. Song, I may die today, but in 20 years I'll be back as a hero. My family will be well taken care of by the young master. You'll pay for this. Another 1 down. Time's up. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as Song Yun finished his countdown, several attackers bit down on their poison capsules and fell dead. SK, and the rest of you? Too scared to die, Song Yun sighed. Since you don't have the guts, start talking. Who's this young master you're working for, and what's his plan? Silence. No answer? Not dying either. Don't waste my time. Song Yun suddenly exploded in anger, kicking one of the prisoners so hard that he flew across the room, hitting the wall and coughing up blood. I really don't want to waste time on this. Are you going to talk or not? Spit. Do your worst. If I scream, I'll take your name. One of the attackers sneered, spitting at Song Yun. Hey. Song Yun chuckled, nodding. You said it. He calmly walked toward the defiant man. Outside the warehouse, the 2 drivers were smoking, shivering at the muffled screams coming from inside. Mr. Song, don't get involved in the boss's business. Just do your job, and forget everything you've heard tonight. Right? Wang, you're experienced. Look out for me in the future. Don't worry, kid. Mr. Song isn't stingy. You'll probably get a raise after this. You two can come back in. Song Yun called from inside the warehouse. The drivers stomped out their cigarettes, patted their faces, and entered. It's been a long night. Take these guys to the police station, and then head home for some rest, Song Yun instructed calmly. The drivers glanced at the remaining prisoners. Aside from the ones who had killed themselves, the others were trembling with fear. Some had even soiled themselves, and the stench was overwhelming. Let's get going, Yang Ji said, nodding as he took the wheel for the drive back. By the time they returned to Huashu Villa, Song Bo was already awake, waiting in the living room. Find out anything? There are over 100 members of the hidden family here in Shanghai, led by 2 so-called young masters. Tonight's attack on the lab was ordered by Ying Gongzi, Song Yun said, lighting a cigarette to wake himself up. As for other details, these grunts didn't know much, not worth pressing them further. Over 100 people? That's quite the force. I wish I knew where they were staying. I'd storm the place right now, Song Yun said coldly. Hey, they'll show themselves sooner or later, Song Bo said, trying to calm him. You can't just send everyone out onto the streets to search for them. Why not? Ouyang Ji chimed in. What about those 13 experts? Can't we use them? Exactly, Song Yun exclaimed, slapping his thigh. They're just sitting around, why not put them to use? Forget it. Song Bo interrupted. Those people have egos as high as the sky. It's already a miracle they agreed to help. You think you can order them around? And what if they leave? What's stopping the hidden family from launching a sneak attack on the villa or the lab? This is so frustrating, Song Yun cursed. One day I swear I'll drag all these rats out of the shadows and let the sun burn them away. What did you say? We lost over 10 men in this operation. Ying Gongzi was startled awake by Mr. Gu's report, shouting in disbelief, Don't tell me those researchers are secretly martial arts masters, taking down my elite soldiers with a single punch. Mr. Gu smiled bitterly. The operation started smoothly, but when we entered the research lab, 10 rifles were already trained on us. And these weren't ordinary guards, these men had exceptional close combat skills. We couldn't break through and had to retreat to preserve our remaining forces. Ying Gongzi fell into silence. The presence of those 10 men was significant not because of their combat prowess alone, but because of their weapons. In this country, possession of such firearms was strictly controlled. Even if Song Yun had hired top-tier bodyguards, at most, they would carry small pistols. This meant someone powerful was backing Song Yun, someone with influence high up. Even though the hidden families operated outside the norms of society, they knew better than to provoke the government. They couldn't afford to go up against a nation. Master. You can leave for now. Ying Gongzi sighed, his thoughts racing as he reconsidered the wisdom of accepting this mission. At this point, Song Yun's 10 men were like a blade pointed directly at his heart. So, should I kill Song Yun and disappear for a few years under a new identity, or should I call it quits and admit failure to the family? That's the question. In the darkness, Ying Gongzi muttered to himself. Or, maybe I can send Xiao Shixi into the fray before he learns what happened tonight. Yes, let him take the first blow. With renewed determination, Ying Gongzi was about to order someone to fetch Xiao Shixi when Mr. Gu stopped him at the door. Master. It's the middle of the night. If you rush to summon Xiao Shixi now, even he would suspect something's wrong. Instead, why not have someone watch his residence and invite him to breakfast tomorrow morning? Hey ha ha ha, well said. Mr. Gu. Ying Gongzi laughed, now fully awake and seeing the wisdom in the plan. He gave immediate orders. The next morning at a.m. one of Ying Gongzi's men knocked on Xiao Shixi's door. Unlike Ying Gongzi, who had rented out an entire floor of a 5-star hotel, Xiao Shixi owned property in Shanghai. His residence was in one of the city's most exclusive, high-end areas. Who are you? A burly bald man opened the door. I'm here on behalf of Ying Gongzi to invite Master Xiao Shixi to breakfast. Is he awake yet? Oh, you're from Ying Gongzi. Come on in. Master Xiao will be up in about half an hour, the bald man said with a grin, offering a cigarette. Master Xiao told us that from now on, we're like family with Ying Gongzi's people, we should stay in close contact. Of course. Ying Gongzi always says that Master Xiao Shixi is a god of wealth, able to turn even small schemes into billions. You guys must be living well under him, right? Haha, not bad. We get a few extra thousand every month. The bald man's mood visibly improved as he chatted about how much money they were making with Xiao Shixi, leaving Ying Gongzi's messenger filled with envy and wishing he could switch sides. Half an hour later, Xiao Shixi was finally up, and the bald man went to inform him. Wearing loose, comfortable clothes, Xiao Shixi came out smiling. What does Brother Ying need from me this morning? My master didn't tell me the details, only that he wanted me to invite you to breakfast. The man replied humbly, bowing. All right, let me freshen up, and I'll join you. After a few minutes, Xiao Shixi was ready, and the two of them headed over to Ying Gongzi's residence. As he entered the suite, Xiao Shixi smiled and said, Brother Ying, you didn't call me over just for breakfast, did you? Actually, you're wrong this time. Ying Gongzi said with a feigned smile. I found a Cantonese chef whose cooking is absolutely superb. Knowing how much you love Cantonese food, I couldn't resist inviting you. You're too kind, Brother Ying. Xiao Shixi replied, though he was clearly suspicious. They entered the dining area, and dish after dish of expertly prepared Cantonese cuisine was brought out. The aroma filled the room, and Xiao Shixi couldn't help but dig in. "This is amazing. You really found a gem, Brother Ying," he said, his mouth full. Everyone in the family knew that Xiao Shixi had two great loves: money and food. Among all cuisines, Cantonese food was his favorite. "If you like the chef, why not take him with you? He's all yours," Ying Gongzi offered generously. "Brother Ying, let's not beat around the bush. You wouldn't be this generous just for a meal. What's really going on?" Xiao Shixi wiped his mouth, his tone growing serious. "Ha, you're as cautious as ever," Ying Gongzi sighed, lighting a cigarette. After a moment's pause, he said, "To be honest, I did have something to discuss." "Go ahead. Your business moves have already disrupted Song Yun enough. Now we need to think about amplifying the results." Ying Gongzi took a puff of his cigarette, speaking calmly. "I'm thinking we strike tonight, hit Song Yun's home and take him out for good. What do you think?" "Go directly," Xiao Shixi frowned, clearly surprised. "Isn't that a bit rash? The family gave us a 6-month timeline, and it's only been a few days. Why rush? Song Yun doesn't require that much time," Ying Gongzi said coolly. "Besides, the family spies have informed me that the old master is gravely ill." "What?" Xiao Shixi's eyes widened in shock. "The old master was just sick a few days ago, and now he's critically ill." "Sheesh. This information is about 80% reliable," Ying Gongzi whispered. "Instead of wasting time on Song Yun, wouldn't it be better to return and seize control? Doesn't it seem strange to you? Right after the old master fell ill, the higher-ups ordered us to deal with Song Yun, sending both of us out here. There are 7 young masters in total, why just us? Maybe they want us out of the picture, so when the old master dies they can seize power without us in the way." "My dear brother, with the way the family has been treating us, do we really need to think twice?" Ying Gongzi sighed, standing up and placing a hand on Xiao Shixi's shoulder. In their eyes were nothing more than pawns. "If they didn't send us away now, do you think they'd ever share power with us?" "Brother Ying, is this information accurate?" Xiao Shixi's formerly carefree expression shifted to one of sharp focus, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "The old master shouldn't pass so soon. Taoist Qi once calculated that he had at least 16 more years of life." "Ha! You believe that drunkard? He's mad 2 days a week, spends 3 days drunk, sleeps for another day, and even when he's clear-headed he reeks of alcohol. Wake up, Shixi. It's just you and me out here now. We've been abandoned. The only thing we can do is take care of Song Yun quickly and go back to seize power." Ying Gongzi slammed the table with a fierce look. "And don't forget how you ended up like this. Have you forgotten how Li Shu Yuan humiliated you and stole your fiancé? How you drowned yourself in food and alcohol just to survive? Never forget that he's number 2 on the ranking list. Once he gains full power, do you think someone who plays the fool like you will have a good ending?" Xiao Shixi clenched his fists tightly. Of course he hadn't forgotten. Back when he didn't yet hold the title of Gongzi, Li Shu Yuan had forcibly taken his fiancée because of her beauty and publicly humiliated him, stripping him naked in front of a crowd. And he would never forget how he, once admired for his good looks, had countless admirers. If not to protect himself, why would he have willingly turned himself into this fat pig? All those memories were burned into his mind, and he couldn't bear the thought of going through that again. "Brother Ying, maybe you're right. I'll leave it up to you. My men are at your disposal." Xiao Shixi took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that surged within him. "But when we return to the family to take power, I want Li Shu Yuan." "Don't worry, he's yours," Ying Gongzi replied with a smile. "Now, go send your men over to me. Tonight, I'll personally lead the charge to eliminate Song Yun." "All right." As Xiao Shixi left, Ying Gongzi watched him walk away with a playful glint in his eye. A mixed blood mongrel like him, did he really think that being called Gongzi meant he truly held that title? If not for the resources Xiao Shixi controlled, Ying Gongzi would have dealt with him long ago. Fuming, Xiao Shixi left the building. As he stepped out of the elevator, he accidentally bumped into a woman, and in that moment, felt a small piece of paper slip into his hand. Frowning slightly, he remembered who the woman was: Song Yun's ex-girlfriend, now attached to Ying Gongzi. Once he sat in his car, Xiao Shixi opened his hand and unfolded the paper. Written in lipstick was a single line: "Last night's mission failed. You're in danger." Last night's mission failed. Xiao Shixi began to feel uneasy. Had there been something he wasn't told? He realized now that his earlier anger had clouded his judgment. Thinking back, Ying Gongzi's words did seem rushed. Could it be that Yang Gongzi had launched an operation last night and failed? It wasn't impossible. But he needed more information. Back home, Xiao Shixi summoned his men and announced his alliance with Ying Gongzi, ordering them to follow Ying Gongzi's instructions. Once everyone had left to prepare, Xiao Shixi called in his most trusted bodyguard, Meng Hu. Meng Hu, you've been by my side for over a decade, right? 13 years and 5 months. Meng Hu replied, bowing. Yes, you were sent by my mother as my personal guard. In this family you may be the only one I can fully trust. Xiao Shixi tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. I have a very important task for you. If it succeeds, I might just escape a disaster. If it fails, well, you'll be left to collect my body. The struggle between the family's young masters was always brutal. There were originally 34 of them in his generation, but now? The names of those who had been erased from the family's records were long forgotten, their graves overgrown with weeds. In this family, the elders allowed the young masters to fight each other. It was their way of selecting the strongest, leaving the rest as sacrifices. I may be a simple man, but I know one thing: if you're paid by your master, you should serve him without question. Meng Hu spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry, young master. Even if it costs me my life, I'll ensure your safety. Good. Xiao Shixi handed him a sealed envelope. Take this to Song Yun's ex-girlfriend. Find out where she's staying, and give this to her. Remember, you have to be quick. Time is not on our side. Understood. Meng Hu carefully tucked the envelope away. Although it's not my place to question your decisions, I feel that something's off about this operation. Please, if there's any way to avoid putting yourself in danger, do so. I know. Meanwhile, Song Yun was examining a vial of liquid in his hand, frowning. So you're saying this serum was created by one of the researchers? Yes. As strange as it sounds, according to the Falcon Squad, this researcher pieced together the formula by reviewing inventory records of extracted materials. He didn't know the exact proportions, but through trial and error, he managed to create this. Ouyangji's face was serious. However, this serum is different from yours. Tests show that it can increase speed by 20%, lasting for half an hour, but the side effect is an hour of extreme weakness afterward. That's still quite powerful. Song Yun remarked, swirling the crystal-clear liquid in the vial. Who's in charge of the warehouse? How could such sensitive information be leaked so easily, to the point where any researcher can access it? I've already investigated that. Ouyangji responded. It turns out that the researcher is the warehouse manager's brother-in-law. The manager didn't think this information was particularly classified, so he handed it over. Huh. Well, that brother-in-law sure caused a lot of trouble. Song Yun placed the vial on the table. What's your plan for handling this? There are 2 options. Ouyangji said. First, we could bring the researcher into the core team. He's clearly a genius, able to create a working serum from just a few records. And the second, Tao, turn him over to the authorities. Considering your groundbreaking work, they'll likely deem his inferior, side effect-laden formula irrelevant. To stay on your good side, they'll probably hand down a harsh sentence. How harsh? Song Yun asked, intrigued. Treason. The consequences are that severe. Song Yun asked in surprise. I thought the worst that could happen was a few years in prison. In an ordinary company, it might not be that bad. But your formula is different. It involves a wide range of issues and concerns competition between nations. Ouyangji said grimly. 7 years ago, there was a breakthrough in astrophysics research, but someone leaked it. The authorities were furious, and those responsible were all charged with treason. Do you really think the agility serum is any less important? So I have 2 options in front of me. Song Yun muttered after a moment of thought. Bring the researcher here. I want to talk to him. Understood. About half an hour later, Ouyangji returned with a man in his 30s, unshaven and disheveled. The man, clearly nervous, began trembling as soon as he saw Song Yun. He knew the gravity of his mistake, and once it came to light, his career in research would be over. No team would want to work with a traitor. Hello, Mr. Song. The man stammered. Your name is Zhou Jiaping, correct? Song Yun said, his face expressionless. Do you know why I've called you here? I know. It's because I got too curious and stole your research results. Zhou Jiaping replied in a quiet voice. At first I was just curious. I never thought I'd actually make something work. And do you know the consequences if your formula is leaked? Song Yun slammed his hand on the table, his tone suddenly sharp. Do you realize how many people could be affected by what you've done? I don't know. I just heard from some colleagues that the core members of this project make double my salary. So I got greedy for a moment, and Zhou Jiaping laughed bitterly. I know I broke the rules, But I did manage to create a serum, didn't I? Oh, so you feel proud of using someone else's formula to make a discovery? Song Yun frowned. No, of course not. In fact, I feel ashamed. But the truth is, I made it. Legally, this serum counts as my research result. Zhao Jiaping said, raising his head with newfound determination. Your serum and mine are different in their effects, so they're two separate things. Song Yun chuckled, shaking his head. That's the first time I've heard someone try to spin it like that. Based on what you've said, the two results are different, but the materials are the same, and your formula was derived from mine. That's theft. No, Zhou Jiaping shouted. It's like a father and a son. Sure, they share the same blood, but they're two distinct individuals in everyone's eyes. And besides, this formula isn't even classified, right? It's like Coca-Cola. The ingredients have been public for years, but no one can replicate the exact same taste. Maybe I got lucky, but you can't discredit my work. You sure have a way with words. Song Yun lit a cigarette and smiled. But I'm afraid I have to tell you that my formula is classified, and it's highly sensitive. Because of your curiosity, your brother-in-law, the warehouse manager, will be fired, and we will pursue legal action against him. No, you can't do that. Zhou Jiaping's eyes widened in panic. In truth, after successfully creating the serum and conducting tests, he had already received multiple offers. If he jumped ship now, he could lead his own team, with a salary 5 times what he earned currently. You made a mistake, and the people connected to you will suffer the consequences. Your wife, who works as a professor at Madu University, she's already been fired. Song Yun's voice remained calm. I wanted to have a civil conversation with you, but I don't think we're seeing eye to eye. So, let's just cut to the chase. And let me tell you this, because of your theft, both your children and your brother-in-law's children will have their records marked. Don't expect them to ever work in public service or be admitted to graduate programs. Hearing this, Zhou Jiaping suddenly lunged at Song Yun, but Ouyang Ji caught him effortlessly with one hand. You devil! You capitalist scum! I spit on you, Zhou Jiaping cursed. I just don't get it. Song Yun said coldly as he crouched down in front of Zhou. You were the one who made the mistake. Why are you angry with me? Did I not pay you well enough? Did I mistreat you? No, I didn't. In fact, my company offers some of the best benefits in the industry. Why do people like you always push the blame onto others? I'm the victim here, understand? You bastard. Even if you throw me in jail, I won't stay there long. When I get out, I'll still be a free man. Song Yun raised an eyebrow. Seems like someone's made promises to you. Turning to Ouyang Ji, Song Yun instructed, check who's been in contact with him recently. Got it. Ouyang Ji made a quick call and received a response about 20 minutes later. His expression darkened as he learned who was behind Zhou's contacts. After hanging up, Ouyang Ji furiously slapped Zhou across the face. You piece of trash. You've been working with foreign organizations. So what? Zhou spat out blood, grinning coldly. Science knows no borders. If I can't continue my research here, I'll take it elsewhere. Mark my words, minus 30 years from now, my formula will surpass anything you've made by 1,000-fold. Ouyang Ji raised his hand again in anger, but Song Yun stopped him. You really are clueless, Song Yun said with a sigh. You think after what you've done, you'll just walk away. You can't hold me. I've applied for a green card, and once it's approved, you won't have the right to detain me. I swear, I want to kill this guy. Ouyang Ji growled. People need to know their limits, Song Yun said, his eyes cold. I guess you'll be taking a trip with some friends. An hour later, a group of 12 heavily armed personnel arrived at the villa. At the front were 2 officials in uniform. Hello, I'm with the National Security Bureau of Madu. We're here to handle the transfer. I choose the second option. Su Luting made up her mind and said resolutely, I can't turn back now. I just hope you'll take care of my father. Don't worry. Your father will live peacefully in a small third-tier city with $1 million to his name. The 14th prince smiled and added, tonight, I'll come to find you. Be ready. Okay, Su Luting sighed in relief after speaking. This might be the best decision she had ever made in her life. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Prince Ying observed the men under the 14th prince's command and smiled. It seemed this fool had genuinely fallen for his story. He had even sent over his personal bodyguards. At midnight, we'll launch a full-scale assault on Huashu Villa, and we won't stop until Song Yun's head is mine. I can promise all of you that whether we win or lose, each of you will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Prince Ying raised his voice, addressing the group. Moreover, I can elevate your family's status within the clan. Your parents, your women, and your children will all benefit from the courage you showed today, securing a brighter future. "We follow the prince's command." Mr. Guo stood up and shouted. "We follow the prince's command." The group echoed in unison. It was quite the sight, and if the hotel's soundproofing wasn't as good as it was, the guests below might have thought something illegal was going on. "Now, everyone, go get some rest." Prince Ying smiled as he sent off his subordinates. Only he and Mr. Guo remained in the room. "Your Highness, are you really going to lead the charge tonight?" Mr. Guo asked with concern. "It's said that a wise man doesn't risk his life under a crumbling wall. I fear what?" Prince Ying shot him a cold look. "Even if the plan fails tonight, I can retreat safely. What I seek has never been just one victory." Yes, your Highness sees the bigger picture and controls the grand scheme." Mr. Guo wiped the sweat from his brow. "What arrangements should I make for tonight? How should I assist you?" "Mr. Guo, you think rather highly of yourself, don't you?" Prince Ying's eyes narrowed. "You even want to know my escape route now?" "I call you Mr. Guo out of respect, not because you've earned it. Forgive me, Your Highness. I spoke out of turn. I'll go make preparations now." Mr. Guo forced a bitter smile. "But please heed this advice: have the 14th Prince's men lead the vanguard. If things go wrong, I hope Your Highness can retreat safely." "Understood. You may go." Prince Ying waved him off dismissively. At midnight, when the nightlife in a city like Madu was just beginning, no one expected Prince Ying to choose this moment for his attack. A convoy of Audis departed from the hotel, heading straight for Huashu Villa. "Your Highness, we're 10 minutes away from Huashu Villa. Any specific instructions?" the driver, one of Prince Ying's most trusted men, asked. He had been with Prince Ying since childhood, ranking far higher in trust than Mr. Guo. "Once we're inside the villa grounds, have two teams split off and start causing as much destruction as possible. The more chaos, the better." Prince Ying, reclining in the back seat with his eyes closed, spoke calmly. Whether the night ended in victory or defeat, he planned to return home soon. In the conversations he'd had with the 14th Prince, there had been some truth, such as the news that the old lord was gravely ill. The old lord ruled over all the hidden clans, and was the one holding the knife that divided their interests. If he died without a successor, a brutal power struggle would break out. Prince Ying had no intention of missing out on that, and he certainly wasn't going to let a conflict with Song Yun keep him from securing his share of the power. The bright convoy was easily spotted by the villa's gate guards, who immediately reported it. After all, Huashu Villa housed many wealthy residents, and such a large convoy likely belonged to a visiting tycoon. However, within minutes, the guard's face turned pale as he realized something was wrong, and he ran toward the villas to raise the alarm. Boom! Crash! Bang! Explosions erupted as many villas were hit by explosives thrown from the outside, sending flames and debris into the air. Residents cowered inside their homes, trembling in fear. Hearing the commotion, Song Yun stood up from the sofa, his gaze firm as he stared outside. They've finally made their move. Song Yun moved toward the door, followed closely by Ouyang Ji. "Song Yun! A convoy just arrived. There are at least 70 people." Huang Beiting shouted as he rushed from the surveillance room. "The Snow Leopard and Dragon Pearl squads are ready for combat." "Good." Song Yun jumped onto the wall, where he could see the convoy speeding toward the villa. At the front, vehicles were recklessly accelerating, while a large crowd of armed men surged behind them, quickly approaching. "Drop your weapons and surrender," the Dragon Pearl squad leader shouted. But the attackers, all from the hidden clan, had been given their orders. This was a do-or-die mission. If they died, their families would be richly compensated, their social status elevated. Their children would no longer have to risk their lives as warriors for the clan. For them, this was the best outcome. Charge. For the prince. Kill Song Yun. There's a 1,000,000 yuan reward. Charge. For our families. Determined to die for their cause, the attackers surged forward. Seeing this, the Dragon Pearl squad leader gave up on negotiation and ordered his men to prepare for battle. Though outnumbered, they had superior equipment. One volley of fire, and nearly half of the attackers were down. On the open road, the attackers were easy targets. But the remaining attackers didn't give the squad time to reload. Within seconds, some had broken through the gunfire, rushing directly at the defenders. "It looks like we'll have to join the fight," Song Yun said, jumping down from the wall. "Open the gates, we'll face them head-on." Clack, clack, clack. The gates slowly opened, and Song Yun, Ouyang Ji, and Huang Beiting led their team of bodyguards into battle. "Protect Mr. Song. Song Yun's out. Kill him. I'm barely holding on. Help me out here." Amid the chaos of shouts and battle, Song Yun moved swiftly through the crowd, wielding a staff with deadly precision. One by one he struck down his enemies, each blow knocking them to the ground with unrelenting force. Damn it. It seems that this Song Yun really is the formidable expert, as the intelligence suggested. Ying Gongzi stood hidden among the crowd, feeling a growing urge to retreat. Moreover, he never imagined that such great resources would be deployed to protect Song Yun. Looking at the scene before him, it seemed like 3 elite squads had been specially dispatched to ensure Song Yun's safety. He realized he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. No, I have to leave. If I keep this up, within 5 minutes we'll all be wiped out. Ying Gongzi slowly began retreating, slipping into the blind spots of others, ready to make his escape when he suddenly felt something cold press against his lower back. Ying Gongzi, the brothers are fighting to the death for you. And you're already trying to flee before even facing Song Yun. Can you live with yourself, knowing the dead have fought for nothing? The voice belonged to Meng Hu, the personal bodyguard of the 14th prince. Before the operation, Meng Hu had received orders from the 14th prince himself to keep a close eye on Ying Gongzi and kill him if he tried to run. Of course, if he could arrange for Song Yun to kill him, that would be even better. Meng Hu. How dare a mere servant act against your superior? Ying Gongzi's teeth clenched. Every second spent on this battlefield meant greater danger. You may be a noble prince who doesn't care about the lives of ordinary men like us, but open your eyes. These people have families waiting for them to return. Meng Hu spoke in a deep voice. You didn't even have full confidence in attacking Song Yun, did you? We are nothing more than your pawns to test his strength. If we succeed, great. If not, you can retreat unscathed, return home, and face some mild punishment while still living your noble life. Meng Hu. Watch your mouth. Ying Gongzi growled. You're nothing but a dog of the family. Is this how the 14th prince trained you? You're not worthy of even mentioning the 14th prince. He's always been good to his men, yet he trusted you, placing all of us under your command. Meng Hu leaned in close and snarled into Ying Gongzi's ear. You deserve to die. Wait. Even as skilled as Ying Gongzi was, he couldn't be sure he could avoid an attack with a gun pressed against his back. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could sense the murderous intent in Meng Hu's voice. If they kept this up, he would die at the hands of his own people before Song Yun even had a chance. You don't really think that killing me will free your prince from family scrutiny, do you? Ying Gongzi spoke quickly. If a prince-level figure dies during an outside mission, the family will investigate thoroughly. Do you think the 14th prince can avoid blame? Once it's discovered that he had me killed in the middle of a mission, how do you think the family will punish him? Meng Hu froze. How could he have forgotten that? Ying Gongzi was scum, but if the family found out that Meng Hu had killed him while attacking Song Yun, all the blame would fall on the 14th prince. In other words, the prince would have to bear the consequences for this piece of trash. A one-for-one trade? No. That's not what Meng Hu wanted. But letting Ying Gongzi go wasn't a good option either. Who knows how this bastard would seek revenge on the 14th prince and the families of the fallen brothers if he escaped. Meng Hu, listen to me. Put down the gun, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Whether you retreat with me or stay and fight, I won't say a word. When we return to the family, I'll make sure this stays quiet. How about it? Ying Gongzi spoke in a low voice. Hurry up and make a decision. Song Yun's almost finished off everyone. Meng Hu wavered, and his grip on the gun loosened. This was the moment. A gleam flashed in Ying Gongzi's eyes. To hell with promises. I'm a soaring eagle, and you're just an ant. How dare you challenge me? In a split second, Ying Gongzi leaped into the air like a phantom, wrapping his legs around Meng Hu's head in a swift, 360-degree spin. Crack! A sickening snap echoed as Meng Hu's neck broke. He couldn't understand how Ying Gongzi pulled off such a difficult move, but there was no time to figure it out. Meng Hu's massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Idiot! You made me waste one of my rescues. Ying Gongzi spat on Meng Hu's corpse. As part of their missions, every prince was secretly guarded by 2 elders, who would also record data. Each prince had 3 opportunities for rescue. Using one meant the mission was a failure, bringing shame upon them. Elders? I need a rescue. Ying Gongzi called blindly into the surroundings. Meanwhile, Song Yun and his team had nearly wiped out the attackers. Just as they were about to capture Ying Gongzi, 2 elderly figures dressed in black and white robes suddenly appeared beside him. Everyone, fall back, Song Yun ordered quietly. These 2 were clearly not to be trifled with. If they decided to kill, Song Yun would survive, but his men would be annihilated. Ying Gongzi, your forces are wiped out, and you've used 1 rescue. Your score for this mission is reset to 0. Do you have any objections? The elder in black asked calmly. No objections. Ying Gongzi bowed and replied, but I'm not satisfied. The family made a mistake in assessing this mission. Song Yun's defense wasn't ranked at sea level, it was A. I hope you'll see that clearly, elder. The black-robed elder glanced at Song Yun's group and nodded slightly. Indeed. The family will compensate you accordingly. No. I don't want compensation. Ying Gongzi's voice grew hoarse as he shouted, I want to exchange that compensation for the elder to kill Song Yun. Oh! The family's compensation is quite generous. Are you sure? The white-robed elder asked with a faint smile. I'm sure. At these words, the two elders exchanged a glance. To them, these so-called elite forces were as fragile as paper. Killing Song Yun and his team would only take a few extra minutes. And the reward was immense. Although they were revered elders, they too had descendants. The resources from this mission could allow one of their own to rise to the rank of prince. Thus, Bail. Please wait just a moment, Ying Gongzi. We'll be right back. The elder in white gave a sinister smile. Elder Black, after you. Elder White, after you. The two elders exchanged a glance and smiled before walking towards Song Yun's group. With each step, their imposing aura grew stronger. Song Yun's team felt as though they were facing two ancient beasts, and if a fight broke out, they would surely be torn to shreds. You must retreat quickly, Song Yun said in a low voice. They're here for me, and I can't let you all get dragged into this. No, we came with orders. If we die in battle, that is our destiny, declared the captain of the Dragon Pearl Squad with righteous resolve. President Song, you must leave first. We'll cover your retreat. Song Yun was at a loss for words. He knew exactly how much pressure they were under. Even though his body had been modified by the system, his mind was screaming at him to retreat in the face of the two elders. But they were just ordinary people. Could a single order really be that important? Then, in a flash, Song Yun understood. Perhaps this was their belief. This was the faith that had driven countless ancestors to fight for their country. With their mortal bodies, they had created miracle after miracle. You guys! Song Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Those bastards can call for reinforcements, so why can't I? Honored elders, I ask for your help in this fight. You will be greatly rewarded afterward. Song Yun shouted into the air, knowing full well that powerful allies were nearby. They would only appear if he were truly at death's door. As long as he remained alive, they wouldn't show themselves. So the boy has helped too, sneered the elder in white. Elder Black, looks like we need to hurry. Indeed. With those words, the elder in black stomped the ground and rushed towards Song Yun at lightning speed. But just as he got within half a meter, a soft sword descended from the sky, plunging into the ground in front of him. Upon seeing the markings on the blade, Elder Black halted abruptly, scanning the surroundings with caution. Luzi. Since you're here, why hide in the shadows? Elder Black retreated a few meters, his tone cold. They say you've dedicated your life to the Tao and avoid worldly matters. Why interfere now? Hey ha ha ha. A middle-aged man dressed in Taoist robes descended from the sky, landing gracefully with one foot on the hilt of the soft sword. Despite his youthful appearance, his slightly graying temples and deep, penetrating eyes betrayed his true age. I, Luzi, have always lived an honest life. I come and go as I please. What's it to you? Luzi scoffed at Elder Black. 20 years ago, you couldn't defeat me. And today, nothing's changed. Old words. But no one could find fault with them, for Luzi had the strength to back them up. Things have changed since then. The gap you speak of was closed 10 years ago, Elder Black replied gravely. And there are two of us today. Do you think you can protect him by yourself? You really think I'm a fool? Luzi chuckled. If you're asking for help, at least show some proper manners. If you don't step up now, don't expect to get a share later. Elders Black and White. This boy and I share a bond. Can you leave him to me? From the shadows emerged an old monk carrying a staff. Master Hukong. The Buddhist and Taoist sects are both protecting Song Yun. Does he have some special identity? The elder in white asked darkly. No, Song Yun is simply a friend of mine. Nothing more. Master Huikong placed his staff on the ground with a thud, creating a small crater. You've already caused enough suffering today. I ask that you stop now. Even the Buddha can show anger at times. Master Huikong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. They're not leaving. Suddenly, from behind the two elders, a massive figure emerged. Iron Curtain. He cracked his knuckles and said calmly, I'm not as patient as the masters. Since you're here, let's have a fight first. What the hell? No wonder this man had once taken on so many international fighters by himself. It turned out he was a battle-hungry maniac. Song Yun couldn't help but smile at the situation. Today, things had finally turned in his favor. Iron Curtain. You're still alive, Elder Black shouted in disbelief. Weren't you supposed to have died from your injuries? You believe those rumors? Iron Curtain jumped twice, loosening his muscles. He motioned to the two elders with a smirk. I'm here to protect Song Yun today. You two aren't going anywhere. Ying Gongzi, there's no hope of killing Song Yun now. If you still offer the same payment, I can help you escape. The elder in white called out urgently. Ying Gongzi was stunned. What the hell? What's going on here? Just a moment ago he had the upper hand. How did things flip so quickly, and now he had to run? And from the looks of it, if he didn't pay up, these two weren't going to help him either. Damn it. These elders were all just self-serving scoundrels. I agree. The elder in white nodded, exchanging a glance with Elder Black, ready to force their way out. But in the next second, 10 more figures stepped out of the darkness. 13 people now surrounded the two elders. The elders were dumbfounded. Some of these people they knew, others they had only heard of. But not a single one of them was easy to deal with. They were all legends. The elder in white was now certain when he returned, the first thing he'd do would be to execute all the family's intelligence officers. Damn it! Those idiots had been slacking off. They had rated Song Yun's security as C level. This was a C level operation? This was SS level, at least. With these 13 people, they could storm the family's inner sanctum. If he survived today, the elder in white swore he would hunt down the ones responsible for this assessment and throw them in a dark cell for 3 days of torture. Everyone, we've already given up on attacking Song Yun. Could you be so kind as to let us go? Elder Black was now drenched in sweat. Ha. What do you think? Iron Curtain laughed. But if you give me the route map to the Hidden Family Sanctuary, I might let you live. That's impossible. The Hidden Family remained detached from the world thanks to its use of natural terrain and mystical formations. If the route map were exposed, enemies would swarm in. They would become the family's greatest traitors. Then there's nothing left to discuss. Iron Curtain shrugged. In that case, this conversation is over. You two are going to die today. With that, he charged at the two elders, his speed blending into the darkness, leaving explosive sounds in the air. This is bad. Elder Black crossed his arms to defend himself, but the next second, he felt like he'd been hit by a speeding train, sending him flying. You so-called legends have no honor anymore, cough cough. Elder Black's body crashed into a wall, embedding him in it. His arms burned with pain, and he didn't need to check to know that his bones had cracked. He couldn't believe that after all these years, Iron Curtain's strength had only grown. Just one simple strike, and he was nearly crippled. Ying Gongzi. Give us 10 more gene serums, and we'll choose the types ourselves. Otherwise you're on your own to die here. Elder Black spat out blood as he roared. Fine. Ying Gongzi was cursing them in his heart. Damn it. These two old bastards had no sense of loyalty to their agreement. And now their demands were getting more and more outrageous. Those gene serums weren't something you could just hand out. Each prince only received 3 doses per year, and Ying Gongzi's family had barely 10 left in reserve. Now they were being extorted. But what choice did he have? His life was in their hands, and these two traitorous old fools wouldn't hesitate to abandon him if they didn't get what they wanted. Elder White, let's go all out. Elder Black's body trembled as he pulled himself out of the wall. From his robe he retrieved a glowing purple vial and stabbed it into his heart. It seems we have no choice. Elder White's face darkened. This special serum from their family could exponentially boost their strength and healing ability for an hour. But it came with a deadly price. It drained life force. Everyone who used this serum, even the healthiest of men, would be left aged and frail, their hair turning white once the effects wore off. In the family, this serum had earned the grim nickname Borrowed Life. You forced this upon us? Elder Black roared, his muscles bulging and tearing through his robe. His now massive frame and bulging arms looked far from what one would expect on an old man. Such was the power of the serum. An exchange of life for strength. Die. Elder Black lunged at Iron Curtain with a punch. It seemed slow and gentle, but something about it sparked fear. Everyone felt that if this punch connected, it would be impossible to avoid its deadly impact. Interesting. Iron Curtain adjusted his stance and threw a punch of his own. The two fists collided, and the impact sent a shockwave rippling in all directions. The force pushed Song Yun back several steps as he stared in shock at the two men. Hiss. Iron Curtain leapt back, shaking his arm. His fist was covered in cracks, with blood seeping from the wounds. Looks like you've still got something in you, old man. Iron Curtain narrowed his eyes, his aura rising even higher. You forgot about me. Elder White's cold voice came from behind him. In the next instant, he flew into the air and delivered a brutal kick that sent Iron Curtain crashing into a nearby villa. Go! Elder Black shouted as the two elders, ignoring their injuries, broke through the encirclement. Just as they were about to grab Ying Gongzi, Master Huikong clasped his hands together, then picked up his staff and, with a shout, hurled it toward Ying Gongzi. Thud! Ying Gongzi looked down in shock to see the staff had pierced through his abdomen, and his body was being flung through the air, pinned to a wall. So this is what death feels like? It's so unfair. Ying Gongzi, dead. Amitabha. Are you two provoking this humble monk? Master Huikong's long eyebrows fluttered in the wind as his eyes opened wide, resembling the fierce guardians of a temple mural. You two are not leaving. Master Huikong's figure flickered across the battlefield, moving with the speed and grace of a divine being from myth. Not good. This bald monk is the strongest of them all. Elder White glanced at the now dead Ying Gongzi and cursed him for being a fool. Without knowing anything, he had charged ahead recklessly. Now he was dead, and he was dragging them down with him. Elder Black, we can't escape. We fight. Elder White turned and shouted. Elder Black also realized that their chances of survival were slim. If he was going to die, he might as well take someone with him. With a furious roar, he charged headfirst into the crowd. Run, damn it! Elder White felt a flicker of relief. He and Elder Black had worked together for decades, always trusting each other without fail. That was something he could use to his advantage. Now that Elder Black was covering for him, he swore to treat Black's descendants well if he survived this. Stop. TK. Luzi charged at Elder White, wielding his sword with deadly precision. He was among the top 3 fighters in the group, and Elder White was no match for him. Ah! Get away! Elder White desperately dodged, but Luzi's soft sword kept cutting him, leaving small wounds. Each individual wound was minor, but together they added up, and soon enough, Elder White's body was covered in blood. I can't die. Elder White took out another serum and injected it into his heart. Thud, thud, thud. In the chaos of battle, his heart began pounding like war drums, each beat reverberating through the air. Die. Elder White threw a punch at Luzi, splitting the air around him as if cutting through paper. Luzi, knowing his limits, didn't take the punch head-on. Unlike Iron Curtain, his strength lay in his agility. He dodged and retaliated, leaving more cuts on Elder White's body. Ah! Luzi, damn you! Elder White's rage grew as he realized he couldn't hit his opponent, nor could he escape. This Luzi clung to him like a leech. He had never encountered such a frustrating fighting style in his life. Ha ha, save your strength. Luzi twisted and turned in the air, his flexibility almost otherworldly. I'm here to help. From above came Iron Curtain's voice as he dropped from the sky, knees crashing into Elder White's shoulders with the force of a thunderbolt. Elder White froze and fell to his knees. Then Iron Curtain clenched his fists and smashed them into Elder White's skull once, twice, 3 times. Elder White's breathing grew weaker, and blood flowed steadily from his nose, ears and eyes. Well, I have to admit, that serum of his is pretty impressive. Iron Curtain rubbed his fist and said calmly, their serum has definitely boosted strength, speed, durability and recovery by quite a bit. Luzi nodded in agreement. With a serum that's strong, there must be side effects. We'll just wait and see. Elder White lay on the ground, his consciousness fading. In his final moments he cursed the family's intelligence agents, wishing them 1,000 deaths. Looks like he's done. Iron Curtain watched as Elder White's body fell silent, then rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon. His once youthful skin shriveled, and his thick hair turned into dry straw. It seems this serum drains the body's vital energy. After using it once, it would probably take 10 years to recover. Luzi said seriously. This kind of serum is nothing short of twisted. Only those from hidden families, who don't care about their lives, would dare use it. Ha, that kid's been developing something similar too. Though it's not as potent for us, it'll be more than enough. Iron Curtain glanced over at Song Yun and chuckled. I can't wait to try his serum. I'm just one step away from breaking through. Who isn't? Everyone here has been stuck at the same bottleneck for years. That's why we're all here, taking our chances. Luzi smiled. That kid isn't ordinary. Just look at the people protecting him. It's clear that someone powerful is already backing him. Anyone who goes against them won't have a good end. On the other side of the street, Song Yun looked at the fallen body of Elder Black and couldn't help but feel awestruck. These experts were truly something else. A lineup like this hadn't been seen in decades, especially to protect just one person. His luck had really turned. If he hadn't submitted that data to the authorities in the capital, and if that data hadn't conveniently leaked, he would probably be dead today. Honored elders, please come inside and rest for a while. Once I've finished handling things here, we can discuss the matter of the serum. Song Yun bowed to the group. These powerful figures were used to working alone, and their time was precious. They had originally intended to grab the serum and leave, but when they saw Master Huikong rise and head into the villa, they reluctantly followed, settling in for tea. Song Yun took a deep breath and turned to his team and Huang Baoting. Quickly search the area for any stragglers. Before the police arrive, make sure the residential area is secure. Also, drag those 3 bodies into the courtyard. We'll figure out what to do with them later. With those instructions, his team got to work. In truth, the attackers' main target had always been Song Yun. They only caused a disturbance among the residents to create confusion. As long as the locals stayed inside, there wouldn't be any significant danger. Song Yun slapped his face to refocus, then walked into the villa. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Song Bo serving tea to the formidable guests. Why didn't I see you out there earlier? It feels like we were doing all the heavy lifting for your family. Iron Curtain took a sip of tea and remarked coolly. Haha. With all of you here, there was no need for me to step in. Song Bo calmly brewed more tea. But where have you been living all these years? Want me to find you a job? You could get a taste of high society life. Screw you. Iron Curtain laughed and cursed. I know exactly what you're thinking. You just want to tie me down with worldly matters so I'll work for your Song family. Well, it's not happening. Once I get the serum, I'm going right back to training. Well, you'll have to wait a little while longer. Although the formula is perfected, we only have enough materials to make 12 doses. The last batch will take another week. Song Bo smiled and added, and I'm the only one who knows how to make it. So you're really set on keeping me here for a week, huh? Iron Curtain didn't seem upset. After all, he had known Song Bo for years, and they got along well. In the martial world, deep bonds were rare. Friendships flared up like fire, but people often parted ways quickly like scattered stars. That's right. As for the first 12 doses, I'll have them ready for you all by tomorrow. Song Bo bowed slightly to the group. Again, I thank you all for your help. If we develop any new serums in the future, I'll be sure to supply you with some. No need to be so formal. Master Huikong bowed in return and said, I see that Song Yun and our Buddhist teachings share a special bond. Would you allow him to become a Buddhist disciple? This statement shocked everyone. What was a Buddhist disciple? The term had ancient origins, but in modern times, it signified the highest position within the Buddhist order, someone who could one day lead the entire faith. Even abbots and masters like Huikong could only serve as guides for a Buddhist disciple. They couldn't surpass them in authority. It was an offer of immense power. Everyone expected Song Bo and Song Yun to agree, but Song Bo simply shook his head and replied, Song Yun is already married and involved in worldly affairs. He is not suited for the monastic life. I hope you understand, Master. Amitabha. Since you have spoken, I will not press the matter. I only hope that when Song Yun's wisdom fully awakens and he chooses to come to the temple, you will not stand in his way. Of course. He is an adult now. If that day ever comes and he decides to become a Buddhist disciple, I won't stop him. Song Bo replied earnestly. Could Song Yun really be some kind of reincarnated figure of power? I thought we were in the age of decline according to your Buddhist teachings. Luzi scratched his head, puzzled. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. All right, you bald-headed monks and your cryptic answers. Luzi clicked his tongue and said, it's getting late. I'll be heading out first. I'll come back tomorrow at 3 to pick up the serum. With Luzi leading the way, the others, still filled with questions, began to leave. Only Iron Curtain remained, leisurely sipping his tea on the sofa. So, you're not tempted at all? Those bald monks have plenty of secrets, you know. Iron Curtain said casually, just from the way they cultivate, there are hundreds of methods. Your Song Yun might actually end up becoming a great Buddha. Let them brag. If it were that easy, we'd have Buddhas all over the place by now. This so-called age of decline wouldn't even exist. Song Bo scoffed. In my opinion, true strength comes from within. Anything external is just temporary. All right, enough of your boasting. Since you're making me stay for a while, get me a room. Iron Curtain stood up, stretching lazily. Guess I'm freeloading off you today. Haha. If you like it so much, I can feed you for life. Song Bo smiled. Son, take your Uncle Iron to his room. Song Yun nodded quickly. He was genuinely worried that if these powerful figures left, the hidden family might send others to cause trouble. Uncle Iron, this way please. Song Yun led Iron Curtain to a sunny guest room. Kid, you're not as simple as you seem. Just as Song Yun was about to leave, Iron Curtain's voice came from behind him. Song Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he forced a smile. I'm just an ordinary guy. I can't compare to someone as powerful as you. Others might not notice, but I can. I've been training my body for decades. I can assess a person's physical condition at a glance. Iron Curtain tilted his head and continued. Your body is strong, far beyond that of a typical man. But it doesn't look like you've been training intensively. Born with exceptional talent. No. That's not it. A sharp gleam flashed in Iron Curtain's eyes as he scrutinized Song Yun from head to toe. Then, with a clap of his hands, he laughed. Did you come across some kind of special technique? Wow, you saw through me. Impressive. You really are a master. Song Yun let out a sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying. With just one glance, this man had seen through his body, which had been optimized by the system. It's terrifying. Haha, you're just as cautious as your father. Do you think I'm here to steal something from you? Iron Curtain waved dismissively, bored. I'm going to rest. Please rest well. Someone will call you for breakfast in the morning. Song Yun respectfully backed out of the room and closed the door, exhaling sharply once he was outside. The pressure this man exuded was overwhelming. Even just sitting there, his powerful aura naturally leaked out, impossible to suppress. This kid. He's interesting. Iron Curtain lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. His earlier comments had just been a way to ease Song Yun's nerves. After training his body for so many years, he could easily assess someone's physical condition. Even if someone practiced a special technique, it would leave visible or internal traces. But Song Yun had none. His body was like a flawless piece of jade, untouched and naturally perfect. Well, whatever. It's got nothing to do with me. Iron Curtain closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. At the same time, at the Shanghai airport, the 14th Prince and Su Luting were checking in for their flight. He had already heard from his sources about what happened at the Huashu Villa that day. Ying Gongzi had brought a large team with him, yet they hadn't even gotten close to touching Song Yun. And it seemed Song Yun was surrounded by powerful protectors. Even elders Black and White hadn't managed to escape. It was terrifying. The fact that Black and White, who had been entrusted to protect the princes due to their incredible strength, had both died was shocking. In the family, those two ranked in the top 20. But today, they were dead. Gone. The 14th Prince was filled with unease. He just wanted to board the plane as quickly as possible. Only when he was finally seated, watching the plane take off, did his anxious heart settle. It seemed his decision to leave had been the right one. Had he stayed, he might not have made it out alive. We're really leaving like this? Su Luting whispered beside him. I thought Song Yun would come after us. Ha. The safest place is often the most dangerous. The 14th Prince smiled faintly. But I should thank you. Without your valuable information, I might not have survived. No need to thank me. Su Luting blushed slightly. I've already made arrangements for your father. He'll spend the rest of his days in a small city, living comfortably with millions of dollars. Huh. So much. If I hadn't spent so much lately, I'd have given him more. After all, my life is worth quite a lot. With that, the 14th Prince put on his eye mask and drifted off to sleep. Su Luting, however, was too excited to sleep. She knew that from now on, her life was going to change completely. As long as she clung tightly to the 14th Prince, wealth and status would be hers for the taking. Meanwhile, back in Shanghai, local officials were in a frenzy. Their hotlines had been flooded with calls from the wealthy residents of the city. No one could have expected that in a city like Shanghai, someone would dare to attack a wealthy residential area. And not just any area. Huashu Villa. The home of Song Yun, the richest man in Shanghai, was there. If something had happened to him, it would have thrown the city's business world into chaos. Fortunately, Song Yun was unharmed, only slightly shaken. He hadn't even blamed the authorities, merely suggesting that they strengthen the city's security. But the other residents of Huashu Villa were not as forgiving. Some cursed the authorities, while others questioned the city's safety measures. Thanks to the officials' efforts to calm everyone down, and the fact that there had been no casualties, the situation eventually passed. The next morning, Song Yun woke up, listening in disbelief to Huang Beiding's report. Wait, You're saying that last night you captured another 7 or 8 stragglers? Song Yun asked in shock. Where were they hiding? They had taken a family hostage. If the Dragon Pearl Squad hadn't broken in to rescue them, the women of that household might have been. Huang Baoding trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Song Yun understood. Desperate people are the most dangerous. Knowing they had no chance of survival, they would have tried to take someone down with them. If they were going to die, they might as well enjoy one last moment of brutality. How many homes were damaged at Huashu Villa? 9. Huang Baoding said gravely. But only the walls were damaged. With some repairs, they'll be as good as new. Get in touch with those 9 families. After all, these thugs came for me. They were innocent bystanders. Song Yun said calmly. Offer them compensation, but don't reveal the real reason. If they ask too many questions, just tell them I had too much money lying around. That morning, the head chef from a 5-star hotel came to personally prepare breakfast for everyone. After eating his fill, Iron Curtain lit a cigarette, satisfied. Now this is the life. After all those years of training in the mountains, I'd almost forgotten what real food tasted like. After breakfast, the group drove to the Grey Deer Research Institute. Due to the recent incident with Zhou Jiaping, the researchers were on edge, treating every experiment with extreme caution. When asked about anything inside the lab or the data, their answer was always the same: I don't know. It was terrifying. After all, secrets like these don't stay hidden for long. Rumor had it that Zhou Jiaping had been taken to Beijing for interrogation, and his wife had been taken into custody by national security in Shanghai. Their family had no future now, no, not just them, but for generations. A crime like this would leave a permanent mark on their descendants. Even children born into the family would have a record from birth. When those children grew up and tried to take civil service exams or enter graduate programs, they would be shocked to find their background checks disqualified them. It was like the original sin described in the Bible. You 3 stay here while I go prepare the serum. Once they arrived at the office, Song Bo left Song Yun, Ouyang Ji, and Iron Curtain behind and walked into the lab alone. This lab had become a highly classified area. No one, not even Professor Liu, was allowed to enter without Song Bo's permission. Unauthorized entry would be considered espionage, and they would be taken away immediately. No one could blame them. This serum was just that powerful. Who wouldn't be tempted by something like that? Sitting in the office, Song Yun noticed that Iron Curtain's gaze hadn't left him once. Internally he cursed, I'm not some 18-year-old beauty. I don't look like a goddess. Why is he staring at me like that? Wait a minute. Didn't Iron Curtain say he had lived in the mountains for many years? Could it be? After so long in isolation his tastes have changed? Was this burly man now into guys? Or worse, both men and women? Oh no. The thought sent shivers down Song Yun's spine, and he shifted slightly in his seat, moving a little farther from Iron Curtain. But Ouyang Ji didn't seem to notice. He kept rubbing his hands together, grinning like a child who had found treasure while staring at Iron Curtain. Hey, I'm not a woman. Why are you staring at me like that? Iron Curtain shot Ouyang Ji a puzzled glance, feeling the same discomfort as Song Yun. What's with the younger generation these days? Are they really this wild? Uncle Iron. Stop right there. I don't know you, so don't act so familiar. Iron Curtain said calmly. If you've got something to say, spit it out. But if you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out. Ahem. Ouyang Ji swallowed nervously, straightening up immediately. I saw your fight yesterday. It was incredible. I don't need your praise to know I'm good. Don't make small talk for no reason. Iron Curtain gave him a sideways glance. I was wondering, could you maybe teach me some martial arts? I got really inspired watching you fight. No. Iron Curtain rejected him flatly. I gained my skills through countless battles. We're not related, so why should I teach you? Well, Ouyang Ji was at a loss for words. He realized Iron Curtain's techniques were life or death skills, honed to defeat enemies with minimal effort. Asking him to share such personal knowledge was indeed a bit forward. Uncle Iron, Ouyang Ji is the eldest grandson of the Yang family from Beijing. Could you make an exception? If nothing else, you could spar with him and maybe he'll learn something. Song Yun couldn't bear to see the towering Ouyang Ji look so dejected, almost like a puppy begging for attention. Ouyang family. Iron Curtain stroked his chin, thinking for a moment as he looked at Ouyang Ji. The Yang patriarch once did me a favor. If you're his grandson, I suppose I could make an exception. Really? Ouyang Ji was overjoyed. Let's go find a place to spar right now. You're just like me, eager for a fight. Iron Curtain shook his head with a smile. But look around. This is a research institute, there's no space for a proper fight. Oh, there is. Song Yun quickly chimed in. Shanghai University has a boxing gym. We can go there. Really? Universities are full of academics. What if they don't let us in? Iron Curtain asked slowly. It would be embarrassing to get turned away. Uncle Iron, Song Yun is the biggest donor to Shanghai University. Forget the boxing gym, you could even spar in the principal's office if you wanted to. You've really got your hands in everything, huh? Iron Curtain was surprised. All right then, let's go. Let's see how strong the younger generation is. The three of them made their way across the campus, and 5 minutes later, they arrived at the boxing gym. As soon as they entered, the air was filled with the sound of punches landing on heavy bags and the grunts of students training. Iron Curtain looked at the students wearing boxing gloves, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. There was a time when he was just an unknown fighter, training with the same passion and curiosity about every martial art. But unlike Yuan Ci, he hadn't been so lucky. Back then, the martial arts world was secretive, with each school protecting its techniques. If you were caught trying to learn another's skills, the consequences were severe. So Iron Curtain's journey to mastering martial arts had been a difficult one. Uncle Iron, should we clear the gym? Song Yun asked softly when he saw Iron Curtain lost in thought. No need. We're guests here. Borrowing their space is already a lot to ask. We have no right to kick them out. Iron Curtain said calmly. Just arrange for a bigger space. Got it. Honestly, who could say no to a martial arts master offering a lesson? The thought alone was enough to get anyone excited. Song Yun approached the gym manager, explained who he was, and the manager immediately agreed to close the gym for the day. After some convincing from Song Yun, the manager allowed the students who were already training to stay and watch. Curiosity was natural for these students. After all, who could resist watching a real fight? Judging by the seriousness of the manager, they could tell this was going to be an incredible match. They stopped their own training and gathered around the ropes, craning their necks to get a good look. When they saw Ouyang Ji's massive, muscular frame and Iron Curtain's towering height nearly 2 meters tall, they couldn't help but marvel. The anticipation for the fight grew even more. Ouyang Ji stretched, warming up his body, then bowed respectfully to Iron Curtain. Please, Uncle Iron, teach me. Enough talk. You attack, I'll defend. Iron Curtain beckoned him with a smile. Don't disappoint me. I'm coming. Ouyang Ji moved like a tiger descending from the mountains, charging fiercely toward Iron Curtain. Iron Curtain, with one hand behind his back, met Ouyang Ji's punch with his other hand. Bang! An invisible wave of force rippled through the air, and the watching students were left stunned. What just happened? Why does it feel like a gust of wind hit me? I felt it too. Could it have been caused by their punches? Damn. They're so strong. If only I could apprentice under one of them. Ha ha ha, keep dreaming. These two are clearly the real deal. I bet you couldn't find anyone else in the entire university, not even the coaches, who could take them on. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Song Yun, standing in the ring, understood even more. He had underestimated Iron Curtain's strength. Last night he hadn't even used his full power. If he had fought seriously, he probably could have taken down both elders Black and White with only minor injuries. Wow. His fist feels like steel. Ouyang Ji winced, shaking out his arm as he looked at Iron Curtain with renewed determination. Again. Bang. Again. Again. Ouyang Ji kept attacking, but Iron Curtain knocked him back every time. With each punch and kick, Ouyang Ji was unknowingly learning how to harness his power. If he had enough insight, he could absorb a lot of Iron Curtain's wisdom. After all, Iron Curtain's methods weren't flashy, they were about compressing potential and learning to control every muscle in the body. Ouyang Ji leaned over, hands on his knees, taking deep breaths. Iron Curtain was too strong. Was this guy even human? And when he looked closely, he realized that Iron Curtain hadn't even moved from his spot. Every punch Ouyang had thrown with full force hadn't pushed him back even an inch. Despair. Was this the pinnacle of martial arts? Do you want to keep going? Iron Curtain asked with a faint smile. Your physical strength is decent, but it's wasted on you. You don't know how to channel your power. All that energy is just being used like a wild ox, going nowhere. Hearing this, Ouyang Ji bowed humbly. Uncle Iron, how should I channel my power? Iron Curtain responded indifferently. Before throwing a punch, focus on the muscles in your arms. Feel how they tighten and what each contraction can achieve. The rest, you've already learned. Now figure it out on your own. Thank you. Ouyang Ji replied earnestly. Indeed, no matter how much others explained, It was nothing compared to personal realization. A powerful figure like Iron Curtain had never been systematically taught. Every move was the result of hard-fought personal experience. With a stronger foundation than Iron Curtain had started with, was there any reason Ouyang couldn't reach the same heights? No, he could do it. Want to give it a try? Iron Curtain looked at Song Yun, motioning for him to step forward. Opportunities like this don't come around often. I think I'll pass. I'm not a fighter, after all. Song Yun could see the intense fire in Iron Curtain's eyes. It was clear that Iron Curtain harbored some resentment towards Song Bo. After all, for someone like him who had taken the serum, finding a place to retreat and cultivate was essential. But Song Bo had delayed him for nearly a month. For a martial arts fanatic, that was worse than wasting a life. Still, Iron Curtain couldn't confront Song Bo directly, given that the serum was still in his hands, so he'd likely decided to take his frustrations out on Song Yun, even just as a form of release. Haha, you've got even less backbone than Ouyang Ji. Iron Curtain crossed his arms arrogantly behind his back. You're right. Song Yun wiped the sweat from his brow. He couldn't help it. Iron Curtain's presence was simply too overwhelming. Maybe Ouyang Ji, with his lower level of understanding, couldn't feel the pressure, but Song Yun wasn't the same. The mere thought of fighting Iron Curtain caused his brain to send signals urging him to flee. It was like his mind had only one option: self-preservation. Was this really what he wanted? No. This wasn't what he had originally set out for. Song Yun wrestled with his inner conflict before gritting his teeth and shouting, "Uncle Iron, please, teach me." Good. Iron Curtain's eyes lit up, and without any further preamble, he charged at Song Yun. To Song Yun, it was as if a blur passed before his eyes, his brain screaming at his body to dodge, using every muscle to evade. Bang. Iron Curtain's punch missed. He looked in surprise at Song Yun, who had flawlessly dodged the attack, tilting his head in disbelief. Song Yun panted heavily, drenched in sweat. You're interesting. Iron Curtain chuckled. Many had blocked his attacks before, but none had ever successfully dodged them. This kid was even more intriguing than he had thought. Take this punch. Iron Curtain launched another attack, his fists moving faster, cornering Song Yun and giving him no room to escape. At first, Song Yun managed to dodge a few punches, but as Iron Curtain's speed increased, his fists began brushing past Song Yun, even slicing off a few strands of his hair. Is all you can do run away? Come on, hit me. Iron Curtain taunted. Are you a mouse? Running today, running tomorrow, when will you stop? One day you won't be able to run anymore? Song Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking one of Iron Curtain's attacks. As he was knocked back, he twisted his body midair, and with a light touch on the ground, he launched himself like an arrow straight toward Iron Curtain. Not bad. But you're still too weak. Iron Curtain caught Song Yun's fist with one hand, grinning. But the fact that you dared to throw this punch means you've already improved. I threw it? Song Yun looked in disbelief at his trembling hands. So, this was what Iron Curtain had been trying to teach him all along: not fighting techniques, but the courage to fight. We've wasted enough time. Let's see if that old fool has finished the serum. Iron Curtain stretched and walked away, feeling a rare satisfaction after guiding the younger generation. All the while, Song Yun stood there, staring at his hands, deep in thought. Uncle Iron, do you think Yuan Ci is okay? Did you beat the confidence out of him? Ouyang Ji asked, concerned. What are you worrying about? Iron Curtain shot Ouyang a glare. Once he gets through this, he'll have the heart of a true warrior. You still have a lot to learn. When you've gone from being too afraid to raise your fist to knowing how it feels to land a punch, then you'll understand just how happy Song Yun is right now. All day long, Song Bo worked tirelessly to produce the serum, never stopping for a moment. Since he was the only one who knew the formula, no one else could assist him, even if they wanted to. After all, who knew if someone might turn out to be another Zhao Jiaping? By 3 p.m., he finally completed all the gene serums that needed to be handed out today and gave them to the experts who had been waiting. Each of them, eager to receive the serum, quickly made their exit with just a brief farewell. They were like ordinary people carrying gold in their pockets. The thrill was indescribable. Master Song, are you really sure you don't want Song Yun to join our Buddhist order? Master Huikong asked persistently. I can guarantee that within a year, he will rise to be the leader of all Buddhist sects. Master, I really can't make that decision for him, Song Bo replied helplessly. He's an adult, and his wife is pregnant. How can I ask him to become a monk in this situation? That would be ridiculous. Song Bo felt exasperated. This old monk was good at everything but way too insistent. He could go off into the world as a monk if he wanted to, but he had this habit of seeing someone and declaring, "You have a connection with Buddha." What connection? He probably didn't even know himself. "Ah well, I won't bother you anymore. Farewell," Master Huikong said, performing a respectful bow before slowly walking away. Though his pace seemed slow, within a few steps, he had vanished from sight. It was truly remarkable. "Tomorrow we can head to Beijing," Songbo said, stretching. "Delivering this serum will show our sincerity to the higher-ups." "Wait, didn't you say we were out of materials? What's this?" Iron Curtain asked, staring at the elegant box in Songbo's hands, which contained the gene serum. "This one's not for you. It's for the higher-ups," Songbo said with a smile as he closed the lid. "But if you're brave enough, I could give it to you." "Come on. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't dare take it," Iron Curtain cursed. "Always using the higher-ups to push me around. And with Master Huikong having a connection to your family, why didn't you let him be your bodyguard?" "He's not as strong as you are," Songbo said quietly. Complimenting someone had to be done at the right level. For the younger generation, a comment like that would make Iron Curtain laugh and move on. But coming from Songbo, a peer with equal status, it felt much more gratifying. Iron Curtain snorted and waved dismissively. "This is the last time. You've got 1 week to give me the serum, and then I'm leaving." Of course, Songbo chuckled, putting his arm around Iron Curtain's shoulder. "While others serve the gods, you lock yourself away in the mountains. Why's that?" "I'd rather not talk about it." Iron Curtain's face darkened slightly. Sensing the weight of the topic, Songbo didn't press further, choosing to smile and change the subject. That evening, Iron Curtain drank himself into a stupor, passing out on the sofa. In the end, it was Song Yun and Yuan Ci who had to carry him to bed, one holding his arms and the other his legs. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Song Yun's private jet was ready, and the flight plan had been arranged for immediate takeoff. "So this is a private jet? Pretty high class," Iron Curtain said, like a curious child, as he wandered around, touching everything. He made no mention of the previous night's events, and though Song Yun and the others were dying to know, none of them dared ask. When the plane arrived in Beijing, they saw a convoy of cars waiting on the tarmac, led by none other than Old Master Ouyang. "Song Yun, you've really accomplished something this time," Old Master Ouyang said warmly, giving Song Yun a friendly pat on the shoulder. "This breakthrough is a game-changer, putting foreign gene technology far behind us. Did you know? They even tried to send spies to steal your research, but they failed." "Ha ha ha, I was just doing my duty," Song Yun replied with a smile. "Where will we be discussing this?" "Still at the Red Wall. Since you brought so many people, we couldn't get all the necessary approvals, so we'll meet at the state guest house this time." Old Master Ouyang then glanced at his grandson, gave him a few words of light praise, and sent him back to the family estate to wait. "Who are you? You look familiar," Old Master Ouyang said, narrowing his eyes as he carefully studied Iron Curtain. "You saved me once on Dating Mountain. Do you not remember?" Iron Curtain smiled bitterly. "Oh, you're Iron Curtain, aren't you? Sorry, I'm getting old, my memory's not what it used to be." Old Master Ouyang tapped his head lightly with a laugh. "So, you know Song Yun?" "Old Master, Uncle Iron is one of the experts who saved me this time. Without him and the others, I wouldn't be standing here," Song Yun explained. Hearing this, Old Master Ouyang's expression darkened. "So the enemy was that strong? Even the hidden guards couldn't get you out safely?" "Probably not," Song Yun said with a wry smile. "I never saw the hidden guards you mentioned. The hidden family sent 2 elder-level fighters, and they had gene-enhancing drugs. They were incredibly strong." Old Master Ouyang inhaled sharply. The hidden families were getting stronger if they had developed such potent drugs to boost potential. "Good thing Uncle Iron and the others were there, or you wouldn't have seen me again." Song Yun quietly recounted the details of the battle, causing Old Master Ouyang's face to grow darker with every word. Those hidden families. One day, they must be wiped out. Old Master Ouyang said angrily. "Come, let's head to the guest house. They're waiting for us." The convoy moved slowly into the city, blending into the streets of Beijing. After an hour's drive, they finally arrived at their destination. The guards at the gate, recognizing Old Master Ouyang, gave only a brief, symbolic search before letting them through. Once inside the private room, they saw that the table was already surrounded by people. "Hello, Song Yun." The director of the Red Wall's secretariat came forward with a smile and shook Song Yun's hand. "These are scientists from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They're very interested in your serum." "Ha ha, I just happened to stumble upon the formula in an ancient text." Song Yun said humbly. I've brought samples with me. Feel free to use them. Excellent. An elderly man with snow-white hair stood up, took the box from Song Yun, and immediately began directing others to prepare the lab for experiments. Song Yun, you've really helped fill a major gap for us. Director Ni said with a warm smile, his previously stern expression replaced by one that was as friendly as a neighborly uncle. I was just doing what I should. Song Yun replied, sitting comfortably in his chair, chatting with Director Ni while waiting for the experiment results. About 10 minutes later, the elderly scientist with white hair burst into the room, excitedly slapping the table and shouting, "It worked." Really? Director Ni exhaled deeply in relief. Even though Shanghai's lab had already provided positive results, seeing it firsthand finally put his mind at ease. This is incredible. The elderly scientist grinned. Maybe it's not the best way to say it, but this is unbelievable. Our lab can now claim a breakthrough that will be recognized worldwide. Song Yun, I haven't introduced you yet. Director Ni said. This is Professor Gong, one of the leading figures in biotechnology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He's been working on this field for over a decade, and your research has achieved what took him years to make progress on. Professor Gong, it's an honor. Song Yun said respectfully. He had a deep admiration for people like Professor Gong, who dedicated years in the lab, chasing uncertain breakthroughs. Indeed, research like this was a gamble. Most discoveries had already been made by previous generations, and without new materials, researchers could only stand on the shoulders of giants, piecing together the wisdom left behind. You've done something remarkable, young man. I like you. Professor Gong said kindly. Your lab is called Grey Deer, right? Send someone to coordinate with us. We can collaborate on this and exchange knowledge. Absolutely. Thank you, Professor Gong. Song Yun was flattered. The Chinese Academy of Sciences was a national research institution, with resources that had cost the government an astronomical sum to build. In contrast, his lab, while the best in Shanghai, was, at best, a second-tier operation on a national scale. This was only after the gene serum breakthrough. Before that, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Partnering with the Academy would mean saving years of trial and error and immense financial gain. Just then, a man in his 40s walked in. His large belly and thinning hair gave him an uncomfortably greasy appearance. Oh, Professor Gong, so this is where you are, the man said. But Professor Gong barely acknowledged him, not even looking up. Haha, you must be the young genius, Mr. Song. The man extended his hand with a grin. I'm Vice Director Li from the Academy. I handle the administrative side of things. You can just call me Director Lai. Hello. Song Yun replied politely, not wanting to be rude. Director Nai. The researchers outside seemed quite excited. Does that mean the experiment was successful? Director Lai asked curiously. If nothing unexpected happens, it seems so. Director Ni's tone was neutral. Upon hearing this, Director Li sat down, lost in thought. Song Yun, your technology is crucial. Director Li said seriously. To be blunt, you hold the key to something of immense value. He continued. This gene serum is now a strategic asset for the country. It's too important for one person to control. Don't you think it's inappropriate? I'm not sure what you mean. Song Yun replied calmly. Are you saying I shouldn't have developed the serum? Ha ha ha, no need to get worked up. You've done a great service. But this serum is so critical that, in today's climate, it's comparable to a small nuclear weapon. Director Lai laughed, but his tone grew more serious. So here's what I propose: the Academy is willing to purchase your research institute for a hefty sum, or we could buy the formula from you directly. Song Yun's expression turned cold as he asked, Director Nai, is this your idea as well? Should I expect this every time I make a discovery? This is absolutely not my idea, Director Ni said, clearly frustrated with Director Lai's approach. This is Song Yun's proprietary technology, and no one has the right to take it from him. Now, Director Ni, no need to get upset. Director Li said, still calm. We're all friends here. Let's just talk things over casually. Turning back to Song Yun, he continued. Do you really think no one's going to come after this technology? I heard you were recently attacked. If it weren't for the protection you received, you might not even be here right now. What good is holding on to all this if you end up dead? You're a businessman. You understand what profit means. If you don't like the first two options, how about a third? We could work together, split the profits. For every dose of serum produced, we'll give you 30%. How does that sound? Director Lai's condescending tone and high-handed attitude were deeply irritating. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Song Yun flatly rejected the offer. Don't be greedy, Director Li snapped. Do you expect us to entrust the lives of our soldiers to a foreigner like you? In Director Lai's eyes, Song Yun was just a wealthy businessman who had risen to prominence too quickly and lacked any real foundation. The profits from gene serums were too enticing, and many had already approached him, offering vast sums for just a hint of the formula. That was why he was determined to strong-arm Song Yun, convinced that either he would comply or face serious consequences. Director Ni, it seems like there's a lot of disagreement here. Maybe we should finish the experiments before continuing this conversation. Song Yun was furious. This felt like outright extortion. Why should he hand over his formula, and why was Director Li trying to intimidate him? Song Yun, this is definitely not my position, nor that of the higher-ups. Director Ni quickly reassured him. After the last incident, you should know how much the government values you. Director Lai, whose idea was it to bring this up? Old Master Ouyang, who had been quietly watching, tapped the table impatiently. Don't tell me this nonsense came from your own head. Old Master, of course, this was my own idea. Director Li replied with an awkward smile. I was only considering what's best for the country. Don't you think that's right? Absolutely not. Old Master Ouyang slammed the table and shouted, completely wrong. You're an administrator, what do you know about technology? Do you think we'd agree to the nonsense you're suggesting? Let me tell you, we're not driven by self-interest like you. That's going too far, Director Lai responded sternly. I was just voicing my thoughts. Am I wrong to worry that Song Yun might one day leave the country, or be influenced to alter the formula? Shouldn't we take precautions? No need. Even if you ran, Song Yun wouldn't, Old Master Ouyang said coldly. You have no idea what Song Yun has done, so keep your mouth shut. Everything he's done is classified, and he's proven his loyalty. But, no buts, Director Lai. Director Ni interrupted firmly. This conversation ends here. I don't want you leaving me with a bad impression. Then, turning to Song Yun, Director Ni continued. Your formula and research can remain proprietary. But may I ask, on behalf of the government, would you consider letting the state take a minority stake in your institute? This way, the government could lead such strategic projects. It would be a formal arrangement, and beneficial for all. Now that's the way to approach it, Song Yun said with a smile. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have. Honestly, holding on to this formula myself does feel a bit risky. How about this? I'll give the state a 20% stake in Grey Deer Research Institute. How does that sound? That's more than generous. Director Ni smiled. We'll send someone to handle the paperwork in the coming days. For now, let's set business aside and enjoy the success. Agreed. I've always felt that such critical matters should be led by the state. No institution, not even the academy, should be in charge. Professor Gong smiled kindly. With everyone in agreement, Director Lai was left standing awkwardly, feeling out of place. His face darkened, and with a cold huff, he left the room. Meanwhile, the experiment's results came in, confirming the serum's success. The rabbits were still healthy and lively after the serum's effects wore off. Everyone could finally relax. Song Yun, we'll meet again soon. I hope you continue to develop more gene serums. Director Ni shook Song Yun's hand. The higher-ups are waiting for me to report the good news, so I'll take my leave. Safe travels. Song Yun said as he and the others saw Director Ni off. Returning to the private room, Song Yun asked, Old Master, where's my wife and the others? Oh? I thought you'd forgotten about them by now. Old Master Ouyang laughed heartily. They've gone to the Bai family's house. What? Song Bo frowned. Of all places, why did they have to go back to her family? Come on, little Song, are you really still afraid of your father-in-law? Isn't everything settled by now? Old Master Ouyang teased. It's not fear. Just a bit uncomfortable, Song Bo said, clicking his tongue. Son, why don't you go pick up your mother, and we'll head home right away? Wouldn't that be rude? Song Yun hesitated. People might think we're causing some kind of family drama. And besides, do you really think my mom wouldn't see through this plan of yours? What if she gets angry and takes it out on me? Don't worry, she won't. Song Bo replied with confidence. At her family's house, she'll have to give you some face. No way. If you're not going, then just stay at the Ouyang family's place. But I have to go, and if my mom asks why you didn't come, I'm telling the truth. You brat. Fine, I'll go with you. Song Bo sighed. They say you raise children to take care of you in old age, but my son. Sigh. They all got into the car and headed to the Bai family's residence. Bai Jingbing, who had been informed of their arrival, was already waiting at the entrance. These days, everyone in Beijing knew that Song Yun was no longer just a young upstart. His close connections with influential people meant his future success was all but guaranteed. "You've been causing quite a stir lately," Bai Jingbing said with a grin, playfully punching Song Yun in the chest. "The last time you were in Beijing, you didn't even stop by. Your grandmother has been talking about it ever since." "That's on me, it's my fault," Song Yun said, bowing his head in apology. "Last time I was in a rush to get home, but this time, once my business was done, I came straight here. At least you still have some sense." Bai Jingbing then glanced at Song Bo, still sitting in the car. "What's this? Do I need to personally invite my brother-in-law to step out?" He, just feeling a little carsick," Song Bo replied awkwardly, a mix of emotions churning inside him. Logically, he knew there was no reason to be nervous around the Bai family anymore, but returning to face them still made him uneasy. The memory of how he had stolen his wife from them all those years ago still haunted him, and it made him hesitant. "All right, come on. My sister is waiting inside." Bai Jingbing gave Song Bo a disapproving look, then led Song Yun inside. As soon as the Bai family members heard that Song Yun had arrived, they crowded around to get a look at the man who had become such a legend. This time, their gazes were filled with respect. "Song Yun, your eldest uncle had to go on a business trip, so he couldn't be here to welcome you. Don't take it personally," Bai Jingbing said. "It's no big deal. We're all family, no need for formalities." Song Yun didn't mind at all. After all, this was his mother's side of the family, and he owed them respect. They entered the living room, where Bai Qiu and several others were chatting with Song Yun's wife, Yi. "Did you get everything done?" Bai Qiu asked with a smile. "All sorted. Things in Shanghai should calm down for a while." "Good. Old Master Wei said he wants to see you. You should go pay him a visit." Bai Qiu continued chatting with her daughter-in-law, as if it were no big deal. Old Master Wei was someone Song Yun deeply respected. The old man had taught him many things over the years, and the family values he instilled had brought Song Yun countless benefits. "I'll head there right away." Song Yun gave his father a sympathetic look before heading to Old Master Wei's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. The door slowly opened, and Old Master Wei, looking as frail as ever, greeted him. "Come in." "Which to?" After coughing twice, the old man said, "I heard you developed some kind of serum. Hey, even though you don't leave the house, your news is always up to date." Song Yun laughed. "Are you interested in it too?" Cough, cough. "I suppose I am a bit interested," Old Master Wei said, trying to cover his embarrassment with a cough. But when he saw the teasing look in Song Yun's eyes, he blushed slightly. "You cheeky boy, daring to joke with me now, are you?" "Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dare," Song Yun replied with a grin as he poured tea for the old man. "Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. I'll make sure you get some within a month." Old Master Wei nodded. But then he grew serious. "One more thing, when you entered, I sensed the presence of a formidable fighter. It felt unusual, yet somewhat familiar." "Who was it?" Song Yun was stunned for a moment, surprised that despite his age, Old Master Wei still had such sharp awareness. No wonder people referred to him as the pillar of the Bai family. "Do you know Iron Curtain?" Song Yun asked. "I think I've heard that name before," Old Master Wei said thoughtfully, sipping his tea. "What's his background?" "You need to be careful now, Song Yun. Given your status, you must maintain stability. If you're too flashy, you'll attract unwanted attention." "I don't know him well either, but he came for the serum," Song Yun explained in a low voice. "He also seems to have a good relationship with my father. From what I've seen, he's one of the top 5 fighters I've ever encountered." "Oh? Now I'm curious to see for myself." Just as Old Master Wei finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from outside. "Ha ha ha. I hope I'm not intruding, Old Master. Iron Curtain, at your service. Since you're here, why not join us for tea?" Old Master Wei calmly waved his left hand, sending a teacup flying through the air like a bullet. Despite the speed, not a drop of tea spilled. This simple gesture showed the depth of his internal strength. "A gift from a master, how could I refuse?" Iron Curtain halted the teacup in midair, but couldn't prevent a few drops from spilling, showing the gap in their abilities. Realizing he had underestimated the old man, Iron Curtain quickly composed himself, respectfully drinking the tea in one go. "Come inside," Old Master Wei said quietly, his eyes half closed. "Thank you for having me." Iron Curtain, despite his towering frame, had to stoop as he entered the small room. Even so, when he saw Old Master Wei, he couldn't help but feel a shock of awe. "I've heard many legendary stories about you, Old Master. To meet you in person today is a true honor. I hope I haven't offended you with my intrusion," Iron Curtain said, cupping his fists respectfully. Legends? Nonsense. Those stories are just exaggerations. Old Master Wei stood up and squeezed Iron Curtain's arms, giving a soft hum of approval. You've trained your body well, very impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Old Master. Without a proper teacher, I had no choice but to focus on hard training. Iron Curtain scratched the back of his head, smiling as though receiving praise from Old Master Wei was the greatest honor. But that's the limit of what hard training can do. Old Master Wei sighed. If you don't transition to internal cultivation within 3 years, all the injuries you've accumulated will catch up to you. What a shame. Your insight is remarkable, Old Master. Iron Curtain exclaimed. Could I ask for your guidance? Haha. You think too highly of me. Old Master Wei shook his head. What I practice is not compatible with your path. Could you truly give up your fierce, decisive nature to sit quietly and meditate with me? Seeing Iron Curtain's hesitation, Old Master Wei continued, you see? We are not fated for this. I understand. Iron Curtain couldn't hide his disappointment. He had hoped to learn even a small amount from Old Master Wei, but now realized he had been too naive. However, Old Master Wei suddenly pointed to Song Yun. If you stay by Song Yun's side, there might be a chance for you. What do you mean? Iron Curtain's eyes widened in disbelief. He's just begun his martial journey, how could he possibly help me? That's not for me to say. Old Master Wei waved his hand dismissively. You'll have to trust me on this. If you don't believe it, you're free to do as you wish. Iron Curtain was left conflicted, and Song Yun was just as puzzled. Old Master, what do you mean by that? Song Yun asked quietly. He'll be useful to you. Old Master Wei said with a knowing smile. You've kept a low profile for years and now, you're making waves. I don't believe for a second that you've done all of this without some hidden ace. This man, simple-minded as he is, will be the perfect weapon for you. But enough. 3 years I'm willing to gamble. Iron Curtain declared, making up his mind. If within 3 years you find a way for me to shift to internal cultivation, I will protect the Song family with the same loyalty Old Master Wei has shown the Bai family. No, there's no need for that, Song Yun said, flustered. You're like an uncle to me. You don't need to talk about guarding the family. And if I don't find a solution in 3 years, Song Yun asked seriously. Then I'll accept my fate. Iron Curtain laughed bitterly. If I can't make the shift by then, I'll have no more than a year to live. All I ask is that you find me a proper burial place. Deal. Song Yun replied with equal seriousness. I'll do everything in my power to help you, and you'll be our family's protector. Internal cultivation required more than just practice, it needed a proper mentor, and, most importantly, a suitable mental technique. Genuine internal techniques were rare, and usually passed down only within family lineages. But Song Yun had no intention of going down that road after all. He had access to the system store. It had everything he could need, even advanced cultivation methods, as long as he had enough points to exchange for them. Trading a manual for a fiercely loyal bodyguard? That was a bargain in Song Yun's eyes. Haha. Then I'll be the witness. Old Master Wei said, stroking his beard. If either of you breaks your promise, I'll come after you myself. I'll remember that, Song Yun said, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. If it hadn't been for Old Master Wei's involvement, Iron Curtain might never have agreed to stay with the Song family, given how much his life was on the line. As they left the room, both Song Yun and Iron Curtain remained silent for a while. Don't worry, Uncle Iron, Song Yun said, breaking the silence. I promised, and I'll make sure it happens. Let's leave it up to fate. Iron Curtain replied, his voice calm. I've spent years alone in the mountains. I've learned to accept that life is fleeting. People talk about the terror of death, but after all I've faced, it doesn't scare me anymore. Just do your best. The two returned to the Bai family's reception room. When Song Yun shared the news with his father, Song Bo was stunned, frozen in place for a long time. Son, are you really going to help him find a method for internal cultivation? Yes, why not? Well, maybe we should figure out how to locate the hidden clan's headquarters and raid them for it instead. Wait. Something's off here. We were just talking casually, and now we're planning to find the hidden clan's headquarters and take them on. Song Yun couldn't help but feel shocked as he processed his father's words. Are we even thinking on the same wavelength? Or did I miss something? Dad, even if we could locate the hidden clan, do you really think we could take them on? Song Yun asked, alarmed. When just 2 of their elders showed up, we barely escaped. If we charged straight into their base, wouldn't we be walking right into a death trap? You don't get it. Song Bo sighed. The hidden clan has many internal cultivation techniques. If we don't try to get our hands on a few, how can we save Iron Curtain? Are we just going to sit around and watch him wait for death? Song Bo's frustration was palpable. You have no idea how hard it is to find a suitable internal cultivation method, especially for someone like Iron Curtain, who's walked such a brutal and decisive path. It's nearly impossible. I've got this covered, Song Yun said nonchalantly. Dad, let's not talk about this crazy stuff anymore. If your prediction comes true and we actually have to fight, it'll be a mess. Haha. Song Bo chuckled. Originally, they had planned to return to Shanghai right away, but after some strong persuasion from Bai Jingbing, they decided to stay the night. Early the next morning, Bai Qiyu and her husband went to visit the old patriarch of the Bai family. When they returned, it was obvious that Bai Qiyu had been crying, and Song Bo's discomfort was written all over his face. Song Yun knew better than to ask questions. It was an issue from the previous generation, and it wasn't his place to meddle. After saying their goodbyes to Bai Jingbing, the group boarded a private plane back to Shanghai. During the flight, Yi Qingqing chattered non-stop to Song Yun about the people she had met. To Song Yun's surprise, even the wife of one of the big figures had come to visit Yi Qingqing, placing her hand on Yi Qingqing's belly and saying, "This child is destined for a life of comfort." That statement carried significant weight. It meant that even before his child was born, they had caught the attention of powerful figures. Anyone trying to harm them in the future would have to seriously consider whether they could handle the consequences. When they arrived back at Huasho Villa, Yi Qingqing stretched lazily on the couch. No matter how nice the place is, nothing beats home. Watch what you're saying, Bai Qiyu playfully scolded. You're going to be a mother soon, so you should start acting like one. Ah, it's all because you spoil me too much, Yi Qingqing replied with a sweet smile. But those people really caused a lot of damage. I saw that many of the residents had to park their cars outside the villa. Not just theirs, some of our cars were parked outside too, Song Yun said with a chuckle. Those idiots couldn't fight well, so they resorted to blowing things up. Luckily, no one was hurt, or else Yuji would be having a real headache right about now. Song Yun, you're amazing, Wen Shu said admiringly. I never thought you'd be able to hold your ground and turn the tables on those hidden clan bastards. Hey Wen Shu, do you know where the hidden clan resides? Yuan Ci asked curiously. No idea. The village we came from is probably just one of their minor outposts. Maybe the village chief knew something, but we, the regular folk, were just pawns. Wen Shu said with a hint of sadness. The hidden clan is terrifying. Every year they'd come to the village and pick out the prettiest girls, saying they'd be taken to live in luxury. But who really knows what happened to them? That's horrible. Yuan Ci shuddered. Didn't anyone ever try to resist? Resist? Wen Shu laughed bitterly. Everyone else in the village had been brainwashed. The girls who got picked were eager to leave. That's just tragic. Yi Qingqing sighed. We're lucky Wen Shu wasn't pretty enough to be taken. What a blessing. Her playful remark broke the tense atmosphere, and Wen Shu, blushing furiously, started playfully wrestling with Yi Qingqing. As the family was about to sit down for dinner, loud voices could be heard from outside the villa. Song Yun frowned and looked at Huang Baoting, who immediately went to check out the situation. A few minutes later, Huang Baoting returned with an exasperated expression. There's a kid who scratched one of our cars in the parking lot. The security guard caught him, and is waiting for his family to come pay for the damage. But the kid's grandmother showed up, and is demanding to see whoever's in charge, throwing a fit out there with Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was one of the villa's security guards, and Song Yun knew him as a kind and honest person, likely unable to handle such a situation. I'll go take a look, Song Yun said, heading outside with Huang Baoting. As soon as they stepped out, they saw an elderly woman, around 60 or 70, sitting on the ground, wailing. She was accusing Xiao Lu of hitting her and calling for the neighbors to come judge the situation. But none of the onlookers dared to get involved after all. This was Song Yun's home, and no one would risk getting on his bad side. When they saw Song Yun himself come out, everyone quickly greeted him with nods and then dispersed. Mr. Song, I'm really sorry to disturb you, the security guard said with a bitter smile. I thought the lady might be reasonable, but it turns out. Well, you handled it just fine. Don't worry about it, Song Yun reassured him with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. I'll take care of it. You can go back to work. Thank you, Mr. Song. The guard let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Song Yun might blame him for not keeping an eye on the car, but now it was clear that the rumors of Song Yun being a kind person were true. Lu, you don't need to deal with this anymore. Head back, Huang Baoting said, then crouched down in front of the old lady. Aren't you tired from all this fuss? We have security cameras here. If you're claiming someone hit you, why don't we check the footage? At that, the old woman stopped her wailing, dusted herself off, and got to her feet. Standing behind her was a boy of about 5 or 6, eyeing Song-yun warily. Bring out whoever's in charge, the old woman shouted angrily. I want to see who's trying to scam me. My grandson barely scratched your car, and you're asking for over 2 million. Why don't you just rob us instead? Are you one of the villa residents? Huang Baoting asked. We don't live here. We were just passing through, and my grandson thought your car looked nice, so he gave it a little scratch. He's just a kid, how much damage could he have done? It's not for us to decide. How about we call the dealership and have them assess the damage? Who are you? And what right do you have to talk to me? The old woman shot a disdainful glance at Song-yun, clearly unimpressed. After all, to her, Song-yun looked like a young man with no authority, someone not to be taken seriously. I'm the owner of the car. Song-yun replied calmly, noticing her dismissive attitude. There are cameras in the parking lot, so we can wait for the 4S shop to assess the damage. The old woman still seemed skeptical, but, seeing how respectfully Huang Baoting was standing by Song-yun's side, half of her doubts began to fade. I've already looked at it. My grandson's hands aren't strong enough to make much of a mark. Let's settle this privately. I'll give you 1,000 yuan, and we'll call it even, she said arrogantly. Don't believe everything people tell you, young man. Your car, if taken to a regular garage, wouldn't cost more than 300 yuan to fix. The remaining 700 is extra, from me. Which car did her grandson damage? Song-yun asked Huang Baoting quietly. A custom-made Rolls-Royce. Huang Baoting replied, frowning slightly. The car was specially designed with top-notch technology, and I personally drove it back when it was delivered. The total cost was over 37 million yuan. How much? The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She pointed at Huang Baoting and began yelling, Don't think I'm too old to understand cars. Special edition, my foot. Mr. Song, the paint job on this car was customized by Rolls-Royce's top designers. If there's a scratch, we'll need to repaint the entire car. Huang Baoting explained with a troubled expression. It has to be sent back to the headquarters for repairs. What kind of ridiculous car is this? The old woman shouted in anger. You rich people are just out to scam us. You park such an expensive car out in the open, and who would know it costs that much? Song-yun said coldly. What car we choose to drive and where we park it is our business. If your grandson hadn't deliberately damaged the vehicle, we wouldn't even be talking about compensation right now. Besides, as his guardian, isn't it your responsibility to keep an eye on him? How I watch my grandson is none of your business, the old woman screamed, jumping up and down. You rich people are all the same, always scheming to rip others off. I bet that's how you made your fortune too. That's enough, Huang Baoting said, visibly displeased. As the boy's guardian, it's your duty to ensure he doesn't cause damage or break the law. Are you saying I didn't teach him well? Who do you think you are? The old woman yelled as she stormed up to Huang Baoting. What right do you have to tell me how to raise my grandson? What, are you thinking about hitting me? Go ahead and try. I've got all sorts of health problems. You'd better be ready to pay up if you lay a finger on me. You're impossible to reason with. If it had been anyone else, Huang Baoting would have already thrown a punch. But this old woman? She was clearly trying to provoke him into an altercation, hoping to extort money later for medical expenses. At that moment, a young man in a suit hurried over with a briefcase. Huang, hope I'm not too late. Right on time, Huang Baoting said with a grim expression. This is Mr. Song. Mr. Song, the young man greeted enthusiastically. I've heard so much about you. It's a rare honor to finally meet you. This is our damage assessor, Xiao Tang. Huang Baoting introduced. Nice to meet you, Mr. Song. Let's go check out the car. As they walked, Xiao Tang whispered to Huang Baoting, Is Mr. Song in a bad mood? It's that old woman causing trouble. Huang Baoting muttered. This car was barely driven twice before it's now needing repairs. Would anyone be happy about that? I see. I'll take a close look, and don't worry, Mr. Song is one of our most valued VIPs, so we'll make sure the assessment leans in his favor. Shut up, Huang Baoting snapped. Do it fairly. Whatever the actual cost is, that's what it should be. We're not going to tarnish our reputation over this. Yes, of course. Xiao Tang quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. He realized that with Mr. Song's wealth, losing a few $100,000 wasn't worth damaging his image. When they arrived at the parking lot, Song-yun stood in front of the car and saw a long scratch that stretched from the front of the vehicle all the way to the rear. Repainting the entire car was unavoidable. My God, it's so long, Xiao Tang muttered, gently touching the scratch. From my experience, this looks like it was made with a key. I'll check the rest of the car. He circled the car, relieved to find that only the scratch was present. Luckily, it wasn't deep, so a full repaint would suffice. If it had been worse, they might have had to replace the entire side panel. But something still seemed off. Xiao Tang scratched his head, then suddenly gasped. Wait a second. Where's the spirit of ecstasy? The Wat Huang Baoding leaned in, realizing only then that the iconic Rolls-Royce hood ornament was missing. Bending down, he saw that it had been snapped off. This is serious. The spirit of ecstasy is the heart of this car. It looks like they broke the mechanism too. That little figure alone is worth tens of thousands. This is going to need major repairs, Xiao Tang said, his face dark with concern. Everyone's gaze shifted to the old woman and the boy. She quickly stepped in front of her grandson, shielding him. Why are you all looking at us? We didn't do it, the old woman snapped. I told you this car was parked in the wrong place, now look what's happened. Pull up the security footage. Song Yun ordered. Huang Baoding hurried off to the security office to retrieve the video. The footage clearly showed the boy taking a key from his small backpack and scratching the car. Then, noticing the hood ornament, he tried to pull it off. When he didn't succeed, he kicked the car and yanked on the ornament until it snapped off. He then tucked it into his backpack. Mr. Song, the footage shows it clearly they're responsible for the damage to the hood ornament as well. Huang Baoding confirmed. You're framing us. You can't prove anything, the old woman yelled defiantly. Don't think you can just bully me because I'm old. I've got connections too. Try scamming me, and I'll take you to court. Mr. Song, Brother Huang, I need to call our director to finalize the damage assessment. This compensation amount is likely to be quite large, and I can't make the decision on my own. Xiao Tang said, stepping aside to make the call. You're all just trying to bully me. The old woman shouted. In a sudden move, she threw herself onto the ground and started wailing. Help, they're robbing me. How can we even survive in this world? Are all rich people this heartless? We're being crushed. We can't live like this anymore. Her dramatic outburst quickly drew the attention of bystanders. After all, it was hard to ignore an elderly woman lying on the ground, crying for justice. Ma'am, the ground is dirty, please get up and talk to us properly. Yes, we're all here as witnesses. We'll make sure everything is handled fairly. Think about your grandson, he's right there watching. Don't give him such a terrible impression. Seeing that her performance was starting to work, the old woman sat up but continued to sob without bothering to brush off the dirt. You're all such good people. We're poor, we can't fight against these rich folks. My grandson just accidentally scratched their car, and now they want millions from us. They even framed us for more damage. We're innocent. Ma'am, don't worry. I'm a lawyer, and if this goes to court, I'll represent you for free. These rich people these days are so cruel. They're just like the greedy landlords of the past. I've already posted this incident online. Let's see how they handle it. As the crowd grew more agitated, Xiao Tang, having just finished his phone call, rushed back. Everyone, please listen to me for a moment. I'm the official damage assessor for this vehicle, and I know it inside and out. I'm willing to take full legal responsibility for my statements. You're just a lackey for the rich. Get out of here. You look shady as hell, who'd believe a word you say? Leave. Or I'll make you. Please everyone, calm down, Xiao Tang raised his voice. I have the original purchase documents for the car. You can see for yourselves. Hearing this, the crowd began to quiet down. Excuse me, I'm the lawyer. May I take a look? The lawyer asked. Of course. Xiao Tang handed over the paperwork, then addressed the crowd. This car was custom built for our company's client, at a total cost of 37.13 million yuan. Everything is documented, including the import taxes. It's all legal and above board. He then pointed to the scratch on the side of the car. This car's paint was custom mixed by our top designers. With such a large scratch, we have no choice but to send it back to the factory for a complete repaint. The cost for that alone will be over 2 million yuan. And now please look here, what is the most iconic feature of a Rolls-Royce? The spirit of ecstasy. But as you can see, someone deliberately snapped it off. This will damage the car's elevation system, which will need to be replaced as well. The spirit of ecstasy is made entirely of gold. At today's gold prices, it's worth over 600,000 yuan. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Damn, it's that expensive? Wait, is it really made of gold? Oh, it actually is. Man, even a scratch on a regular car like my Benz would hurt, let alone this. Lawyer, does this compensation seem accurate? Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, the lawyer sighed. It's pretty much correct. The price may fluctuate by a few thousand yuan, but overall, it's accurate. So, this old lady is just playing dirty because she can't afford to pay, a bystander asked in disbelief. Looks like it. She didn't keep an eye on the kid, and now she's trying to weasel out of the consequences. She's shameless. Mies. Realizing the situation was turning against her, the old woman quickly spoke up. He's a rich man. He makes so much money every day. What's wrong with cutting us some slack? Does he really have to drive us to ruin before he's satisfied? Ma'am, that's not how it works. The lawyer replied calmly. In the eyes of the law, everyone is equal. As the child's guardian, you are responsible for any damage he causes. Even if you take this to court, the result will be the same. Look, I'm not denying my responsibility, but isn't he at fault too? The old woman protested. You're telling me he did nothing wrong. What did he do wrong by parking his car in a lot? Yeah, your grandson scratched up his car for no reason. This young man is being incredibly patient. Most people would have already called the police. Get out of here. All of you, the old woman shouted angrily, standing up to chase away the onlookers. Hey lady, don't be so unreasonable. We're just telling it like it is. Man. Today I finally understand what it means when they say bad people grow old. From now on, I'm going to wait before jumping to conclusions online. There's always a twist. The crowd quickly dispersed, unwilling to engage further with the unreasonable woman. Mr. Song, our director, has arrived. Xiao Tang said, pointing to a middle-aged man who had just watched the entire scene unfold. I'll hand things over to him now and assist with the official damage assessment. Good afternoon, Mr. Song. I'm Bai Jinian, director of the Damage Assessment Department at Rolls-Royce's Shanghai branch. Good to meet you, Mr. Bai. Let's get started. After shaking hands with Song Yun, Bai Jinian put on specialized glasses and began inspecting the car in detail. After walking around the car, he pointed at the front bumper and sternly scolded Xiao Tang, look here. There are clear signs of someone having stepped on the front bumper with force. It's slightly deformed. The entire bumper will need to be replaced. Xiao Tang's face turned serious. He quickly crouched down, inspecting the area carefully with his hands. You're right, Director Bai. This was my oversight. Don't make this mistake again, Bai Jinian snapped, before pulling out a tablet and checking the official parts prices on the company's website. After tallying everything, he said, Mr. Song, the total damage assessment comes to 4.256 million yuan. How much? The old woman froze, unable to comprehend how the amount had increased. You heard me correctly. These are the official prices for the parts that need replacing. You're welcome to check for yourself. And since Mr. Song is one of our prestigious VIP clients, he'll receive free transport to the factory for repairs. Otherwise, you'd be looking at an additional 200,000 yuan in costs. Bai Jinian took off his glasses, massaging his temples as he added, you should probably start making some calls to get the money together. I don't have a phone, and I can't remember my family's numbers, the old woman stubbornly insisted. I'm telling you now, there's no money. If you want, you can take my life instead. Faced with such unreasonable behavior, Song Yun and his team felt helpless. After all, they lived in a law-abiding society, where neither words nor actions could be too extreme. It seemed that if they kept pushing, the old woman would be ready to camp out at their doorstep, yelling, my life is here. You can take it whenever you want, but I'll make sure to die at your front door. A true troublemaker. Huang Baoding clenched his fists tightly. But he dared not act. A slight shove and she might fall to the ground, making an even bigger scene. Mr. Song, in situations like this, I'd personally recommend calling the police. They can pull up her family's information. Bai Jinian suggested, furrowing his brow. It seems we'll have to do just that. Song Yun sighed, standing by the car and waiting. About half an hour later, a police car arrived on the scene. 2 officers, one older and one younger, stepped out of the vehicle and saluted the crowd. We're from the Dongpu District Police Department. We received a report about a financial dispute. I'm the one who called. Huang Baoding stepped forward and explained the entire situation. The 2 officers exchanged a glance, realizing the issue was much larger than a simple economic dispute. It involved hundreds of thousands of yuan. The older officer saluted Bai Jinian and said, excuse me, could I see the damage report from your 4S shop? Officer, I can have the official report delivered to your station within 3 days. Bai Jinian replied seriously. All of the compensation amounts are clearly listed on our company website for you to verify. The older officer nodded, then gently approached the elderly woman. Ma'am, could you give us the contact information for your family? This situation has already happened, and avoiding it won't help. It's better if we resolve it quickly. You're all in this together, aren't you? Huh? Siding with the rich because of his money. The woman hadn't even finished her sentence before the younger officer's face showed signs of anger. As police officers, they worked tirelessly, responding to calls in any weather, day or night. For her to say something so offensive was going too far. I disagree with what you're saying. My body cam is recording everything, and the footage will be sent to the station. If you have any concerns about our conduct, you can request a review or file a complaint to have the footage examined for any misconduct. The older officer had clearly seen all kinds of people throughout his career, from troublemakers to thugs. He wasn't easily fazed by unreasonable behavior like this. You're all bullying an old woman who doesn't understand anything. The elderly lady started wailing again. It's just a car, how can it be worth more than a house? No one is bullying you. It's true that your grandson caused damage, and as his guardian, you are responsible for compensation. The older officer explained calmly. We're about the same age. If my grandson caused harm, I'd do everything in my power to make things right, not run away from it. I don't care. If you say my grandson did something wrong, then go ahead, kill him. Here, take him. He's right here, she cried, pushing the boy forward. Go on, beat him to death. I won't hold you responsible. That's not reasonable. The younger officer said, clearly annoyed. We're here to mediate, not to hurt anyone. If you insist on this, we'll have to take both parties to the station. Fine, take me. I haven't eaten yet anyway, arrest me, and at least I'll get a meal, she shouted defiantly. This is the older officer turned to Song Yun with an apologetic look. You're the car owner, right? I'm afraid we'll need you to come with us as well. All right. Song Yun agreed, feeling frustrated. How did he get stuck dealing with such a difficult person? He asked Huang Beiding to inform the family before getting into the police car. At the police station, they all sat in a conference room, where Song Yun, bored, passed the time by scrolling through his phone. For the last time, will you provide us with your family's contact information? The younger officer asked, clearly losing patience. The old woman glanced at him, pulled an apple out of her bag for her grandson, and stubbornly replied, I've got dementia. I can't remember numbers. Don't ask me again. The answer is no. Sifu. Please try to mediate while I pull up her information, the younger officer said quietly. The older officer nodded slightly and settled into his chair, ready to wait. Since she was refusing to cooperate, contacting her family was the only option left. The old woman continued to fuss over her grandson. Song Yun scrolled through his phone, and the older officer stared off into space. More than an hour passed before the door finally swung open. A middle-aged man in work clothes rushed in. Mom. What happened? He asked, wiping the sweat from his face. Didn't I tell you to watch over Long? How did he end up scratching someone's car? I just replied to a message and didn't notice. The old woman stammered. In front of her son she was far less aggressive. And you, the man grabbed his son and gave him a few hard smacks on the bottom. Grandma, save me. Grandma, the boy cried. Don't hit my grandson. Xiao Ziyang, I'm warning you, if you lay a finger on him, I'll throw myself off a building, the woman shouted, shielding the boy with anger blazing in her eyes. When you were his age, you burned down our house wiring it for electricity. Did I beat you to death then? Mom. You've spoiled him. Xiao Ziyang slammed his fist on the table, exasperated. We're talking about more than 4 million yuan. I'll have to sell the house. You earn money for long anyway. If the house is gone, it's gone. You can always buy another one later. The old woman argued as she wiped her grandson's tears. And who says it's really 4 million? What if they're lying? Sir, please calm down. The older officer interjected gently. This is the car owner, Mr. Song. Since you're here, let's discuss the compensation in detail. I'm very sorry, Mr. Song. Xiao Ziyang said, shaking his head. My mother's from the countryside helping out with the kids. She had no idea how valuable the car was. But 4 million is just too much for us. Is there any way we could reduce the amount? I'm sorry, but I'm also a victim here. The car was practically brand new, and I hadn't even had a chance to ride it. Now, I need to send it back for repairs. Do you really think I'm asking for more than what's fair by requesting the original repair price? Song Yun set his phone down and calmly continued. The car was parked in the designated spot. If it had just been a scratch on the paint, it would have cost 1 million or 2. But your son broke off the spirit of ecstasy, and that makes it a lot worse. What? Xiao Ziyang's eyes widened in shock as he turned to his son. Where did you hide the little gold figure? His boss also drove a Rolls-Royce, so he was well aware of how valuable those cars were. He had heard that the figurines on the front of these cars were either gold-plated or made of solid gold, worth a fortune. This wasn't just property damage, it was theft. I didn't. The child stammered, tears welling up in his eyes. The grandmother quickly patted him on the back to calm him down. Mr. Xiao, we've already pulled the footage. The older police officer interjected, pulling out a laptop and playing the video that clearly showed the boy committing the damage. Yao Zanlong. Get over here. You're still lying to me at a time like this. Xiao Xiong yelled furiously, kicking his son. The boy couldn't handle the force and rolled on the ground several times. If I don't give you a proper beating today, I might as well change my surname. Xiao Xiong pulled off his belt and started whipping his son without restraint. Hey, this is a police station. If you keep hitting him, I'll charge you with resisting arrest. The older officer banged on the table, frowning. What good is it to hit him now? Go home and think about how you're going to pay for the damage. No money. I work from dawn to dusk, and more than half my salary goes to the mortgage. Where am I supposed to save from? Xiao Xiong angrily lit a cigarette. Useless kid. I should have never had you. What are you saying? The grandmother slapped Xiao Xiong. I should have never had you. How dare you, you ungrateful fool. Enough, Mom. If you had just kept an eye on him, we wouldn't be in this mess. Xiao Xiong pushed his mother aside, exasperated. Maybe we should sell the house in the countryside. I'll try to borrow some money and see if we can cover the damages. That house was left by your father, the grandmother shouted angrily. How dare you touch your father's inheritance, you unfilial son? Then what do you suggest we do? We have no money. I won't sell anything. The grandmother grabbed her grandson and stormed out of the police station. Xiao Xiong slumped into a chair, defeated. As you can see, my current house is still under mortgage, so I can't sell it. And my mom refuses to sell the house in the countryside. What else can I do? So, now you're making this my problem, Song Yun asked, astonished. Do you expect me to come up with a perfect solution for you? What else can I do? I really don't have the money. You should just sue us. Xiao Xiong waved dismissively as he stood up. The police have all my information, just go ahead and file the lawsuit. I've got things to do. Song Yun stared in disbelief, then turned to the older officer. That's it. We can only mediate. If the two sides can't reach an agreement, you'll have to take it to court. The officer said helplessly. I didn't expect the situation to be like this either. You should contact a lawyer and prepare to file a lawsuit. We'll provide you with the necessary details. Are you kidding me? Song Yun slammed his fist on the table. I've been dealing with this nonsense for almost 3 hours, and now you're telling me to sue. Why didn't we do this from the start? We didn't anticipate this either. The officer said awkwardly. I honestly thought he'd be more reasonable. Forget it. What a waste of time, Song Yun grumbled. Outside the police station, Huang Baoding had been waiting. As he neared the end of his cigarette pack, Song Yun finally emerged. Mr. Song, how did it go? Huang Baoding asked, perking up. They told me to sue. Song Yun growled in frustration. I can't believe this. Don't worry. I had a feeling they'd try to pull something like this, so I've already contacted the company's legal department. They're handling the paperwork to file the lawsuit today. Huang Baoding reassured him. Fine. But I'm attending that trial, Song Yun said angrily, his chest rising and falling with frustration. This wasn't about the money anymore, it was about the principle. They were the ones at fault, yet they acted like the victim. Back at the villa, Song Yun explained everything that had happened, and everyone was just as outraged as he was. Song Yun's frustration lingered well into the night, making it hard for Yuan Ci to get much sleep. The next morning, Song Yun woke up feeling more refreshed. He eagerly called the company's legal department to check on the case's progress. The head of the department informed him that the case had been processed, and a hearing would be held the next day. Finally, some good news. After breakfast, Ying suggested they take advantage of the nice weather and visit a temple to relax and pray for their unborn child's health. Song Yun wholeheartedly agreed. He had been so exhausted lately that he didn't feel like going to work. With his father-in-law managing the company and his father running the lab, he was more than happy to enjoy a break. Yuan Ci, however, decided to stay home and catch up on sleep after a restless night. Wen Shu, uninterested in temples, stayed behind to watch her favorite TV drama with Bai Qiuyu. In the end, it was just Song Yun and Yi. After gathering their things, they decided to visit Wanfo Temple, about an hour's drive from the city. The temple, founded in the Ming and Qing dynasties, had never lost its connection to the spiritual world. People from all over the country came daily to offer incense. When they arrived at the foot of the hill where the temple was located, they saw a long staircase lined with over 100 small stalls selling incense and offerings. Song Yun, eager to blend in for the day, signaled to Huang Baoding, who nodded and discreetly led the bodyguards to follow from a distance. Sir, we have the finest incense. Would you like to buy some? I guarantee your wishes will come true, a vendor called out. Don't listen to him. The best incense is from our shop, and ours is the biggest. With our incense, the Buddha will definitely see your sincerity. The small vendors around the temple were all local villagers. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, benefit from the mountain. And with such a valuable resource as the temple nearby, how could they resist taking advantage of it? Enough with the bickering. Behaving like this in front of the visitors is disgraceful. An elderly man wearing a long robe and round sunglasses approached slowly, leaning on a cane. Master Qian. I didn't want to argue, but this guy keeps insisting his incense is better than mine. What gives him the right? Everyone knows where you get your stock from. Can that stuff even be used? Aren't you afraid of bad karma when people put it in the incense burners? I'll fight you right now. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's income is like killing their parents. Thousands of tourists visit this place every day, and just selling incense and offerings can bring in tens of thousands. If this fool keeps bad-mouthing my products, how will I make a living? Just as the two were about to come to blows, Qian Lao forcefully thumped his cane on the ground, causing his long, wispy eyebrows to flutter in the breeze. Enough. If you don't stop right now, you'll be banned from this market. Damn it! I'm not afraid of you. I respect you, Master Qian. But if it weren't for that, I'd have beaten this guy black and blue today. Who's afraid of who? Every day I have to put up with your nonsense. Just watch, one hand is enough for me to knock you out. Though they kept hurling insults at each other, the two vendors obediently returned to their stalls. It was clear that Master Qian commanded significant respect around here. My apologies for the scene. Qian Lao said with a kind smile, stroking his long beard that nearly reached his waist. Are you here to pray or to have your fortune read? We're just here to relax. Yi Qingqing replied sweetly. But we would also like to offer incense to pray for the well-being of our baby. I see. Qian Lao nodded. Wanfo Temple is well known for granting blessings for good health and happy marriages. I suggest you pay special respects to Guanyin. It might be beneficial for the child you're expecting. Thank you. Song Yun smiled. You seem to hold a high position here. Could you recommend the best incense? We want to offer something of high quality since we're asking for a blessing. Ha ha ha. You have an interesting way of putting things. Qian Lao laughed heartily. You're right. In our culture we believe in reciprocity. You help me, and I'll offer something in return. What do they call that these days? Contractual obligation. Song Yun offered. Hey ha ha ha, yes exactly. Don't feel awkward about it, it's completely natural. Back in my day during a drought, people would pray to the Dragon King for rain. But if it didn't rain within 3 days, the temple attendants would threaten to drag the Dragon King statue out into the sun and whip it until it rained. Qian Lao chuckled. Even these high and mighty gods are just clay statues in the human world. You can't spoil them, or they won't do their job. Haha, aren't you worried that talking like this right in front of the temple might get the monks angry? Yi Qingqing giggled, covering her mouth. You're a respected elder, but they might throw us out. They wouldn't dare, Qian Lao said, puffing out his chest like a mischievous child. The temple doors are open to all worshippers. If they threw you out over something like this, all their years of spiritual practice would have been wasted. You have a point, sir. Song Yun chimed in, playing along. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about these things. Are you related to one of the monks here? Me? I'm just a humble person. Qian Lao said modestly. I help out in the surrounding villages and occasionally interact with the monks. Qian Lao's role, known as a yin-yang master, comes from folk traditions. Unlike Taoism or Buddhism, such practitioners don't adhere to a single belief system. They use whatever works, drawing on a variety of traditions. In the 1980s and 90s, these practitioners would travel from village to village, offering services like exorcisms and feng shui consultations. While many were charlatans, a few genuinely possessed skills passed down through generations. So you're a real-life yin-yang master? Yi Qingqing said in awe. I've only seen them in movies. Are the things they show in films true? You're quite the curious one. Qian Lao chuckled. Movies often exaggerate things, but there's some truth to it. Wow. That's amazing, Yi Qingqing said excitedly. Can you really see ghosts and spirits? What nonsense. Qian Lao playfully tapped Yi Qingqing's forehead. Knowing too much isn't good for your baby. You should focus on praying to Guanyin. Oh, you're no fun, Yi Qingqing pouted. And you still haven't told us which vendor sells the best incense here. Haha, my memory is getting worse with age. Qian Lao said, reaching into his robe and pulling out a small box. He opened it, revealing a beautifully fragrant brown incense stick. We must be fated to meet, so I'll give this to you as a gift. We can't accept that, Song Yun said. This incense looks very valuable. Please, name your price, we'd like to purchase it from you properly. When offering something to a deity, you don't say buy, you say invite to show respect to the gods. Money means nothing to me now. Qin Lao replied, pretending to be upset. I'm over 80 years old. What use would I have for more money? In that case, Ye King carefully accepted the incense. Thank you very much. But after we finish praying, you must let us take you out to dinner. You can't refuse that. All right. Go on then. If you wait too long, the temple will get crowded, and you won't be able to reach the Buddha statues. Waving them off with his cane, Qin Lao left. Honey, this old man must have seen some extraordinary things in his life, Ye King said, as she held onto Song Yun's arm. Do you think he's like those Taoist priests in movies, taking down zombies with a flick of his hand? Why are you so curious about that? I've always been fascinated by it. Feng Shui masters, Taoist priests, they all seem so powerful if they have real skills, Ye King said playfully. We must take Qin Lao to dinner after this. I still have so many questions to ask him.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.